Kia ora tātou katoa. He maunga rongo ke te whenua hei whakaara poe ki ngā tāngata katoa ti hei mauri ora. E mihi ana ki ngā mati e haere ke wehe ki te pō. Haere atu rā ki muri i te ārai o tāne nui ārangi. E koe, e te rangatira, te kraua a ko Chester Burris. Me mihi atu ki a koe i roto i tō moengaroa. Haere atu rā ki te rawahi ko hoi ki nui Hawaii ki rō. Hawaii ki Pāmamao, te tāwhiti nui, te tāwhiti rō, te tāwhiti Panamaho. Huri nō ki te hungora tēnā tātou. E mihi ana ki tā tātou nei kingi, ko kingi tū heitea. E noho ana i rungi tā hurewa tapu o na mātua tūpuna. Me te mākau ariki, ko tōna hoa rangatira, rire hau, pai mārire ki a rātou mā. Kia koutou, nau mai whakatau mai. Whakatau mai ki taupiri maunga, ko Waikato te awa. Waikato tani wharau he piko, he tani whā, he piko, he tani whā. Nau mai whakatau mai i roti te wāhi o Waikato tainui, ki ngā hapū o Waikato, ko Ngāti Haua, ko Ngāti Wairere. Nau mai whakatau mai ki te wharewananga o Waikato, e mihi atu nei. E mihi ana ki tā tātou nei tumuaki ko Professor Neil Quigley, hiri nō ki te kai whakahaere o te raupapa ki a koe Matt Bulger. Kia tātou katoa, i hui mai nei, o koutou waka maunga, moana, awa, whakatau mai i roto i te haumaru o te wharewananga o Waikato. Nō reira, he whakatauki i roto i tēnei kaupapa, i ngā rā i mua i a tātou, he kāka no i ruia mai i a rangi ātia. Nau mai. Morning everybody, welcome to the Waikato. We express our welcome on behalf of King Tuheitia and also the people of the Waikato. Taupiri being the sacred mountain and Waikato being our river. We welcome you to the lands which were once occupied and still occupied today by Ngāti Wairere and Ngāti Haua, and especially here to the University of Waikato. For those of you who still live around this area and have just come a short way, and also for those who have travelled from afar and that will arrive in today and also tomorrow as part of this forum, we welcome you, acknowledge you, and I'll say us a karakia to kick off the event today. A whakataka te hau ki tūru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Kia hi aki ana te tākura he tio, he huka, he hauhunga, tihei, mauri ora. Mauri ora tātou. Now hand the time to our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Neil Quigley. Homai te pakipaki.
E whetu ngamihingu ki a koe. Hurino e te whare tēnā koutou, no maharama rā koutou katoa. Welcome everyone. It's great to see so many of you here despite our first foggy morning of the year here in Hamilton. Glad that everyone's, or pretty much everyone has managed to make it. And in particular, I think the attendance that we have at the forum this year reflects the really challenging circumstances in which we find New Zealand and the world economy at the moment. So it's a terrific time for us to be gathered together to talk about some of these challenges and how we manage some of the really difficult economic trade-offs that we're confronting at the moment. We have on the program quite a number of the key areas of interest covered, and in particular, for me, I think it's really important that we have a discussion on the program both about the labour market and, in addition, of course, we'll also have a panel talking about inflation and other aspects of the economy, including productivity. I'm interested obviously in the relationship between inflation and the labour market and the challenges that that's providing for us at the moment. We're in a situation where, through the latter part of the pandemic and over the last year, demand in the economy has been very resilient. Our supply chain problems have gradually been resolved, but obviously inflation is too high, and there are key elements of the economy which I think not only feel to us but are demonstrably unsustainable. So by comparison with the period pre-COVID, when we had very moderate inflation, and that was a combination of very constrained tradables inflation and non-tradable inflation, which was pretty well contained through quite a long period of time. We're now in a situation where, of course, we have inflation as a global phenomenon, so we've been importing inflation, and in addition, it's clear now that we have a domestic inflation issue that we need to grapple with as well. Well, that's important because, of course, we know monetary policy has a really important part to play in dealing with those challenges with inflation. But, as I'm sure you'd all agree, we don't want monetary policy having to do all of the work to deal with the inflation problem that we have, because the interest rate and other implications of the Reserve Bank having to do all of the work to deal with the challenges we have at the moment are really serious. They would have very significant implications for all of the interest rate sensitive parts of the economy, and not obviously ideal in terms of how we manage our way out of the current challenges that we have. So one of the key problems we have at the moment with our domestic non-tradable inflation, but of course it's a phenomenon that you see in most of the developed countries as well, is that we have shortage of labour. The labour market, by the Reserve Bank's calculation, is tighter than it's been since 2007. And the result of that is incomes being pushed up, both through wage and salary increases when people stay in jobs, but also through a very high turnover as people move jobs to get higher incomes, and the costs that are created for both public and private sector organisations with those very high rates of turnover in our labour forces occurring. So the leader in The Economist magazine of last week posed the question, can we actually bring inflation under control when labour markets continue to be as tight as they are now? And of course, that really is a key challenge for us. In the past, New Zealand obviously has relieved labour market pressure through migration. And one of the challenges we have at the moment is that we've been through a period during the pandemic with the borders closed and with both attitudes as well as our policy towards migration changing. So if you ask anybody who's a significant employer around New Zealand, they will tell you how difficult it is to get people in from overseas to fill our shortages in our workforce. So in the short term, we're struggling with the traditional migration release valve that New Zealand has had in the past. We could, of course, hope that non-tradable inflation, even if it continues, will be reduced by tradable inflation falling substantially. But it's unlikely that a significant reduction in tradable inflation, such as would impact on the domestic economy in that way, is going to occur in the international economy without the impact that we would expect it to have on New Zealand as well. We're not insulated from international events, and indeed the non-tradable, tradable inflation correlation has got greater in recent years, according to some work that we've had done at the Reserve Bank in recent times. The labour market, of course, could adjust by changes in the way firms operate and the way organisations operate. We could get used, in other words, through structural adjustments to having less labour, but that's also extremely challenging to achieve in the short term. So in the meantime, we have some real challenges to deal with in New Zealand, challenges that are the greater because many other developed countries are having to deal with them as well. And that means that there's no easy path and no easy transition from the international economy to addressing some of our challenges. So that's my opportunity again to say that I think it's really an important time for us to be talking about these things. I welcome the work that my colleagues at the university have done in pulling together this forum, Matt and Frank and your team. It's a great program, a great lineup of people in the room to discuss all of the issues. And I think exactly the right time as we debate all these issues, and as they'll no doubt be debated quite broadly as we move into an election in the latter part of the year, to have this discussion and let a good spectrum of views be put on the table, as they will be today and tomorrow. So everyone, thank you again for being here. I really look forward to the discussion over the next day and a half. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, haere mai ki te whare wānanga o Waikato, haere mai ki te raupapa. Welcome to the University of Waikato. My name is Matt Bolger. I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the Waikato Management School, te raupapa. In the 1930s, the renowned British economist, John Maynard Keynes, was apparently sitting in a parliamentary panel, and he was being challenged for changing his mind on a certain policy issue. And he famously replied, well, the information I've received has changed. When that happens, I change my mind. What do you do? There are enough economists in the room to know that that story may be apocryphal. It's actually attributed to many different economists now. But the reason for that, of course, is because the point is so valid. When the information changes, should we hold on to our old beliefs or should we challenge them? Of course we should challenge them. Over the next 2 days, you're going to hear from a wide range of speakers on a really wide range of topics, and chatting to people in the foyer earlier. Every item that you look at on this agenda, from immigration to Crown Māori relations, geopolitics and relationships with China to labour markets, monetary policy, all of them feel even more topical today than maybe even just a few months ago. We're meeting in challenging times. When we started the New Zealand Economics Forum 2 years ago, we called it Economics for Tumultuous Times, dealing with a post-COVID world. That was March 2021, and calling a forum post-COVID world in March 2021 now looks a little bit optimistic, hopeful. Last year, we couldn't meet. It's only 12 months ago. It was an online experience. and we did it over live stream. And overnight, just as we came into our session on geopolitics with Tim Grosser and Rodney Jones, only 6 or 7 hours before, the tanks had started rolling into the Ukraine, only 12 months ago. Now, of course, we meet against the backdrop of very tight labour markets, cost of living, also geopolitical tensions that have morphed and evolved, and of course the extreme weather events in the last week. And I know that many in the room here will have been personally affected, or your wider whānau network will have been affected by those. Indeed, some of our speakers, Tuasavili, Nigel Bickle, is unable to join us given his leadership role in the Hawke's Bay. And so many of you will be dealing with that, and of course it adds an extra challenge to an already challenging policy environment. So, given this, the most disappointing thing would be to walk through those doors after a day and a half and have exactly the same views and beliefs that you had when you walked in through them 10 or 15 minutes ago. Kia ora, Jim. And I think the challenge for all of us then is to listen to this with an open mind and an open heart, to listen, try to absorb information, and not leave here hoping to have more ammunition, more statistics, more stories to use to fortify our own beliefs, to win arguments in the future, actually to challenge some of our own beliefs. Debate, disagreement, intellectual curiosity, those are absolutely critical for a high-functioning society. And one of the main reasons we started this forum is because New Zealand needs more opportunities for that kind of insightful debate. So please jump in. Universities, of course, are absolutely essential to that kind of debate through the research they create, but also through the environment they allow for the development of critical thinking. This is first week of classes, Monday back on campus. I only joined the university world 2 years ago. This is the busiest I've ever seen campus. It's just fantastic to see all of the students signing up for their clubs, walking across the lawn, making new friends, really brilliant, chatting to international students who are trying to find the student centre for the first time, and knowing what a difference university can make in their lives. It's incredibly inspiring. We're very proud of the University of Waikato and Te Raupapa, the Waikato Management School. We're ranked #1 in New Zealand for business and economics on the Global Times Higher rankings, ranked #1 for economics in the latest round of the PBRF, the government's performance-based research funding, and ranked, adjusted for size, number 35 in the world for economics, which is about 3 spots behind Yale, but a couple above NYU. So I'm not an economist, but you're in good hands. Into the mechanics then, before we get into our first session. So there will be a roaming mic, and we'd encourage questions from the floor. The speakers will, of course, make some statements, but this is intended to be a discussion. It's a small enough group for that. There is also the Slido app. There's a piece of paper on every table, and if you're watching on the live stream, you can just click the button, feed questions through the Slido app to myself as a facilitator, or Professor Anna Strutt, who will be joining me as a facilitator for some of the sessions, and we will pass those on to the speakers as we can. The program today, we're going to have a couple of sessions this morning. We start with a review of the COVID response, but also, topically, given the last month, thinking about what we can do to be prepared for next time. Next time doesn't necessarily need to be a pandemic or even a health response, but what can we do to be prepared for extreme events? We'll then be joined by Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Nicola Willis, whose plane has landed, I've been informed, so positive on the fog story there, Neil, and then into lunch just after 12. As I say, we'll come back for a session on immigration, and apologies I pass on from Tuasavili, Nigel Bickle. Also pass on apologies from government ministers. We worked very hard with the previous Prime Minister's office at the back half of last year. Wondered why she might have been hedging her bets as to whether she could make it back to her old university to speak at this event, and of course we found out maybe why in January. But the combination of a change of leader and the national emergency events means that the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance were unable to speak at this event this time. So the last thing is, coffees are out there, bathrooms are out there. Those are the two most important things. The great outdoors are out the back if there's an emergency. And let's get into it. If you haven't downloaded the Slido app, then please do so. And otherwise, we will start the first program. So I'll welcome up to the stage two of our three speakers. The first item on the program is the review of our COVID response and looking at lessons for next time. So Rob Fife is about to join us. He's got a background in airlines, so he's going to make a flying entrance very shortly. Rob, of course, well known as the former CEO of Air New Zealand and one of New Zealand's business leaders, who was also the government-appointed liaison for the COVID response, but liaison between business and government. Kiriana Brooking, who's a partner at PwC, based in the Hawke's Bay, but previously spent a significant part of her career in the Ministry of Health, both inside the central response and a little bit further outside. And Adrian Littlewood, the former CEO of Auckland Airport. And if we consider businesses that were maybe at the front line of some of those early COVID days, then of course the airport was one of them. So welcome to the stage, Kiriana and Adrian. We'll be joined by Rob shortly. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
All right. So, obviously, Rob will be with us shortly, but I thought I might, if we frame this up a little bit, between the two of you and Rob, you all obviously had quite different roles going through the COVID experience. Kiriana, you were right in the centre of it. You were outside for a while and then back in, and we might ask you to explain some of that. Adrian, you were right at the front line in one sense, but probably a bit further away from some of the centralised model. And then Rob was a bridge between the two. So I'll hand over to each of you to just, I guess, make the key points you want to for a few minutes, and then we'll open it up to the discussion. I'll start with you, Kiriana.
Mōrena tātou, ngā mihi nunui, ngā mihi aroha kia koutou, no Ngāti Pāhauera me Ngāti Kahungunu ki te Wairoa hau, ko Kiriana Brooking ahau. Kei runga I o rekereke o tō tūranga waiwai is whakatauki from Ngāti Pāhauera. Even though I'm sitting, the whakatauki is, it's on the heels of your feet where you make your stand. In the words of the Carpenters, COVID sometimes seems long ago and oh so far away. But if we look at the latest figures, there are still around 1,300 active cases of COVID in Aotearoa today. Just want to give you a little bit of context about the health system at the time, and a lot of this you'll be familiar with. So 2019 through to 2020, the health system responded to 5 emergency management responses. So there was the Christchurch terrorist attack, there was measles in the Pacific Island, there was Whakaari White Island, and then there was COVID-19. So all of those things had massive impacts on a number of people, but not all at once, and not everywhere in New Zealand. I think the second thing is when COVID arrived globally, there was so much about the science that was not yet understood. And it swept globally and was on the doorstep of New Zealand in quite a quick pace while the science was still being worked through. I worked in the Ministry of Health as a Deputy Director General, and in January of that year, we thought we were pretty amazing just getting the people from Wuhan over to Whangaparoa and finding enough motorhomes for them all to stay in. And we kind of said, wasn't that a great job? And let's be honest, that was step 1.1.1.A of what actually eventuated in Aotearoa in relation to COVID. So I was asked by Ashley in February, and I remember it distinctly. I was leaning up on a wall outside the emergency centre. Some of you have heard this story. Ashley had gone down to Invercargill to watch his sons in the pipe band competition. He'd made a last-minute decision to go, and the only bed he could get was in a backpackers in a shared room. He decided in that weekend that we needed to really go big or go home on how we were doing the setup for COVID, and he rang me and asked me if I would be the DCE COVID. And that's the role that I played from February 2020 to July 2020, and then I left to become the Chief Executive of Hawke's Bay District Health Board. And so it was really interesting for me. I got to see the consequences of decisions made and thought about in the centre, and the impact of that on a region like Hawke's Bay, a place where I still live today. I just want to remind you of some things, and they are things that you will know and have probably just tucked into the back of your mind. You know, it was late February when we have 2020 when we had our first case, and then very quickly we were going through as a country that we were asking people to self-isolate. We started closing the borders. We very quickly introduced alert levels. We went through a whole series of items as a country, and we got ourselves through to June 2020, where we thought, yeah, we'd done pretty good. We were getting this rolling maul of tēnā koutou katoa. There are no cases in New Zealand today. I have likened those 1 p.m. stand-ups to when I used to ring my mother when Coronation Street was on. She used to say, Coronation Street's on, and then she'd hang up. Never ring anyone in New Zealand during those stand-ups. And then we thought by 8th of June we'd done a not too bad job, and then on the 11th of August 2020, 4 cases in the community were reported. On the 11th of August 2020 is actually the day that I was welcomed to Hawke's Bay District Health Board. We had Ashley in attendance. I was the only Wahine Māori District Health Board Chief Executive in the 21 years District Health Boards were in existence. So every Māori known to man had turned up to my pōwhiri. We had probably about 400 people there. Dr. Nick Jones, that evening when they announced we were going back into a level 3, rang me in a panic that he thought we'd created a super spreader event, but that was not to be. I think the 3 things I just want to say in closing is, you know, what do I reflect on for next time? And for us in Hawke's Bay, it feels like we are in next time right now. The thing for me about COVID in particular, the reality of the way New Zealanders lived and worked here and overseas was underappreciated, or it was an accepted risk that as a consequence of immediate public policy kicking into gear, people got stuck on both sides of the closed door. And the skill base and the social fabric and the message the closed door sent still reverberates today. The second thing is that communities can make it work if they have sufficient resources and good infrastructure. And we saw some amazing examples of how communities in COVID worked really well together. And I think about Matakawa up the top of the east coast. They were, they treated the public policy as guidance, but they really worked out how to make it work for them. We find ourselves in Hawke's Bay working out how we're doing community resilience with the lack of infrastructure that we're experiencing right now. So there's 2 kind of elements that have to work in sync, and what happens when they get out of sync. And then I think the last thing is that in August 2021, we went back again into Alert Level 4. And did we really learn enough between those 2 years to lessen the blunt force of public policy on economy and available social licence? And for those Aucklanders in the room, the long, cold spring and summer of 2021 will forever stay in their minds. And what lessons are commonly agreed now that we don't actually need a Royal Commission of Inquiry to point them out? That would be my final comment. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Kiriana. Adrian.
Thanks, Matt, and endorse a lot of what Kiriana said. I thought I'd just start with a quick quote, and if you excuse the rather clumsy metaphor at the start of this. Like hand sanitizer and a paper cut, COVID-19 exposed the cracks in our health, social, economic, government and political systems. The virus exacerbated pre-existing vulnerabilities, and the pandemic impacted all of us, but its burden was not equally shared. That's the opening line from the independent review into Australia's COVID response, but I think those words are equally relevant to here. And I think it is right and proper to both acknowledge what went well in the early stage of the pandemic response, and Kiriana touched on that, but also recognise there are things that we need to learn for next time, and we must do better. And I feel really strongly about this. I think we owe it to our kids and our grandkids that we must not let these things pass from our memory, and they pass very quickly. We write them down, we learn from them and get them done better next time, because this will come again. And so for Auckland Airport, when I was at Auckland Airport, as Matt said, we were obviously a private organisation, but we were at the front line along with our border agencies and airlines for the entire period of COVID. So we had COVID in our business every day from day one. So I remember sitting in Grant Robinson's office with Kelvin Davis, giving them a briefing on what was happening in China in January of 2020. And it cascaded from there. Italy, Iran shut down, China shut down, repatriation, then into the entire border being shut down. So we lived with it every day in our organisation and learnt to adapt quite quickly. And so I think we can all see those early phases of the COVID response as a period of classic crisis management. You know, you're dealing with imperfect information, you're responding quickly, you are trying to marshal resources, and I think those early days we got those things broadly right, and there were some scratchy edges around it. Naturally, it's going to happen. But I think the thing that really sticks with me looking back on it was the sense of stasis that sort of occurred over time. I can recount many times being on calls with people in Wellington, with politicians, with others, where my sense of frustration grew over time as this sense of the things we are sharing with you, it doesn't feel like you're listening, hearing, or responding to in a way that is helping us to continue to be better. And yes, things are always dynamic and changing, but when you can see things occurring which were known months ago are being repeated over and over again, and this increasing separation between, as Kiriana touched on, the separation between what was happening in Wellington and what was seeing around the country, particularly in Auckland, I think was disheartening. At the same time, there was a feeling that many of us could help to play a stronger role. And it got to the point where that frustration sort of tripped over into a sense of we have to take some of these actions on our own to get things happening. And I can reflect on many examples, bare experience and resources that we had that were not easily available to Wellington or found to be very hard for the health establishment or the response to do. And I'll just pick up on a couple of those examples. So I think the Park and Ride vaccination site, we ended up setting up the largest vaccination site in New Zealand. We did that through a bit of bloody-mindedness, as well as some incredible health people on the ground who just decided that they were going to lead it and make it happen. We did that with the door-to-door proposal. We gathered together experts from New Zealand and Auckland businesses who had experience in going door-to-door with sales experience and mesh targeting around who was most at risk in the community, and we offered buses up. And we had unique buses, and I say buses in the real sense of these are park and ride buses that are specially built for passengers with luggage, so are open and really suit a vaccination status. And when I rang the health people and said, you know, why aren't we using the buses and going door to door? They said, well, we can't get the buses available because they're all passenger buses. And I said, but we have 6 buses and drivers. They can be deployed tomorrow. And they said, oh, that's great. Well, let's do it. And that happened instantly. We had it available. Right down to the rat tests. And if you remember back, and I'll ask you to remember back to the almost... I really don't understand the difference between what happened on testing, but on rat testing, again, through sheer bloody-mindedness, we gathered together 20-odd, 30-odd New Zealand companies who just said, we will commit to ordering rat tests. I rang the head of EBOS and said, can you go and get us a couple 100,000 rat tests? He said, yeah, I can have them next week. But we had to have highly committed people in Wellington walk that decision through the Wellington bureaucracy to get that signed off, because there was a real resistance to getting those tests into the place. And my argument was always, we are running a business every day with COVID in our business. We need to keep our staff safe. We need to have tools that are available that aren't relying on a 24-hour wait for a PCR result. And so those are just some small vignettes about where I think taking a whole of New Zealand response to these kind of crises is really important. You cannot, I don't believe, manage the scale of a COVID or a pandemic like that through the lens of a narrow lens. That lens needs to keep widening. And classic crisis incident management response tells you, and it's in the documentation, is you must be adaptable, flexible, and maintain the trust and confidence of the community. And I think you can only do that through getting the whole of country response, because the government is not the whole of the country. And I think those responses in the future will be far better. And I'm heartened, and Kiriana and I were talking about this in terms of the immediate response to what's happening in the Hawke's Bay, I heard an immediate response to say we need to get business involved in response. And I think that took too long to come about, and I'm sure when Rob gets here, he'll be able to talk to that, given he was at that ape or that intersect between government and business. I think it is a critical point for the future.
Kia ora, thanks, Adrian. And nice segue, because over your shoulder, Rob has arrived. So welcoming Rob Fife to the stage. Kia ora. And as we know, Rob, you played a critical role bridging the worlds of government-led response and the business community. We talked a little bit about, Kiriana's background, having been inside Wellington, then outside. Adrian really at the front line from January onwards. Tell us a little bit about your experience and your points before we get into the questions, which I see some coming through already now.
Yeah, I kind of look back actually 3 years ago now, and I got involved ultimately because I was a protagonist outside government, making quite a bit of noise back in early March 2020 that I thought the government wasn't moving fast enough, and found myself in a conversation with a number of business people and the Prime Minister discussing that very issue. I kind of got nominated as a spokesperson. I think I was the poorest person in the room in conversation. And at the end of that call, the Prime Minister said, well, how about one of you come down to Wellington and act as a go-between between the government and business as we tackle this challenge. And there's stony silence on the phone call. So I kind of got press-ganged into that role. And I guess for me, I've always tried to stay pretty clear of government, to be honest. And I've kind of felt the further removed you are, the more you can get on and run your business with minimal interference and, I guess, interaction. So I didn't really understand how Wellington worked, and in fact, 2 weeks into being down there, I spent 9 weeks. I went down there 2 days before the first lockdown and spent the lockdown in Wellington. A couple of weeks into it, I rang John Key and I said, John, can you please try and help me understand how you get anything done in this place? And we spent about an hour on the phone, and after an hour I was none the wiser. Which probably summed up a lot of my experience, actually. I relied on people like Kiriana to be my navigator at various stages to try and figure out how it all worked. But I think for me, there were many, many learnings that became evident quite early on. And some, I guess, which are more retrospective. And I thought I'd just position those 5 issues kind of up front, because I think they'll stimulate quite a bit of conversation. One of the big issues for me that completely blew me away was the degree to which misinformation took hold during the pandemic. I mean, the number of times I had previously very sane friends of mine ring me up expressing all sorts of rumours and beliefs about what was going on around COVID, which were completely untrue and inaccurate. And the momentum with which that gathered steam as the pandemic progressed just caught me completely off guard. And I think the number one issue for me as I look to the future, if we had another of these events, is that information management and how you build genuine, independent, trusted sources of the truth is critical to guiding our way through this. We ended up with an incredibly centralised decision-making infrastructure. Everything was centralised pretty much into the Ministry of Health in Wellington. I think at one point that organisation grew to be several thousand people. You took what was a relatively small policy shop in the Ministry of Health and turned it into this all-seeing, all-controlling, all-commanding organisation that ran both policy, critical decision-making, operations, and actually in the process became a massive bottleneck for decision-making and actually excluded a lot of people from that decision-making process because there was just so much going on. I think also, and I heard Adrian touching on it, because of that centralised decision-making process, we ultimately lacked agility. We did a tremendous job, I think, early on. I mean, COVID is a classic story, right? It had a beginning, a middle and an end. I think we did the beginning really well. We're in the end now, which is living with COVID, which was ultimately probably predictable where we would end up. But the middle, the transition between the beginning and the end, really became pretty contentious. And ultimately, we lost a lot of. Is that better? Right, awesome. And ultimately, through that process of lack of agility, the virus evolved and we didn't, and we became trapped in a strategy that I guess progressively became less and less fit for purpose. Two other points I just wanted to make. Let me just grab my notes here. I guess the other issue, and I've experienced this myself, being involved in managing crises, is we became very, very consumed by the daily operational vortex of the crisis. Case numbers, deaths, vaccine numbers, the wait list in MIQ, everyone right up to the very, very highest levels of government was all fixated on the daily operational issues. And as a consequence, the effort that was going into the longer term planning and the strategy and where the off-ramp was out of our elimination strategy and so on, we probably were allocating far less resource to that forward planning than we were to just managing the day-to-day operations. And then finally, the point, we pride ourselves, I think, as a nation on being very kind of can-do. And I think in COVID we became very can't-do ultimately, and we were constantly finding reasons not to do things. Our elimination strategy made us inherently very, very risk-averse because the idea was we had to trap every possible vector of the virus coming in to protect the community to maintain this position of elimination. That forced us to become so risk-averse that, as I say, everything became a reason why we shouldn't do things rather than looking for ways to get things done. So I just sort of position up front, they were my kind of five, as I looked to the question that was posed this panel of saying, what can we learn for a future such event? I think there's a lot of discovery that needs to happen in those 5 areas where we could do a lot better next time around.
Kia ora, thanks, Rob, and thanks. I'm seeing some very interesting questions coming through. I'll get to the one on liberal democracy in one moment. I might start here actually with you, Rob, to keep going. One of the big themes that came out of that discussion was about evolution of the response. Can you talk to us about, it's just what you touched on in the end, how did it evolve or didn't it evolve? And for those of us, most in this room, that were a lot further removed, what part of the organisation was working on the response rather than in the response? Was there a constant sense of review of how it was evolving?
You know, if I look at the various layers, there was a lot of pushing from outside the Ministry of Health to constantly look at evolving our approach. And that was coming from the Prime Minister and Cabinet, it was coming from the business community, it was coming from the Māori community in iwi, it was coming from the Pacific Island community. We became ultimately, and this is my view, and as I say, this is partly a retrospective, it wasn't always visible at the time, but we became a prisoner to our elimination strategy. What ostensibly happened, we were pursuing this strategy, we were one of the very few countries in the world that was pursuing that strategy, and I think we convinced ourselves that a lot of the learnings internationally weren't relevant to us because they weren't pursuing the same strategy we were pursuing, so it wasn't easy to directly transfer and translate those learnings and those insights. I mean, rat test was a classic example. You know, the view was we needed a testing regime that would pick up every single instance of the virus. Rat tests weren't as accurate, therefore they weren't really relevant to an elimination strategy because you couldn't afford any single vector for the virus to come in. So we shut down a lot of sources of potential innovation and evolution because we defined our approach to dealing with the virus as relatively novel, therefore we had to develop our own insights and our own solutions. So we became very introspective as a country, certainly within the ministry, in terms of looking at how we could adapt. And I think ultimately, you know, that was a limitation for us. You know, I look at saliva testing. It was proven in an operation kind of 18 months before we were allowed to use it in New Zealand, and then we hamstrung the capability. Rat testing was the same. A number of the decisions at the border were the same, and you know, Adrian can talk to that very eloquently. I think our mindset became one of, you know, we have to chart our own path through this. And if I look from a business perspective, you know, all our best innovations and our learnings always come from looking at what others are doing and trying to import that into our organisation, and we lost that opportunity somehow in this process.
Yeah, great.
Can I just build on that, because I think that devolution point is important, but that sort of sense of the mortgage on ideas coming from the centre was really, you know, showed up in many places, but I remember one example where I was briefing a very senior minister about the work we were doing across actually government and private sector, led by customs and MOT. And so what we were looking at was the future border model in a risk-adjusted way, reflecting New Zealand's elimination strategy. I remember sitting in with that minister and giving the briefing and saying, look, we've got a great model here, you know, cross-government and business. And his comment to me was, yeah, we need to go and think about that, or I need to go and think about that. And it really struck me, which is, and I said to him, actually, you don't need to worry about it. Give us the problem, we'll go and work on it and come back to you as the decision maker with a proposal, and you can decide. But you don't need to work it out. So I think that sort of sense of centralisation, which was a combination, I think, of risk and this sort of sense of New Zealand's elimination strategy was so unique that the ideas could only come from one source, I think did limit us. And it stopped us sort of dealing in a sensible way with some of the things I think could have been dealt with in the 21 year that took much longer than it should have to resolve.
That's really interesting. For those, if anybody's got a question, just please raise your hand, but do wait for the microphone to come to you, just for those on the live stream. So if anybody has got a question, please raise, and I'll keep going for now. Staying with you, Adrian, because obviously you're at the front door of New Zealand, and so inherently connected to responses all around the world. What were you seeing happening on the international scene that you thought we should have learned from earlier? Or maybe examples where we did, and we did adopt those things.
Well, I think, and Rob touched on this, testing was a really obvious one. And I won't go over that too much again, but that was a clear example. I think there were other issues around risk-based approach to managing the movement of people from different destinations or origin points, and the sort of sense that there was no other answer than the eliminate and put through MIQ. And I think, so there were plenty of examples like that, and that frustrated, I think, a lot. And it also had very high personal costs, I think. I think we could have, and Kieran probably know more about this than me, but I think we could have moderated or modulated our MIQ response in a different way based on a more risk-adjusted approach, which would have lessened the social cost of some of those measures much earlier than it otherwise had. And so I think picking the best, as Rob said, from around the world and applying it to our local context, I think is the right thing to do. And it was a little bit like wading through treacle to get people to listen, to reflect on and sort of say, yes, that sounds like a great idea, let's go and work on it. But we were working it by asking the private sector as well as the public sector to work together on what those answers might be. That felt like real resistance.
I'll just jump in there. A perfect contrast for me is in the March 2020 Alert Level 4, I left the Ministry of Health building the day we went into lockdown. I had an apartment in Hill Street, so 2 blocks away, and I walked in, it was dark, there were no cars and there were no other people on the street. So I was going up Hill Street and a homeless person popped out of the pathway from the back of Parliament onto Hill Street. And we both gave each other a fright because we were the only 2 people, it felt like, in Thorndon on the street at that time. And she said, "What's happening?" And I said, "What's up, love?" She goes, "What's happening?" I said, "We're in lockdown." "About what?" And so we had a wee chat, and I said to her, "Have you got somewhere to go tonight?" She said, "Yeah, I'm sorted. She said, "It's a bit weird, not having anybody around." I said, "Yeah, that's true. August the 12th, I wake up in Hawke's Bay, and I drive myself from Hawke's Bay to Hastings Hospital, and we have determined in Hawke's Bay that everybody's an essential worker, because we've got so much going on in Hawke's Bay that means our economy needs to thrive, that I probably only saw 20% less people on the road than I did the day before. So we had worked through what it meant in Hawke's Bay to live within the parameters of a lockdown, but make sure that we could still grow grapes and pick apples.
That's really interesting. Kiriana, I'm going to stay with you because really interesting question now from the health background. In retrospect, do you think due consideration was given to some of the health trade-offs? So obviously there's economic, there's social, but impact of delaying elective surgeries, treatments, impact on mental health. And even can you give us a picture into some of those discussions that were happening around this? Obviously it would have been discussed.
Yeah, so I think it was clear to everybody that there is a primacy around the public health policy. There was kind of layering within the health policy, so public health policy, what that meant for us to respond to a public health matter. And then based on a number of the incredibly alarming stories we saw in other parts of the world around the health response to people who had COVID, it was quite concerning about our ability as a health system to be able to push that many people through primary care, push that many people through hospitals. And so that was the second layer of, if you remember at the start, everyone was worried, and we still counted how many ventilators we had in New Zealand and how many ICU beds. Everyone talked about the tip, but we really need to talk about the base equally as much. And there was a, and then the next layer then was what were we missing out on in preventative care? Because equally there were there was planned care that could be done, hips and knees. But there are women who haven't had cervical smears. There are children that haven't had immunisations. So I get that the planned care is important to a lot of New Zealanders and it affects a lot of whānau, but there's a very massive base of preventative health care that also we will spend, I think, a generation catching up on. What I would say is those things were considered, but public health policy took primacy. And if I just speak with my former Hawke's Bay District Health Board hat on, in winter 2021, we had a respiratory presentation to hospital winter like we'd never seen before. And so it actually wasn't COVID that was putting pressure on our hospital. We are a hospital that was built for 90,000 people of Hawke's Bay, and we now have 180,000 people. We had an emergency department that was built for 60 people to be in it, and we see 180 people a day. So for us, we didn't even get to think about COVID because there were other things that were in front of us. So I think that people accepted that there was only so much could be managed through the pipe, and we were going to have to live with the consequences of that. And I think for everybody in this room, they will know that the consequences of that fall completely differently across different demographics of New Zealand, and it will be poor people and it will be brown people that will be facing the consequences of that for far longer than everybody else.
I'll just check, no one in the room. All right, well, I've got a lot, so we'll keep going. Rob, you said something really interesting earlier about information management. You know, people that seemed solid suddenly felt like they'd gone down a conspiracy hole and so on. At different times, the COVID response was criticised for maybe over-managing information and so on. What do you think could have been better in that space? What were the gaps? What did we get right? And what could have been better? Because many sectors of the world talk about that as actually one of the strongest parts of the New Zealand response relative to how it played out elsewhere.
I think this issue falls into the category of this lack of adaptation and agility. I think we did really well on communication early on. I think the Prime Minister and Ashley built real trust and confidence through that probably 2020 period, and I mean, evidenced by the election result, right? You know, as a population were very supportive of what the government was doing, the direction we were heading in. I think as soon as we got into the vaccine phase, there were a whole bunch of unexpected issues emerged. You know, we clearly, there was a lot of criticism because the vaccine was perceived to be late arriving in New Zealand. There were a lot of issues around the process of and the information around the vaccine and so on. And we were under pressure to get it rolled out because vaccine was seen as a critical foundation stone to being able to move to a different state, I guess. And I think it's when we got into that phase and there started to be a few chinks in the armour, and there were certain segments of the population that believed the government wasn't being full and frank, or the Prime Minister wasn't, or Ashley wasn't, about vaccine and the consequences of it and justification for why it seemed to be arriving late and so on. And I think it was from that stage onwards that we saw trust start to ebb away a little bit, and with trust is connected to social license and so on, and you just saw a few things fraying at the seams, and then ultimately I think there was a fatigue element that set in as well. When you got to August 2021 and you had the Delta outbreak and the Auckland lockdown, I think that really started to test people's, I guess, commitment again and trust in the government. And it all started unravelling pretty quickly looking forward from there. So if you go back and say, well, what would you do differently? It's a hard question. I mean, there's clearly no substitute for absolute honesty and truthfulness and transparency. And whilst I don't think there was ever any dishonesty, I think you've got to be really careful when you're a communicator that you don't try and become too clever in terms of how you position your arguments and position your language. And I think, and this is not directed at any individual, but I think collectively there was too much message management rather than thinking, how do we get really, really precise, clear, accurate, confident sound bites out that people can understand. And I think the spin doctors progressively got involved and that started to undermine trust. It does make me wonder whether through a process like this you need some independent authority that sits outside of the decision making that can validate the kind of the source of the truth, if you like, that's not politicised, that's not involved in the core decision making where they're having to justify their own decisions and so on, which you could say is true of the Ministry of Health. You look at the Prime Minister, ultimately it has to become politicised, right, through that political lens. And I wonder whether you can have an independent authority that runs alongside and gives people reassurance of the messaging that is making its way through. Because I think this issue is only going to get bigger. I mean, you look at real-time global social media. I mean, TikTok trends die. They arrive and they die in the space of a couple of days. And so we've never experienced a crisis with that level of real-time social media before, and certainly not an extended one like this pandemic. I'm going to put a pin in that. I'm going to come back to that notion of the independent side because I think there are some questions here about looking forward, preparing. I'm just going to check here. Obviously, we're looking at things that maybe were gaps. That's appropriate because we're trying to learn. Also, what went well? What should we be most proud of? What are the things that we need to ensure that we do again or build upon for the next crisis, be it a pandemic or something else?
I was just building on, on what Rob said. I think if you look around the world, I think the research is starting to suggest those countries that did their best started with strong trust in institutions. And I think we have that in New Zealand. We're probably in a better position than other countries. But I think it has been eroded through what we saw in COVID. So I think there is a real need to look at our system of government, system of engagement with the community and how we work with community to make sure that trust is rebuilt. So some of the things that Rob mentioned I think are critical. I'd add to that, how do you get transparency and trust is contestability of ideas. I think there was a sense of closed that meant that different ideas were not welcome and information was not open. So we several times over the course of the pandemic asked for access to the models that were guiding decision making, the metrics, the outcomes, and in fact publicly called 5 chairs of major New Zealand companies called for, tell us what you're solving for, yet it was not shared. And so I think that lack of contestability or openness to different views, I think, does erode trust, both with individual citizens but also other organisations that work with government. So I think rebuilding trust in institutions, I think, will be one of the most important things. And then Rob mentioned a few other things, a CDC-style model. surveillance for the future. I mean, there is no question. I mean, we have, and I keep saying this for years, we have animal biosecurity at the border and have had for decades. And we're one of the few countries in the world that already have that. So we know how to do this. Human health security at the border is something we have to have. And there are different ways you can do it, but it can't be ignorant of the realities of running a border itself. So it can't be derived in Wellington and then cooked up and delivered. It must be built with airlines, border agencies, airports and others. So trust in institutions, I think, and looking at the ways that we manage for the future pandemic through building the institutions that we need for the future will be important.
I actually thought we did, and I referenced this earlier, I thought we did a really good job of the first phase. The decisions that we made, and you have, when you remember back then, there was so much we didn't know. So we were having to make decisions on very, very limited information. And I thought we did a really good job through the first phase. And it's fascinating, Kiriana talked about, we went into lockdown, most of Wellington went home. It's amazing how well that place works when there's no one there. I mean, quite seriously, that's right. Kiriana didn't feed me all these lines, just to say, because she can't say them. But the reality is, when all the bureaucracy was cleared out of the way and there was a very, very small number of people making decisions, it did actually work really, really well. And a lot of what we're talking about is when these large kind of bureaucratic, monolithic things re-establish themselves and the Ministry of Health tenfold the size that it previously had been, then of course everything slowed down. I mean, and it's just human nature. If you have 10 people in a room trying to make a decision, it'll take twice as long as you have 5 people in the room. It probably takes 4 times as long, actually. So one of the learnings for me is to say it worked so well, and we were making really, really good decisions when we had a very, very limited number of people involved. How do you protect that as you move forward and try and constrain the bureaucracy from re-establishing itself and slowing the whole machine back down again?
Yeah, I mean, Rob probably wouldn't, but I would have described my role in the early days with Rob as the rose amongst the thorns, because there was Rob, myself, Mike Bush, Brendan Boyle. There was a small group of people in the Operations Command Centre who met every day, and I came and was a translator and a navigator of what was going on in the ministry, and we would land sensible forward movement in a way that really made sense. I mean, I think for me the things that went well, and then I'm not sure if we adapted as well as we could. At some stage, we needed to convert the SIM structure, the emergency management approach response, to what happens when the response lasts 2 years. And how do you evolve that? Because a lot of that was quite well understood and well protected, but as Rob says, as you add more layers and people, you really lose, I suppose, the ability to make decisions as quickly as you can. Adrian and I were talking before this about the appointment of a public sector, private sector task force to manage the Cyclone Gabrielle response from the start, I think is also a lesson well learnt. And I think that's a lesson that is folding into each region. When I talk about Hawke's Bay, we've got 4 district councils, we've got a regional council, we've got 14 post-treaty settlement groups, we've got large primary industry. It's the beauty of democracy and the Games of Thrones, all at the same time. And so you've got to be able to make sure that everybody is there, because these are big tasks to tackle. So I think that is something we need to work on. I think the last thing which I think was a beautiful thing. And again, I'll use the Hawke's Bay example. Our Māori providers in our tai whenua were the lead for the whole population for our care in the community and for our vaccination program. You know, in Hawke's Bay we can be a little bit Plymouth Rock, and sometimes there are people who would have not even have known that Māori providers existed, and yet everybody's experience was as positive as it could be. And I think it was a real measure of what's good for Māori is good for everybody. And COVID allowed that opportunity to shine. And so I think that's an incredibly positive thing that came out of our experience of the tail of COVID.
Thank you. And I've just got a question from the floor here, and we've got about 6 minutes or so, and then we'll go into close. Please.
Kia ora, Josie Pagani here. Great discussion, guys. Thank you. I just want to ask, what do you think, do you have any confidence that the Royal Commission will address any of the issues that you've raised?
It's an interesting question. I'm really hopeful that it does. I think the Royal Commission is critical. I mean, you look, so much of our response was developed on the fly. It wasn't predetermined, and already, you know, the key leaders that have all that learning in their heads. Ashley's gone to a different role. The Prime Minister's no longer in her role. None of the three of us are in our roles. You know, the world moves on really, really quickly. So I think the Royal Commission is critical to capture the learnings. I think the chair of that commission coming from offshore will be a really good perspective from the outside in. So I think that independence is really valuable, and I think it's absolutely critical. We did get some things right, you know, and it's the nature of the session kind of is designed to look for improvement opportunities. We got a lot right, but there's a lot we could do so much better. And I think actually next time round it'll be even tougher. I mean, this misinformation issue, I think, is, you know, one of the biggest issues facing our generation and is going to keep growing.
I'd certainly like to see the terms of reference broadened. I think they are too narrow, and I think when you've got an event like this, it affects almost all parts of our country, society, culture, economy. So I think it's too narrow. So I'd like to hope, maybe, the new Prime Minister might be willing to open that up a little bit more. I also, and this is not a comment on Tony Blakely, but I would have preferred someone a bit more distant from the New Zealand response chairing it. I think it's a little bit too close to home. You know, we engaged with Tony on a few things throughout the pandemic response from our point of view, and I know he was involved in other things. So I think distant sort of reflection on what we did, pick up both the good and the things that we work on would be great, but it is what it is. But a broader reference, I think, would be great.
I think the broader reference will potentially get forced, because as soon as you open the lines of inquiry, people bring whatever it is that they want to bring to the table. And as a former public servant, I politely say the best inquiries always do.
All right, I'm going to go to the closing question. This is with the goal of learning, so one that's come through. If you were designing a pandemic response agency, what personnel do you think its board and management need? How do we set ourselves up better for the next one? And we'll just go quick fire through the team.
I think it needs to be probably a little bit more United Colours of Benetton, which is my point about we need to be making sure that we've got private, we've got public, we've got people that really understand responses, we've got Māori, and that we think about that purposefully from the start, and not make it look like it's something we thought about later or were pushed to think about after we went live.
Thank you.
I'd simply like to apply the standard crisis management response, and it's been touched on by both these guys as well, which is in the way we ran at the airport, and I'm sure it's the same as in New Zealand, which is you have your immediate response team, you have your recovery team who look ahead to how do we get out the back of this, and then you have your strategy team who look very long term. And all of those have to operate at the same time. And then In doing so, you then draw on the whole of the country, all the expertise, all the knowledge, and are open and agile in how you respond. I think that would, and that's an evolution of what we did do, but I think that would help make the next time better. And we write it down. We must write down what we learned.
Thank you.
There's a couple of key principles for me around how you go about designing a future pandemic response. The first is that all your best knowledge is always out on the front lines, right? So you have to figure out how you can have distributed access to new insights that are occurring, whether that's from business, as I say, different community groups, from Māori and so on. So having those insights able to be absorbed by the decision makers is absolutely key, number one. Second for me is open-mindedness. You know, one of the fascinating things about this pandemic, things that I believed a month in were often proven to be no longer true 3 months in or 6 months in. You have to be able to walk away from absolute truths that you believe and accept new realities as they emerge. It's really easy to get trapped into a mindset of defending a previously held belief when it's no longer true. And I think that was really evident. So you need a principle of open-mindedness. You need a principle of being able to access and source insights globally from the best practice. We had countries that were experiencing things well ahead of us because they were pursuing different strategies and we weren't adapting their learnings. And then the third piece of me, so as I say, you need this independence and to be able to build confidence in what is the truth, transparency and honesty as you move. And so I think the CDC and the leadership there was a global role model that we could learn from and we could adapt here as well.
Thank you. Look, we're at time, so I'll call it for this session. There were a lot of questions that came through that we didn't get to. That's those happen in the foyer. Some of them are probably best expressed on a smaller stage as well. But Kiriana, Adrian, Rob, thank you so much for this. I know that COVID for some, as you said, seems a long time ago, but we're still living with so many of the other impacts and we don't know what is around the corner and some of these things. In fact, we're right in the middle of when we brought in the definition of the responses we need. So we all really appreciate it and we'll put our hands together. Thank you. I would now welcome to the stage, we've got one session before we move into a lunch break where you can ask the other questions about the vaccine procurement strategy. But I will now welcome to the stage Nicola Willis, the opposition spokesperson for finance and also deputy leader of the opposition. Welcome, Nicola. Good to see you. You on?
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, ngā mihi mena mana whenua o tēnei rohi, mena waka katoa ki tau mai nei. Ko Nicola Willis, taku ingoa, nō te whanganui a Tara ahau. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here at the New Zealand Economics Forum with you today to discuss the challenges facing our economy and to share National's plans for reducing the cost of living and lifting incomes for all. Let me acknowledge the esteemed guests in the room, the Right Honourable Jim Bolger, former Prime Minister of New Zealand. I think here in that capacity, but also as a great dad to his son, the head of the Waikato Management School, and my former Fonterra colleague, Matt Bolger, of course, Vice-Chancellor Professor Neil Quigley, economists, business leaders, experts, students, all of you. I'm very impressed by the qualifications, the expertise and the experience assembled at this forum. And so let me be candid, I don't share anything like the depth of formal economics training that many in this room today have. I first learnt about small business, economics and global trade not from textbooks, but by observing the efficiency of the commercial kitchen at the Holy Bagel Cafe, where I worked in the early 2000s, through my successful and unsuccessful adventures in upselling at the Wallace Rose clothing boutique, and by comparing stock lists, sales volumes and price points at the Timberland shoe shop I once helped manage. And I learnt about what economics means for households through juggling our first mortgage and the childcare costs of our 4 kids, and by being invited into the lives of New Zealanders from all walks of life who have had the generosity to share their stories and their hopes with me. And I learnt what matters for our exporters by talking with the team at a factory in Colombo, turning New Zealand milk into branded consumer products, by watching closely as my senior managers negotiated deals with global food producers in Shanghai, and by listening to farmers while gazing out over muddy paddocks right here in the Waikato. And experiences like these have left their mark on me and many of my National Party colleagues. Our team holds our economic policies to the practical tests of everyday life. If it won't make a meaningful, positive difference to shop owners and workers, to everyday families and exporters, then we won't pursue it. National knows that stronger and a more productive economy is ultimately driven along by people taking action, by people choosing to put in extra effort, knowing they'll be rewarded for it, by people applying greater skill to the tasks at hand so they can be done quicker and with less expense, by people innovating better ways to do things, dreaming up and delivering new ideas, new products, new services, by people making better use of the resources geography and history has granted us, and by people selling more to the world beyond our shores. And as we meet here today, there are many practical challenges standing in the way of that effort and that innovation. The destruction and devastation caused by Cyclone Gabrielle and North Island flooding are immense. And I want to share your recognition, I'm sure, of the people so badly affected today. We owe those affected a swift recovery and rebuild, and we owe all New Zealanders the assurance that we will apply the lessons learnt. At the same time, the cost of living is higher than it's ever been. Inflation has now been out of the Reserve Bank target range for 21 months, and it isn't forecast to come back down to target for another year. With the thief of inflation comes rising interest rates. Not in the history of the official cash rate have New Zealanders experienced such a fast and dramatic lift in interest rates, such as occurred since October 2021. The result is that many homeowners will be left scrambling this year when their mortgages come up for refixing and they switch from a rate with a 2 or a 3 in front of it to something with a 6 in front of it. For many New Zealanders, that difference is worth hundreds of dollars a fortnight. The average hourly wage may be nominally higher, but for many people it hasn't kept up with rising prices, meaning each fortnight's pay gets stretched thinner than the last. Worker shortages are persisting and slowing activity down, from the wait for your coffee, to the building of new roads, to the filing and filling of exporters' order books. Inflation and fiscal drag have pushed New Zealand workers into higher tax brackets, meaning typical income earners are paying more tax. Government spending has leapt up to 35% of GDP, higher than it's been in 17 years. Yet look around and it's difficult to find solid evidence that the performance of key frontline public services, be they hospitals or schools, has actually improved. So as we plan for the future, New Zealand must simultaneously fix these problems and rise to growing global challenges, decarbonising our economy, adapting to the more frequent, severe weather events that climate change is bringing, and maintaining a secure footing in a world of less stable foreign affairs, of deglobalisation and growing protectionism. So how will we do it? Today, I want to take this opportunity to set out National's plans for fighting inflation, growing our economy and building resilience for the future. We see the growing cost of living as the #1 economic issue for New Zealand. People are really hurting across all walks of life. Debt arrears are up, queues for food banks are longer, anxiety about household finances is rising. National maintains the orthodox view that the independent Reserve Bank must play a leading role in this fight. We will return the bank to a single mandate of delivering price stability with a 1 to 3% inflation target band. We will also commission an independent review of the bank's performance over the period 2020 to 2022, when extraordinary monetary policy decisions were taken, including a volume of quantitative easing that, proportionate to the size of our economy, put us amongst the top handful of COVID money printers in the world. Second, National will unblock major supply-side constraints to productive growth, starting by addressing worker shortages. We will cut through the hold-ups in the immigration system so that businesses, and hospitals, by the way, can get the workers that they need. If you want to think of the human face of what our immigration policies have meant in recent times, let me tell you the story of the nurse who came running up to my car and knocked on the window as I waited to pick my girls up from their dance class recently. Once she'd got over the fact that I don't look as good as the nice picture of me on the car, when I don't have my makeup on a Saturday morning, and she realised it was in fact me, she said, Nicola, I just want to let you know I'll be voting for National for the first time ever. And I said, well, why is that? She said, I'm a nurse and we need to bring more nurses into the country and you're the only ones who've stood up for the green list process. And I said, well, yeah, it must be so hard for you having to work all those extra shifts. She said, no, that's not it. I happily do that because I started nursing because I want to care for people. The problem is, too many nights I spend in tears thinking of the patients who didn't get the care they deserved because there's not enough of us on the ward. Third, we will stop the tidal wave of new costs and regulations that have added more price pressure to everything from food to rent. Case in point, changing the tax treatment of rental properties. Officials warned that a beehive proposal to change the tax treatment of rental properties could increase rents and churn for renters. That is exactly what has happened. National will back tenants and reduce pressure on rents by restoring interest deductibility for rental properties and taking the Bright Line test back to 2 years. While we're at it, we'll also remove the ute tax, the Auckland Regional Fuel Tax, and the proposed app tax that increase the prices people pay for vehicles, petrol, and soon their Airbnb and Uber Eats too. Fourth, National will restore discipline to government spending. This will help ease the pressure on inflation and interest rates that has been exacerbated by loose fiscal policy. It will increase the focus on results for money spent, and it will allow our government to reduce the tax burden on New Zealanders. I want to spend some time on this point of disciplined spending because it is very important. Government spending is up $1 billion a week since Labor took office in 2017. In the last financial year, government spending crept up to 35% of our economic output, a higher level than we've seen in at least 17 years. Worse, New Zealanders simply aren't being delivered value for the dollars taxed and spent. From elective surgery to emergency care to social housing, waiting lists are bigger and waiting times are longer. Whether it's the stalled Auckland Light Rail project, the excruciatingly slow Dunedin hospital build, or the 176 supposedly shovel-ready projects begun with COVID many, yet still not completed, infrastructure is not getting built in a timely way. And the Minister of Finance chose 2022, a year when inflation ran at a 30-year high, as the time to introduce the biggest spending budget in New Zealand history. National sees plenty of evidence that this largesse has enabled an ill-disciplined approach to government spending. Here's a few examples I think of. The huge growth in the core public service. It's not the frontline workers, the teachers and the nurses, but those in the backroom roles, with 10,000 plus additional public servants being hired into non-frontline roles such as policy advice, HR and communications. Even while at the same time, consultancy fees, and I'm sure there's some wonderful people from Deloitte and PwC and such here today, but those fees have leapt to around $1.7 billion a year. Millions upon millions have been spent on projects such as the TVNZ-RNZ merger, the failed Te Pukenga reforms, and the social insurance scheme proposal, only for some of those projects to be put on ice as the political temperature has heated up. I think of the decision to forge ahead with a $30 billion Auckland Light Rail project, even while hundreds of kilometres of regional roads need urgent repairs. And as Helen Clark so rightly pointed out on Twitter recently, even while we know that the thing that would best enable lower carbon transport for many Aucklanders is in fact a more reliable and frequent bus service. And I think of the willingness to fund hundreds of millions of dollars in, frankly, corporate welfare for large firms using funds raised by the emissions trading scheme and ultimately paid for by everyday taxpayers. So National's commitment is to deliver more value for government spending by prioritising better, setting clear public service targets, and holding government agencies accountable for their results. While we're at it, we'll cut through the complexity of government social services provision with a social investment approach that will drive more responsibility to the community organisations whose work has just been applauded by that panel on stage this morning. Finally, part of National's approach to the cost of living is to reduce the rising tax burden that has made it harder for New Zealanders to keep up with rising prices. Tax revenue has jumped an eye-watering $43 billion a year over the past 5 years, helped along by rampant inflation, its handmaiden fiscal drag, and a clutch of new taxes. That extra tax take, and I know you're mostly numbers people in this room, but $43 billion doesn't make much sense to the average person, but that extra tax take is equivalent to $17,500 per household. And despite the claims of Prime Minister Hipkins, core Crown tax revenue is now a higher proportion of the economy than it has been for many years, exceeding 30% of GDP in the last financial year, a level not reached since Labor was last in office. In the past few years, as I say, rampant inflation has acted as a secret tax hike on every New Zealander paying income tax, with higher nominal incomes pushing people into higher tax brackets. even while their purchasing power has dragged behind. So last year, our National Party leader, Chris Luxon, put out a fully costed, specific proposal to adjust tax brackets. The changes he proposed would increase the income level at which the 17.5%, 30% and 33% tax rates would kick in. The proposed changes will deliver someone in the median wage of $55,000 a year, $800 a year in tax relief. Someone on the average wage would be better off by $870 a year, while anyone earning $78,000 or more would benefit from from exactly $1,043 a year. Superannuitants would also benefit. Super is indexed to the average after-tax wage, and because our tax changes will increase average after-tax wages, super payments for a couple would increase by around $540 a year. Now, National can afford these tax commitments because of our commitment to disciplined government spending. And we do hope to deliver more tax reduction beyond this, but only if fiscal and economic conditions permit. Our fiscal strategy will balance the need to invest in resilient, future-proofed infrastructure and to chart a path back to surplus and debt reduction. It is possible to do this without adding new taxes. I think of the example of John Key and Bill English and the work they did to get New Zealand's books back in order after the GFC and the Canterbury quakes. Their government rightly increased borrowing to support people through the hard times, ensuring a strong social safety net for people who lost their jobs when the global economy tanked, increasing funding for health and education even while tax revenues fell, and investing carefully in the Canterbury rebuild. If National is elected to lead the government this year, we will honour our party's legacy of strong economic management. Ultimately, I believe that the best way to increase investments in the frontline public services New Zealanders need and deserve is to provide resilience and to provide growth. Productive, sustainable, low inflation growth doesn't just happen. It isn't created by government task forces and committees, no matter how well intentioned they are. Instead, government policy must create the conditions that will maximise the contribution each individual New Zealander can make and will choose to make. So National's prescription for stronger economic growth can be summarised in 5 key areas. Number 1, it starts with education. Education is the greatest equaliser the state can bestow, the most reliable ticket to a better future, and a strong predictor of the quality of life a child will have access to. And in a world of challenging demographics, of greater automation, of AI and competitive global labour markets, New Zealand simply must do better at ensuring our own citizens have the greater skills and knowledge needed to do the jobs of today and tomorrow. And it should be of grave concern to everyone in this room that by many measures, New Zealand school students today are less numerate and less literate than they once were. And that's not only relative to students from many of the countries we like to compare ourselves with, but even more worryingly, that's compared to New Zealand students of past decades. Rather than doing better for the next generation, we are doing worse. That is a moral failure, it is a social failure, and it is a future economic disaster. So National will get back to basics in our schools. We will set and report on clear achievement expectations, and we will cut the bureaucracy to put employers back at the centre of applied training. Second, we will deliver the infrastructure that New Zealand needs to support future growth, resilience, and zero carbon connectivity. That means working much more effectively with the private sector, viewing them as our friends, not our enemies, offering more flexibility in the way that we finance big projects, and sequencing those projects with greater coordination and foresight. Crucially, it means getting our consenting regime right. We are concerned that the government's proposed Resource Management Act replacements may in fact be worse than the status quo, with one submitter confirming the changes would make it harder, not easier, to consent wind farms. That cannot stand. Third, we will turbocharge the innovation engine, backing firms to embrace productivity-enhancing technology, easing access to global capital that will allow new ventures to expand and flourish, and remaining open to the talent and skills immigrants can bring. Fourth, we will stop the tidal wave of mostly well-meaning but ultimately destructive regulation that has come to smother too many business owners. From the triple CFA, which has strangled access to credit, particularly for low income and low wealth individuals, to the so-called fair pay legislation, which is set to tie hundreds of otherwise productive people down in negotiating rooms, even when many of their employees don't want to be part of it. To the prescriptive farming regulations that defy practicality and ignore regional reality. Sometimes I'm asked, how can you quantify New Zealand's growing regulatory burden? What's your proof point? And they're hard to find, but perhaps the best measure is the hours that small business owners tell me they now spend at their kitchen table with the lamp on, responding to the latest compliance email from a government department. Those hours at night spent on compliance are not spent working on the business. They are hours not spent nabbing a new customer, hours not spent with family. Those are the hours that the national government will work hard to give back. Finally, National will keep strengthening our connections to the world, building on existing trading partnerships and easing the door open to new ones. Our view is that New Zealand must diversify the places we sell to and extract more value for the selling that we do. And New Zealand must not be inward and insular, we must be outward-looking and globally minded. And that means continually seeking to compete with the rest of the world. By that measure, we are currently slipping. Last year, New Zealand suffered the biggest drop in rankings among 63 countries compared on measures of their competitiveness, including technology, science and business productivity. I see that as a warning bell, and if policy makers don't react, then we are accepting a slide backwards for our country and its people. Let me close the speech by saying what makes me fundamentally optimistic about New Zealand's prospects. That's because the strengths that we have as an economy are almost exactly the strengths countries will need to succeed in the changing world of coming decades. In a world of growing food insecurity, we already feed 40 million people, and we have huge opportunities to get more value for the sustainable, carbon-efficient, nutritious food we produce. In a world desperately seeking to transition away from fossil fuels and towards renewable energy, we already depend on largely renewable electricity, and with the right approach to consenting, we have the ability to produce much more abundant renewable energy. We have the resources to electrify New Zealand. And in a world increasingly nervous about conflict and border disputes, we remain an independent nation committed to the rules-based international order. And quite simply, our country has the best people in the world. Hardworking, community-minded, innovative, entrepreneurial. New Zealanders are our economy's magic ingredient. So National's economic management approach, in closing, will back all those Kiwis working hard, all those people doing double shifts, early mornings, late nights and weekends. We will back the New Zealanders fuelled by our shared determination to provide for their families and do well by their kids. And we will stand with all the New Zealanders who want to get ahead under their own steam. People are at the heart of National's policies, and I know that they will be at the heart of the discussions here today. Ko te tangata, as the university says. I wish you well for the forum. I thank you again for this audience, and I look forward to your questions. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
All right, kia ora Nicola, thank you. So, as before, there are roaming mics. If you'd like to ask a question, please just raise a hand. One of the team will bring a microphone to you. And I've got some here. I see one question here, and then I'll go to the Slido. So we can get a microphone at the front.
Kia ora Nicola, Peter Rice from ClearPoint Advisors. I'm actually a London firm. Possibly that's why we have a little more red tape these days. I think there's probably too many British advisors coming over from previous governments. Nicola, look, I liked what you were saying, but I'd really like to hear more about an industrial strategy, about R&D, all these sorts of things. And I did a report with a group of others 5-6 years ago. New Zealand was well into relative decline already. How are you actually going to reverse that? Because that, I think, is our biggest issue. And maybe an example is that, and I live in a farming community, so I love my farmer neighbours, but you know, you look at the export revenues coming out of tech and services, and maybe we don't have to feed 40 million people. Maybe we can just work on selling services which are much friendlier to our environment, and we can still enjoy Aotearoa and its waters.
Well, thank you for your question, and I would just like to say I welcome all of the people who have come from the UK to become New Zealanders. They came here because they wanted something better, and I agree, it's much better here. But look, my simple answer is we have to do both. You know, I'm a Wellingtonian, which sometimes is a dirty word, but I'm really proud that our city is the home to Xero, to Trade Me, to multiple software as a service firms that have shown that we can export world-leading technology and innovation and create jobs and incomes out of it. But equally, when I visit our farms, I see that the most successful and productive farmers are applying world-class innovation, research and technology. You know, the reason Zespery's exports are in such demand is because we've had the best plant breeding program and we're offering innovative fruit to the world. So long may that continue. When it comes to our innovation and research and technology policies, we've set a woman known for her feistiness and tenacity onto the task, one Judith Collins. And look, she has been hugely energised by going and talking to those involved in the tech world. And if I were to summarise the thoughts that she's bringing to us that will inform the policy we'll announce shortly, in fact, we know that there can be a lot of discussion about the government science system and the innovation architecture. That's a top-down approach. We need to instead have a bottom-up approach that says what will enable that small employer, that farmer, that small exporter to take up the technology that will make them more productive. How do we ensure they are able to make those capital investments, able to access the capital, have access to an innovation system that's actually delivering to their real needs? We see a lot of potential to do better, so I look forward to discussing it more with you.
Kia ora, thank you. And I'll go to the screen now, but please keep any other questions coming. So we're just a few weeks out, we're fresh in the recovery from extreme weather events. How would a national-led government make New Zealand more resilient to more extreme weather events? And what role do you see, or does the party see, for central government in discussions of managed retreat?
Well, thank you for the question, because I think these are issues that are top of mind across the country today. And as we look at the terrible events that have unfolded in Auckland and Gisborne and Northland, in Hawke's Bay and elsewhere, Coromandel, I think there's a few elements. The first is we do, I think, need to take another look at our emergency response mechanisms. Of course, we're still focused on that response, but there is going to need to be a review of where things weren't ready, whether that's the river monitoring, whether that's flood warnings, whether that's communication systems and how they operate when there's no electricity. All of that needs to be re-evaluated, and we need to do a better job there. The second bit is about where we build and what infrastructure we have connecting our communities and our people. And National looks at that in two ways. The first on that question of where we build, where we exclude from building due to natural hazard risk, or where we discourage building because of natural hazard risks. We realise is one of those very nutty problems where you have both the potential moral hazard of stepping in where insurers already have a critical role. And you also have potential issues of fairness, and that any decision made in one locality must be widely applicable across the country. And it's because of that nuttiness and the need for these to be decisions that cross multiple governments that we have supported Todd Muller to engage in discussions with James Shaw, our climate change spokesperson, with the Climate Change Minister to look at those questions of managed retreat. But the second part is how do we deliver infrastructure? Because I put to you, the discussion about climate change adaptation and resilience should not be one about who has the bigger checkbook, because checkbooks aren't actually the barrier. It's about who's got the plan to deliver it. And it's our view that New Zealand needs to be much smarter about both prioritising our infrastructure investments, committing to a long-term timeline, and sequencing those building projects so that firms, workers, experts want to come and commit themselves to being part of our long-term infrastructure pipeline. So our infrastructure spokesperson, Chris Bishop, is working very hard on that.
Thank you. So questions just come in related to cost of living. So did you not consider a tax threshold or perhaps removing GST on food as better to help with the cost of living crisis, given median income here is $55,000?
Look, I can't go to a public meeting in New Zealand without considering that question because it's certainly something that occurs to people, because the most obvious cost of living crunch is when you go to the supermarket and you look at the price of broccoli or cabbage, and I'll readily admit it's eye-watering and really difficult for many families. The challenge with doing a GST change of that sort is twofold. First, there's no guarantee that all of the GST reduction will be passed on to the shopper or the consumer, so there is a real risk there. The second issue, of course, is that in a sense it's quite a regressive way of addressing tax, in that those who buy more vegetables at the high market, more Wilsons and the like, are going to end up getting more tax reduction than lower income people. And finally, the tax purists here will understand that New Zealand's commitment to a broad-based GST system with the minimum of exclusions, technicality and complexity has served us quite well, as the Australians with their books full of whether it's a cooked chicken or an uncooked chicken and what the tax treatment should be would attest. So we are very conscious that food is a massive cost of living pressure. And that's one of the reasons why Todd Muller, our agricultural spokesperson, is on a mission to identify those regulations that have added to the cost burden on our farmers in recent years, such that those costs are being passed on to New Zealand shoppers.
Thank you. And referencing another area of cost, there are a couple of questions I'll put together here. So one is that you focused on fiscal discipline in your speech but didn't reference cyclone recovery. How would National think about funding that? But there's also a question around water infrastructure, very topical. We hear rates won't increase, but there'll be a use of debt. How would that be funded? And of course, those two things might be the same.
Well, I may have spoken too fast, but I certainly did reference cyclone recovery. We see that as a critical part of both the immediate spending priorities for New Zealand, but also the medium-term infrastructure building that's going to have to go on. We see cyclone recovery as being both the immediate response to get communities and families back on their feet, but also about restoring those connections, whether it's the 15 bridges that are down, whether it's making sure that telecommunications are more resilient in the future. So as I set out, our view is that if we are being disciplined about our books elsewhere, then there is a case for borrowing for those long-term investments, so long as we chart a path back to surplus. Certainly, that is the approach that Key and English took after the Canterbury quakes, and I think what they demonstrated was it is possible to be very careful about those rebuild investments while also charting a path back to surplus. Second question is about water infrastructure, and some of you will have seen that we have announced our alternative approach to the government's proposed Three Waters reforms. Our approach acknowledges that New Zealand is underdone on our water infrastructure investment, that we need to do much better in the future. And we see the way forward not as taking control and ownership away from local communities who don't wish to give that control and ownership away, and not to be creating new centralised mega bureaucracies with complex co-governance structures around them, but instead to say we will from henceforth have a water regulator. In fact, we accept the government's model there that will set quality standards. We will also have an economic regulator that will require councils to demonstrate they have a 30-year plan for investing in their water infrastructure and that they have a finance plan for raising the revenue to support those investments. We've put forward a structure which would allow councils to more readily work together to put those plans together. With regional controlled organisations in which no council has more than 50% share, it will be much more possible for councils to access the long-term funding and finance that they have lacked access to in the past, and that has stopped many of them from making these longer-term investments.
Thank you. Question, Adrian.
Nicola, thank you for those comments. I wondered if I could just broaden out a little bit and pick up on your last comment about 30-year view, because I think if we look around the world, there's a strong sense that demography is destiny for many countries, and superpowers of many countries around the world as being a place where skilled migrants want to come and work. If I then pick up on your themes around the need to invest in these critical bits of infrastructure, which I entirely agree with, how do we start to have a more open discussion about what is our strategy for New Zealand from a population point of view? How do we get the right people here, and how big do we want to be in the future? I note that in Australia it's quite an open discussion between political parties, left and right, but it seems to be the unspoken topic here. But if we were able to have that conversation about the right kind of migrants that we wanted on a year-by-year basis, business could start to build up the scale, could respond on an annual basis, we could get the houses built in the right way, and then we can have the infrastructure we truly want in a country that's long and thin in the future. So could you just talk a little bit more about a longer term view on immigration and how that's important for this?
Yeah, thanks for the question, because I agree demography is one of the major challenges for New Zealand and many countries around the world over the coming decades. And when I think about that issue, it's just abundantly clear to me that we are going to have to include in our plans welcoming people with the skills and talent we need from other countries in the world. And I think it's a great shame that in these past couple of years, while other countries such as Canada and Australia and others have been rolling out the welcome mat to skilled foreigners, New Zealand has been putting up the stop sign. And that sends a very bad message. And our view is that it's going to get harder, not easier, to attract skilled workers in the future. So the conversation we want to have is this isn't an either or. It's not train and educate your own people or import from overseas. It has to be both. Because when we allow more skilled workers to fill the gaps in our own businesses and public services, we're then able to better educate our own people and provide them more opportunities. So the discussion we would like to have is about what New Zealand needs to have the industries, the growth and the services that New Zealanders expect. And the conversation we would like to have is one that stops these tropes that immigrants are somehow taking from us, when actually all of the evidence and research says they give to us. And I want to thank Business New Zealand for their work, which has highlighted these demographic issues in their recent publication. And I want to say, just for the record, that I think immigrants are important not only in an economic sense, but I believe that successive waves of immigration have enriched our society, our communities, and who we are as a country.
Thank you. I will do my brief plug for welcoming international students back into the country. It's brilliant to have them here. And on that, it'll be our last question, but I'm going to stay on education. You started your discussion on plans for growth with education. This is a university. If you walk out over lunch, you'll see a lot of bright young people with amazing futures in front of them. You've touched on some of those points, but what would we expect to see as the outcomes after, take 3 years, what outcomes do you want to see change, and how would National achieve those outcomes in education?
Look, this is an area I'm passionate about and that Chris Luxon and I spend lots of hours talking about because he's very passionate about it too. You know, the first time I interviewed for a job with the National Party, I was asked, which portfolio are you interested in researching? I said, education, because if the state gets education right, that is the tool that will allow us to liberate people from circumstances of disadvantage. So there's actually a great duty for the state to ensure that when it is providing public education, that it's doing a good job of it. And so the outcome that I see is that we will actually address this growing gap between students who go to schools of lower socioeconomic communities and students who go to schools in higher socioeconomic communities. Because if you look at the stats today, actually it's middle class and upper class kids who are hoovering up interest-free student loans because they're the ones who have the qualifications to enter tertiary institutions. And we're still doing a huge disservice to many children who don't leave school with the reading, writing or math skills needed to even access the most basic apprenticeship. So I would measure our performance on education by how many more children are achieving reading, writing and math skills that allow them to participate in the modern world. And are we closing the gap so that we can truly say that the state education system is providing for people no matter their background?
Thank you. All right, we will close it there and move on into lunch. So first, why don't we just have a round of applause for Nicola Willis. All right, thank you very much all. It's a windowless room, and so it's time for a break. It's about 12:15. Food is out in the foyer. As I say, feel free to take a stroll across campus, try to recruit some students. And we'll be back in the room here at about 5 minutes to 1 to start again our next session at 1 p.m. See you soon.
In a world full of noise, there is a quiet hum. The hum of people looking at the big stuff in great detail. At the University of Waikato, we're proud of our researchers tackling the big stuff head on, together. Because together we are mighty and our mahi goes far. Together we can see possibility in a world that is gasping, grasping and demanding action now. Together we can find calm in the chaos, to recalibrate and challenge everything we thought we knew, to dig deep and find solutions that will stick, to help us build a fairer world, a cleaner planet, and keep us tracking towards the goals that really matter with an open mind to new perspectives. So here's to the big thinkers and their brave, quiet work, building a tomorrow full of hope.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times are
Mic 2. Check.
Well, we could be trained too. You never know. I think I'm right.
All right, for those by the door, welcome back in. Can see a couple of people enjoying conversations still out the back. That's wonderful. I just said to somebody during the break that it's so good to be back here in person after having to do this remotely last year. All right, I will only be here for a moment. Our next session is on immigration. It's already been touched on a couple of times this morning. So I will introduce Anna Strutt. Anna's a Professor of Economics within Te Raupapa, the Waikato Management School, and an international authority around trade, and particularly trade modelling, and does a lot of work with international organisations. So Anna, I will leave it to you.
Thanks very much, Matt. And it is indeed nice to be back here in person. Last year was quite lonely sitting on the stage with just some cameras in front of us, so great to have everyone back with us. Well, you know, as Matt mentioned, we've already been talking about immigration, or had it covered a little this morning, and I think that focusing on issues that may pose particular constraints on the economy is really crucial to this 2023 discussion of sustainable growth, productivity and well-being while we're navigating these heavy seas. So I think this session is really crucial to what we're talking about in this forum. And we are turning now, of course, to immigration, the state of the labour market, and we'll be considering whether this might be the greatest handbrake to New Zealand and the New Zealand economy at the moment. Our three speakers that we have with us today, we've got, speaking first will be John McCaskill-Smith. John is the Chief Network Officer of Tend Health Limited. Our second speaker will be Rachel Simpson. Rachel is the Manager for Education Skills at Business New Zealand. Thanks, Rachel. And the third speaker is my colleague, Professor John Gibson. He's in the Economics Department here with me at Waikato Management School. So I'd like to hand straight over to our first speaker, John.
Kia ora, thank you. My name's John McCaskill-Smith. I'm kind of here as a result of the apology that was made before about someone not being able to be here, so I apologise in advance. I'm not an immigration expert. I'm from the health sector, so there'll be a little bit of a carry-on from, I guess, the session this morning around some of the struggles around the impact of immigration on the health sector from my kind of perspective. But there was just a couple of comments that I really wanted to kind of touch on, I think. And I guess continuing on from some of the themes that came out of the session this morning as well. I think that the health sector is complex like any industry that we have operating, but it's confused because it's often seen as the public health sector, and so therefore there's a sense that it needs to be run by Wellington and run by the government. But in actual fact, all of us live at home, and our home can mean different things for different people, but 99.9% of the time we look after ourselves, and that's really what the health sector is. When we do need care, the bulk of care actually takes place in the community, so it's outside of the infrastructure that's owned by the government and really off the balance sheet in terms of infrastructure. So that's general practice, it's primary care, it's community care, it's iwi providers, it's NGO kind of sector. So not government owned, government funded, and often linked to policy, but that's where the bulk of care takes place. And then at the kind of very downstream point is the hospital system, where we can see the pressures that are on that now, and I'd really like to put up the proposition that a lot of the pressure we're seeing on the hospital system is a result of, you know, the poor immigration and poor thinking about the upstream infrastructure that really looks after most of us in terms of our health. Now, we did a piece of work back in 2006 with the University of Waikato where we pulled the demographics in. So we looked at, the organisation I was working for then, we had about 500,000 New Zealanders enrolled with us across what was then 5 DHBs across the middle part of the North Island. And we aged that population, we took the disease burden and we aged that, and then we put it up against our supply side, which was actually our ability to provide care in the community. Now, this is 2006, and we forecast then that by 2027 would be 1.5 million GP consults short Now, at the time, we were providing about 1 million GP consults a year in the same kind of sector. So the sense that we had to double the size of our capacity, our supply, to meet the coming need that was kind of coming through. So that was pretty clear, and we worked quite closely with the end of the Labor government moving into the key government then around the modelling around that and to try and get the investment. But I guess it just stopped there. And the other thing that's occurred over the same kind of period of time is that the workforce demographics have changed significantly. So back then, we relied heavily, 66% of the GPs in the Midland kind of area, their base medical degree was offshore. So we were really, really heavily reliant on a workforce that was not from New Zealand. And that's actually got worse, not better. The other thing that we've seen that's changed is back then, 88% of the GPs in this cohort had some stake in the game. So they were owner-operators, or they owned a part of the business they operated in. Now, by 2018, that had completely flipped. We'd moved to only 26% of the workforce had any ownership stake. So the bulk of the workforce had moved to either contracted sessional workers or salaried workers. There'd also been a major gender shift in the primary community. So we saw a flip as well to a heavily feminised workforce, and we moved from one FTE doctor being roughly one doctor to one FTE doctor requiring 2.7 doctors to make up that FTE because people were choosing not to work in the same way that they were before. Now, the consequence of all these things combined together, Dr. Janet Skeets, who was working with us at the time, she described it as the perfect storm. So ageing baby boomers entering into retirement with longer term, more complex care that requires more to happen. Hospital systems that were not kind of being resized and refocused. The balance sheet and health really being DHBs in hospitals. So the Crown's kind of focus was always on the struggle in the hospitals. There'd been a capping of funding into the primary and community sector through a capitation kind of model, which essentially resulted in, we'll leave that alone, we don't need to worry about it. And the health system just kind of missed the whole point of what was going on with that perfect storm. So the point, you come back to the immigration point, is we're not training enough in the health sector to meet your needs as you age. And I look around and I think, the demographics in here are you're sliding into that age category where you're going to need more and more health services. I say that respectfully, but the reality is they're not going to be there, or you're going to have longer waits. And also to highlight that fact that we've got a health system outside and inside of the hospitals that relies heavily on foreign trained doctors and nurses and others. I'm using sort of doctors as a proxy for this. And I think the strategy, and I was just talking with my colleague here, it's unfathomable from the health sector. We have no idea what the government's trying to do with immigration. We also run immigration medical services, and we can't even forecast the volumes that will be coming through, not just for the health sector, but for anybody else. It's like we're running blind. So this perfect storm is going to affect every single one of you because you're all going to need health services as you age, and the health services are going to be harder and harder to find. So I've got lots and lots of questions about the immigration point, and I've got lots of other kind of examples, but that's just a bit of an intro to get us going.
Great, thanks. Nothing like a perfect storm to get us going, huh? Rachel, can we pass along?
Yeah, I was going to say everybody looks very young and healthy in this room to me.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So the short answer to the question is immigration, our biggest handbrake to the economy, is yes. The long answer to that is, and I'm going to take the lead here from some of our speakers this morning, is reflecting on the fact that we've just been through the experiment of what 2 years of no immigration looks like. And what we know from that is during that period, more New Zealanders and international people left the country than came into it. We have one of the highest outbound rates of people of any developed country. So actually, that is some of the stuff that drives our reliance on immigration, and it's not the fault of the migrants that we haven't planned or coordinated infrastructure for the last 30 years to be able to meet that growth, because actually, when you look at the history of immigration in New Zealand, it has roughly followed the flows of the labour market. When we have an extraordinarily tight labour market, immigration is up, and people looking for economic opportunities won't come here if the jobs aren't here. So overall, our immigration system has actually served New Zealand extraordinarily well. And I think what we see now is skill shortages across every industry, every region, and every level. So when we look at the current policies and what we've gone through to get to the point where we can open the border and welcome immigration back again, unfortunately, it's a lot harder to turn everything back on than it was to turn it off. And we're seeing that now in terms of thinking about how competitive is New Zealand internationally on attracting those skills, because all of the countries that we compare ourselves to have gone out there and said immigration is a key pillar of our economic recovery. And they've gone out there with big offers, right? Canada has said 1.5 million people in the next 3 years will be given permanent residency. We're still trying to work out what those pathways to residency look like in New Zealand. So we've got to make sure that we can be internationally competitive to be able to attract the kind of skills that John's been talking about.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks very much. It wouldn't be much of a panel if we agreed. So actually my short answer to the subtitle of this panel is Immigration, the Biggest Handbrake, is actually a no. It's a no 4 weeks ago, and it's still a no now despite the new labour demands that, recent tragic events have brought along. It's worth pointing out, and if I could have that slide, I have one and only slide, and so if that slide could go up for me, thanks, that, well, it would be irresponsible for me to say no and then to say, well, what is the biggest handbrake? And of course, the biggest handbrake is a persistently poor productivity performance. And so this is the last four censuses, and the colours, at least the first two bars are self-explanatory, were black. Our friends across the Tasman are in green. And then the other three bars are small OECD, less than 4 million, less than 6 million, or less than 10 million. Okay, so all of these are comparators for what might New Zealand be in a different universe, as it were. So New Zealand went from 18% foreign-born at the 2001 census to 26% foreign-born. And so we were increasing the foreign-born share at double the rate of Australia. So we've already experienced with large-scale immigration. We're now about 140% of the foreign-born share that the other small OECD countries have compared to, they've stated about 10, 12%, roughly no trend in those countries. Now, what happened whilst we ran that experiment of very large-scale immigration? Well, if you divide the economy into the part which is tradable, it's subject to international competition. So that's people producing for export, but there's also local firms competing against imports. Then in real GDP per capita terms, the tradable sector of the economy is no larger than it was 2 decades ago. All of the growth in the New Zealand economy, by and large, has occurred in the non-traded sector. Is this a coincidence with the immigration story? Is it causally related? I can think of well-respected economists formerly at the IMF, and at the IMF and at the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and at the Treasury who would argue it is causally related. I'll leave others to delve into that. But it's clearly the case that this large-scale experiment of massive immigration by historic standards and by the standards of our comparator countries didn't yield a productivity miracle for us at all. And whether it will going forward is an open question. And people might say, well, why do we worry about the fact that the economy is increasingly skewed to the non-traded part of the economy rather than to the traded part? Well, if I'm a consumer in New Zealand and I'm thinking about consuming a tradable good, and I don't like the New Zealand product because I don't think the supplier has been keeping up with the latest designs or haven't been responsive to my needs, I can go onto Amazon, I can go onto eBay, and I can import it. Okay, there's some pressure onto the supplier, and that's true for goods and services. It's certainly true for us in the education business. Likewise, the consumer overseas who likes or doesn't like the New Zealand export product has got a bunch of alternatives. But if I'm trying to build a house, if I'm trying to get a resource consent and I don't like the local product, I can't go onto Amazon and dial it up. Even if I can go to IKEA and get a flat pack house, I can't import the land. Okay? And so the supplier of non-traded goods and services, which is the vast majority of the New Zealand economy, is just under much less competitive pressure, much less innovative pressure. And so we've seen increasingly, low productivity because there isn't the pressure on these. And whilst we globalized on the people front, shown exactly by these rising black bars here, shown exactly by the sort of more micro stories from my two panelists. We deglobalized on the trades front. And so all of these other countries in this, that lie behind these bars in this graph were greatly increasing their share of trade to GDP. Australia is below us, but it's increasing at a much faster rate. All of the other small OECD countries are much more tradable. So we became less good at trade in goods and services, even as we became better at importing people. Again, are they causally related? Time will tell. The second thing to note is that immigration can often paper over serious cracks. So the obvious question, and perhaps the next panel is going to answer this, is, well, why has the New Zealand education system not delivered the workforce which is required? Why are we needing to go to there? Now, obviously, a self-interested plug, why do we have 2 medical schools, not 3 medical schools, if we're so short of doctors, right? But I'll tell you another one, and this one is, I think, very concerning. Normally, when the labour force survey comes out in New Zealand, it's only quarterly. It comes out so we've got the December household labour force survey came out a few weeks ago. Only once per year in the June quarter, so we get the data in August, thereabouts, we get the figures on disability. Okay, and so you may or may not be aware that from June 2019 to June 2022, the working age population that's non-disabled, so working age population 15 to 64, I think it is, rose by 3%. So we didn't have much population growth because the big driver of population growth in New Zealand in the short term is immigration, of course, and that was largely closed off from the start of 2020. The disabled population in the household labour force survey grew by 13.5%. So why are working age New Zealanders suddenly so much sicker? Okay? And this is not because of population aging, because we're staying within the same time range. Okay? So, and why does this matter? Well, if we look at the employment rate, and this is the employment over the population rate, so it rolls together both the labour force participation rate and the unemployment rate, then the employment rate for non-disabled in the household labour force survey is 71%. So 29% of working age population are either not in the labour force or are unemployed. Okay, and that's a really high rate, right? It's hard to get much more participation than that. But the employment rate for the disabled population is 25%. So as we move people from non-disabled into disabled for whatever reason, and there are lots of reasons for why it may be, and I may mention one depending on if I want to get invited back next year, then we see basically a negative shock to labour productivity. The ability of the economy to produce goods and services goes down because we've got this huge fall in employment rates from 71% to 25%. But there's another factor too. Given our approach to funding health and disability, it's very likely that as we have more and more disabled people, that's going to be more health expenditure. Whereas if we have, for example, and that's a problem which is unlikely to shift from New Zealand. Most other countries are generally employing some health-related tests, which would make it relatively hard for someone with a disability which stops them from participating in employment to also move somewhere else. And so this is a problem which we've got for the expected lifetime of this group. Now, what's causing it? Long COVID, perhaps. Okay, it was already happening in 2021 too. This is not just specific to New Zealand. The US is seeing a huge rise in disabilities. In the US at least, and whether this occurs in New Zealand, I don't know. It's up for others to research it, but at the US at least, there's pretty strong evidence of some vaccine injury. Okay, and so again, because we're not able to talk about certain topics openly in New Zealand, then the people who may be affected by this are probably being, I believe the term is gaslit, into saying, oh, there isn't something wrong with you, it's in your head. I don't know if that's true or false, but using a variety of different approaches in the US, they're getting up to figures of 6 or 7%. Of people who are suffering serious adverse reactions, which in many cases are hampering their workforce participation, right? And so this is not restricted to us, and of course now healthcare workers become more and more important if we've got a population which is becoming less and less healthy. And so I think we've got to look to, first of all, understand, well, what's making New Zealanders so much less well than they were before? And maybe it's simple, maybe it's just a pandemic. Okay, but as I said, the timing and the positioning and the similarity into other sectors means there's potentially something else going on as well. And so we can't rely, I think, on immigration to paper over these more fundamental cracks. Okay, and then the other thing I was going to say too, going back to the slide, and the slide can go off in a moment, we probably had the worst possible combination. We had permissive immigration settings and very restrictive land conversion or urban land supply settings. And so that, of course, drove really high house prices, but it also drove home ownership rates of the native born down significantly. And not just in the places where immigrants were settling in high proportion. So not just in Queenstown Lakes or in parts of Auckland, but spilling over into the neighbouring areas. As people can compete with the rising house prices, New Zealanders or native born were moving elsewhere, putting more pressure on there. And so home ownership rates fell. Well, if I'm no longer owning a home in New Zealand, I'm much more likely to move abroad. You know, one of the main constraints to moving is the fact you own a home, and it's a lot harder to do. And if we believe that home ownership is important, it's rare to find any politician who would get up and say, I don't think home ownership's important. And so if we believe that, then we had permissive immigration, restricted land use supply. We could have been permissive and permissive. So Texas, for example, permissive immigration, permissive land supply, and it manages to keep housing prices at about 3 times incomes. We could have been really restrictive on both. Perhaps Japan, really hard to move to and settle in Japan, really hard to release land. But we had a particular combination for whether luck or not, which gave us what is essentially a really large housing crisis, which then moves into a migration crisis, because if young New Zealanders don't think they're going to own a house, then Australia suddenly looks quite a lot more attractive.
Thank you very much for those comments from each of our 3 panellists. We've got lots of questions that are coming through on the Slido app, and of course it's a very rich conversation with a range of different insights that we can drill into here. If people have got questions from the floor, please do raise your hand and we'll get a mic brought out for you, and I'll watch out for anyone waving. If you can give me a little wave too to let me know, that'd be good. But I'm going to start with a question that's come through from online, and perhaps I'll address it, Rachel, to you to begin with, but both of the Johns may want to chip in as well, particularly on the healthcare aspect. We've seen this tightening and these changes in immigration settings in recent years. The question is it time for a national conversation on what the ideal setting should be, and how would you see us moving forward best on changing immigration settings? I guess more the structure of those settings than the precise nature of those settings. How do we get the structure of those settings improved?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's time to have that discussion. And luckily, in an election year, these discussions frequently come up. So the settings around New Zealand's immigration policy, I mean, we have some natural advantages. We're a small island at the bottom of the world, so actually we control our immigration flows through our policy settings. Now, I think, you know, part of the heart of the argument and why it's good to disagree with our colleagues is that I'd be interested in your thoughts, for example, around where monetary policy sits in our housing market and those kind of factors as well. I think that touching on what are the policies that are going to work, we do need to keep in mind that there are people at the end of this policy system. What we see, and touching on your comments about increased disability in the workforce, is we're seeing a workforce that's burnt out, because they're working more hours, they're working harder just to try and keep their heads above water. It's incredibly challenging right now to be a small business owner in New Zealand. And the light on the horizon was coming out of COVID, and actually now we've got a whole bunch of other challenges. Now, part of the relief of that is allowing people in and bringing those skills in and reconnecting with the world. So I think that discussion will happen this year in an election year. Trying to move that to a sensible long-term immigration discussion and away from what is often a polarising discussion is, I think, one of the really big challenges. But we have a wealth of evidence and information out there about immigration. I think, obviously, we can have the spirit of debate and the ability to thresh these things out. But we do need to keep in mind that the people on the other end of this, including those who choose to contribute to New Zealand and bring their international skills here, we haven't always treated them very nicely. And part of the answer to this is making sure that our immigration system is effective, it's efficient, It's predictable and ideally not subject to change every 3 years.
Thanks. John, did you want to add anything on the health implications?
From my perspective, I think Nicola touched on it before. I think it's an and. You know, from a workforce perspective, we need to train more. We need to increase our productivity, because I think some of the training that we deliver from an industry perspective doesn't deliver productivity. It's delivering a product that's misaligned with what the industry is needing. So that's one kind of component to it. But I also think there's a bigger kind of discussion that needs to be had about the command and control kind of piece, you know, the role of government in this, about should it be all about control and flicking levers, or should it be about empowerment to allow industry to get on with innovating? Because often it feels so hard to innovate. You know, examples of bringing in alternative clinicians or others to complement the more traditional. You can't get them registered. You know, you've got colleges, you've got professional bodies, and you also have government who get quite confronted with that. But I think also, really importantly, it's the models in which we run our traditional health system on. You know, COVID was often talked about as a way of digitalising and moving care out of a room with a clinician and moving some of it online. But what we've seen is that shrunk back, or, you know, roared back to the more traditional approach much more quickly than people thought it was going to happen. But look, we find that we have New Zealanders who are registered, who work for us and the company I work for now, who live all over the world. And they're great because they can work for us in the middle of their night, which is the middle of our day, or vice versa, and that's provides different options for them. We have people who say, well, actually, over winter, I want to do cross-country skiing and I want to live in Wanaka, but I still want to be a doctor for the community that I am. We allow them to live in Wanaka, do the cross-country skiing in the morning, have a wee nap, and then work for us from 2 to 8 online. But the public system doesn't kind of behave like that. It's very traditional in the sense that you come to work, you know, we have these shifts, and it's all very facility-based, which is also really capital intense. So I think there needs to be a bigger debate about what do our modern public health services look like, and how can we ensure that we've got a workforce available to us through both the training systems and schemes, but also that we can import and bring in through immigration to create greater productivity.
I mean, it's such an interesting point, isn't it? Because we've seen COVID has sped up so many trends that we'd been seeing across all sorts of economies worldwide. And of course, moving things online was one of those things that was starting to happen before COVID, and COVID sped it up. So in healthcare, it's a really interesting situation where you might have that possibility to substitute online services in some cases for in-person services. Or indeed, in the example you gave, complementary, because there's people who are willing to look overnight and view scans or whatever it is overnight and feed back that information. Sorry, Rachel, were you waiting to jump in there?
Oh, no, just to actually wildly agree for once. In terms of saying it's an and, right?
Yeah.
We need to look at immigration. I agree with you. We need to think about the training system, and you know, we have seen some really big shifts in that over the last couple of years in terms of the number of apprenticeships that have come into the system. So our pipeline at the moment is actually looking more positive than it has for a number of years. But and we also need good active labour market policies in terms of thinking about how do you help get people into work.
And if I can make one other comment, one of my other jobs is I chair one of New Zealand's largest private schools, and we are full. It's literally enrol your child with a midwife to get in. And I think that's reflective also of a concern of, you know, what the education system is delivering to some New Zealanders, or not delivering. And, you know, why, you know, we thought, well, some of this is driven by COVID. People's choices have changed. They're choosing to invest in earlier education in a different kind of way. But those trends are not buttoning off. In fact, the demand seems to be going the other way. So it goes back to your point around productivity. We need greater productivity across a lot of our public services. So how does government facilitate that without overcooking it? And then we need to be able to enable other industries to get on with it. So get out of it, enable it in a really different way, which is really similar to, I think, some of the discussions that were coming up this morning.
Just one small point on the issue as to the control we have. Yes, as Jill said, we've got a huge moat, so it's a long way to swim. So we don't have major problems of illegals, but it's not as easily controllable as might first be seen, unless we're going to return to the frankly shameful circumstances where New Zealand citizens were not able to return, and it took grounded Kiwis to take the government to court and so forth. Because we've got close to 1 million New Zealanders who have the right to return, who are living overseas. I've forgotten, Jacques Pote is right here, he might remind me. There was a paper from Motu which I think argued it was the returning New Zealanders who were putting more impact on house prices than the brand new migrants. And on the other end, with the Trans-Tasman travel arrangement, then also we have considerable fluidity across there. And similarly, Australia cannot really run an independent migration policy, at least with respect to the Pacific Islanders. So there's far more Polynesians in Australia than would be expected when we would expect more Melanesians given Australia's closeness and that, because partly because Australia doesn't have control once, under current visa settings at least, once people establish New Zealand citizenship, then they've got free rights of move there. So it's actually not quite as easy for some central policymaker to turn the wheel a little bit this and this because people have a lot of freedoms and rights. Well, again, unless we are going to abrogate those rights as happened in the past, which hopefully we don't ever see again.
And quite a few of those comments from our panellists actually touched on some of the questions that are coming through in terms of things like regulation and also the macro impacts of immigration. So hopefully we'll get to some of those as well. But just a little bit of a follow-up question on this immigration settings. I mean, do we really need to focus on skilled or unskilled? I mean, we've got the telecommuters, but we've also got a lot of need for unskilled workers. And I think some of the scenes around the country in recent weeks has really reminded us of the importance of having a lot of unskilled labour available to assist with all of those sorts of things. So, John, perhaps we'll start with you on this one.
Okay, so very quickly, for over a decade, a colleague, a New Zealander at the World Bank in Washington, DC, and I looked at basically 3 parts of the Pacific to New Zealand migration. So highly skilled people and New Zealanders going, people coming from the Pacific coming, people chosen by random ballot, which solves a lot of technical issues. This is the Pacific Access Quota and Samoa Quota. And then the recognised seasonal employment, RSE workers, who many people call unskilled. I wouldn't call it unskilled. It's skilled in a particular way, and I think it's work that the vast majority of us would not like to. I grew up on a farm. I know a few people grew up on farms nearby, and it's really hard work. And indeed, we saw that return workers had a premium, so there was some skill component, and employers wanted to get them. And what we find is that they tend to be complementary. So if you attract skill, if you've got let's say a points-based system which is trying to attract skilled workers, well, that actually creates a demand also for less skilled workers, people with less formal skills and that. And so, again, the sort of ability that we can fine-tune and we can just turn up this dial a little bit and this one down a little bit, I think is a bit misleading. People have a desire for freedom, people have a desire to see their own circumstances and their children's circumstances improve, and they will move when the constraints are restricted, when the constraints are removed to do that. And so we see that. But I do think we can learn something from looking at some of the Pacific Island countries. If you know that you're going to have a very mobile population, then it changes some of the settings. You may not want to have a tax base which is highly reliant on a very narrow mobile group of the population, because you pluck the goose too much and the goose is going to go somewhere else. And so you might want to have a pretty broad-based tax. You might want to be based on the assumption that people might be sending remittances. We don't know how much people send remittances to New Zealand. New Zealanders who have been successful, gone overseas earning a lot of money. And what we were showing was that for the skilled people, there was a frontier of about 100,000 US per year. Didn't matter if you're coming from the Pacific to New Zealand, going from New Zealand to Europe or Australia or to the US. Highly skilled people were basically those who chose to return or come back were leaving that much on the table, and the things which were causing them to do it were, again, almost nothing that governments could alter. It was desire to see elderly parents, desire for children to have the experience that these adults themselves had when they were children, and almost none of it was the little, fine-tuning that government immigration departments might try to do to incentivize them to come back or something, which is perhaps a little bit too nihilistic, but you've just got to make it a nice place to live, in a sense, and allow people to then sort and settle. So, yeah.
I don't actually like the term unskilled and skilled.
It's an unfortunate one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Particularly as agriculture often, in the international data sets, unskilled generally go into the agricultural sector, but I don't know that that's at all the case for our sector.
No, and this has been a
in New
very
Zealand.
ongoing argument in sectors like aged care, for example,
Yeah.
and the carers who come in, who I think do an amazing job. I think we do need to look at our immigration system in totality, and we need to take a broader view of this stuff, because it's not just work visas that come into the country, it's investors, it's entrepreneurs, and obviously the family connections, which has been a massive driver. What we do need is better labour market data to be able to understand how that stuff is shifting, and to understand, are we actually utilising the skills as effectively as we can? Because as much as we talk about immigration, we don't talk as much about occupational licensing and how do we accelerate that process, because you could get your visa and wait another 10 months to still get into the country. We don't talk about recognition of international qualifications very much. It's another big bit of the system. And how do we recognise prior learning and the skills that come to the country that maybe don't come from a country where we recognise their qualifications? So there's a lot that we can do in terms of thinking about that broader view. And getting the planning right, I think, is critically important, because if you think about the critical workers, for example, who are at the front line during COVID, supermarket workers making sure that we all had toilet paper, those people wouldn't get through our immigration settings now. We gave them residency, the residency visa 2021. The forecast on that was it would be 65,000 people. It's turned out to be 209,000. So, we've got to be a lot sharper at being able to understand what the shifts in the labour market are doing and provide the flexibility and agility in that labour market for companies to respond.
Thanks. And thanks also for that point distinguishing between skilled and unskilled. It's an unfortunate categorisation. And I guess in your sector as well, you see this, John, you'd probably think of lower skilled and higher skilled than unskilled and skilled, wouldn't you?
Partially, but I think, we've got some really sad stories of the de-skilling that the legislation does. So, I think of one clinic in central Auckland that we've got 7 foreign-trained doctors whose qualifications are not recognised in New Zealand, and so they're operating as health centre assistants on $28 an hour. Now, that's just not right. They're the most incredibly, a couple of them are specialists, they're not just generalists. And the way that our system is configured, there's just not enough positions in the DHBs or the hospitals to put them through the kind of catch-up kind of training program. So you often hear about the taxi drivers or the others that are kind of sitting there. These people have made the choice to come to New Zealand. They've come with families, they've come with partners, and they're contributing. And yet we are kind of constraining the level of contribution they can make because of bureaucratic process. And that struggle with. The other comment I would make is, we've got to remember demographics in all of this. I can't remember the actual figure, so I don't want to make it up, but the number of 85-year-olds is doubling at a rate that it's never doubled at before. And with that comes a significant increase in the type of care that we need to provide to keep people at home with their family whānau out of hospitals. And we don't and can't find that workforce either. And if you look at a community like Te Rāwhiti, I know looking at our health stats and our demographic stats on that, it swung for the first time ever. The smallest portion of the population is the working age group, and young people and retirees, make up the bulk of the population. So from an economic, from a workforce, from a whole lot of perspective, it just doesn't work anymore. So, how do we stack that up, and how do we make sure? Throw on top of that a cyclone, and you crash a whole lot of the economic contributors into that as well. It just seems complex. So there's lots of discussion I think we need to have there, isn't there?
And those regulatory issues and these sorts of things would also impact other sectors. Now, some of the issues that you talked about are quite specific to the health sector. But I wonder, when we're thinking about these settings, how much we can do at a general level and how much has to be done at that sectoral level, John. I guess the question is, in what sense are the constraints peculiar to the health sector differentiated from other sectors, and to what extent are those constraints and the potential solutions, which I hope you might provide a couple of brief insights on, to what extent would they be specific to the health sector or more generalisable?
Yeah, and I think if you take it back to the education sector, I think there's other interesting things starting to occur there. Now, I'm sitting in a university, I've got a couple of degrees from here, but actually micro-credentialing online through the likes of AWS and Microsoft are probably going to give young people quicker and better earning kind of outcomes in the short term than the traditional path of going through a tertiary education. Now, I say that, and there's a kind of shiver, I think, because the traditional model of what education should and look like. But if you think about the capital cost and stuff that we have caught up in this, whereas we could be fast-tracking productivity into the system using, some of those other opportunities. How do we adapt, which I think was a theme that came through this morning as well.
Thanks. I think we've got a question from the floor, is there?
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou, Naomi Pocock, University of Waikato. Just taking it back to the state of the labour market, I'm interested in if any of you have a comment on abatement rates on beneficiaries, which disincentivises work past about 6 to 8 hours a week.
I see a couple of people here who are currently or formerly in the Treasury, who I think the interface between the benefit system and market work, and that is devilishly complex, is all I'll say. And so I'm not going to give you an answer, I'm going to sidetrack it, but that's the sort of thing which Treasury has experts on in terms of abatements. And yes, we know the problem is that people can be trapped, okay? It can be the case that things which in other circumstances would make someone better off by working more hours or something like that can actually make them worse off. And the designers and the implementers understand that, but there is no perfect benefit system that's been yet developed for dealing with that.
You keep commenting. We'll get the microphone over to the front, please. Go ahead, Rachel.
No, I was just going to say that I touched on active labour market programs in terms of the abatement rates is something that would need to be looked at within that context, because we do know that there are a number of barriers to work for people that has nothing to do with the jobs not being available. So the question is, what is the social interventions that you wrap around that that enables people to be able to step into that, and what is effective? No country gets the active labour market policy stuff right. But things like apprenticeships that allow people to take on skills as they enter the workforce, and making sure that there's a balance there in terms of the other factors that make it accessible is part of the answer there, I think.
We just got a slight word on demography. I mean, I'm amazed that we can talk about immigration and population and don't talk about the massive change that's occurring with demography. In other words, fewer babies have been born. And we've got a very ageing society. Just about this whole room will be on the pension in 20 years.
Someone said that before, I think. Yeah.
That's a reality. We're going to double the number over 65. Nobody's doing any work to say we can afford that. And that's to fright miserable bastards like me taking the age up to 65 from 60, which was considered a disaster. I mean, what we have to really concentrate on, encourage our panel, is to what's the impact of demography? There's very rapidly declining birth rate really across the world, but we're just talking about New Zealand, and occasionally you'll see an article about China, but it's not China. China certainly has that problem. We're at large, Japan's even further advanced, but we're there now. And this has enormous implications for immigration policy, workforce, and where they're going to come from.
Thanks for that. And maybe I'll also wrap in a question. There's quite a few questions coming through on New Zealand's international competitiveness, and that ties in with this demography issue. So perhaps the panellists would like to respond to the question and also on competitiveness.
Well, I'm going to be in South Korea next month, which has the world's lowest. It's 0.78 live births per fertile woman, of exactly how the definition is. So the hope in some of the countries, and I don't know if that's the case in New Zealand or not, is robotisation. Obviously it is immigrants too, but people are competing for the same pool of immigrants. The other aspect of it, though, too, is it's not homogeneous. And so if we divide this by ethnic group, then we see vast differences in not only age structure, but related to age structure, fertility. And so it's also changing the composition of countries as well, dramatically. And again, which requires, perhaps more adult conversations than have been done to date. So, yeah.
I'd just say I completely agree. The demographics of our country is a massive challenge, and we've got to pretty quickly grapple with how it's going to look and how we're going to pay for it. I think when you look at the outbound flows, it is young, skilled New Zealanders that leave. When you look at our inbound flows, by and large, it is working age population. And part of what we need to look at within the immigration discussion is how we welcome families. Now, there's a policy change coming into effect shortly, which will work test partners, which I think will have a bit of a chilling effect on families that want to come and contribute to New Zealand and settle. And that's what we need, to be honest.
I absolutely agree. It's a massive challenge, and I think the other thing that we need to think about is the evidence is really clear that outside of procedural work, having your hip replaced or your knee replaced, in healthcare you get much better outcome if you receive health support from someone similar to yourself. So the other thing that we need to really consider is that our ethnic mix is changing considerably across New Zealand, and so if you look at Auckland, you look at a large urban area, or you look at the regions, what we have today is not what's going to be there tomorrow. So when it comes to workforce and immigration and productivity and building capability, we need to keep that in the back of our mind, particularly from a health perspective. You respond better to someone you feel comfortable with and you feel like you can establish a relationship with. And that's not what our health workforce looks like. The health workforce we have today is not right for the population that's emerging for New Zealand for tomorrow. So that's an additional kind of challenge that we need to kind of build in there. And how do we train for that? That's a partially a local thing, but it's also recognising that immigration is changing the ethnic mix as well. So, yep, lots in there.
Thanks, and we had lots of questions. I'm sorry, we are going to have to stop the questions now because we're out of time, but we've got lots of questions also on international education that I would love to ask because we're leading into the next panel, which of course is focusing on education, but I do encourage people during the break, which we'll have afterwards, to pick up those conversations. Thank you so much to our panellists for those rich and diverse insights into immigration and associated issues.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
No, thanks.
Yep, please, come here. Yeah, make yourself comfortable. Hi, all, make yourself comfortable. All good there, Susan? They're nice comfy seats up here. It's a little bit bright. And so we're moving directly on to our second session this afternoon, which, as I alluded to just before, at the end of that last session, is looking at education. So it's a shame that we didn't quite get the chance to tie in those previous questions, but I'm looking forward to some active conversations during the break, and perhaps some of them will come up in our session after the break, which will be on governance as well. I think that all of us in this room would agree that education is an absolutely key contributor to sustainable growth and productivity and well-being, and I'm sure that we all agree that. But it's a big cost to government as well. And it's difficult to get right, including for the diverse and perhaps even evolving student population that it's serving. So what we're doing in this session is we're turning to put schools under the microscope with a particular focus on how we turn around any things that need turning around in those schools. Our panellists for this session, we're great. It's great that we've got a wealth of experience here. We've got our first speaker will be Francis Valentine. Francis is the founder and CEO of Academy X, the Mind Lab and Tech Futures Lab you might also have heard of. Our second speaker will be Alwyn Poole. Alwyn is the co-founder and the lead of Innovative Education Consultants. And our third speaker is Susan Hassel. Susan is the headmaster of Hamilton Boys High School, so she'll be known to a number of us in the audience. Those of you that have got sons that have been to Hamilton Boys High School will be familiar with Susan and the work that she's done for an extended period of time at Hamilton Boys High School. So I'd like to pass straight to you, please. Wonderful. Francis.
Kia ora koutou. Wonderful to be here today and talking about the subject that's so close to my heart. You can't hear? Okay, I've got it. Hopefully you can hear me. Good, thank you, Paul. Look, I just want to start by picking up on the last conversation around demographics. My role is to look at the future needs of the workforce, and so that's very much my focus of my research and my activity and also at my graduate schools. And when we think about demographics in education, we cannot go away from that. Right now, we have a significant shift in the way we are thinking about training. We have to think about the types of jobs and how often people will need to go back into the workforce, back into training. But also, if we start thinking about the ageing population and where we are having growth in fertility, which is in our Māori, Pacific and our immigrant communities. And so, just as an example, I'll start with Te Tau Tokoro. So the Northland of New Zealand is a great example of what happens. It's our fastest growing region in the country. It has predominantly been populated by retired Pakeha, and we have a very large youth-based Māori population. So the work that I've been doing up there is really starting to focus on what are the challenges there in achievement? How is the success looking in terms of relevancy, context, and actually what happens if you get it wrong? And so if we start looking at a region that is advanced on the rest of the country, both in terms of where we're going to be, in terms of our population being older and white, and then we start looking at the challenges of climate change. It's already been impacted significantly in the region. And then the number of people leaving the region, not to disperse across Aotearoa, but to leave to Australia. So the skill sets that we need to be equal across all our demographic groups. Right now, in 2023, we have 283,000 people over the age of 65 working, versus 85,000 in 2010. We're going to live longer, so we need to train multiple times. And so we have to think about education not in this sort of preloading just in the school system, but actually how do we get smart people making strategic decisions throughout our entire country. So we do need to make sure we have people studying, going into university and being highly skilled. So when I think of education and having taught multiple people in both in the compulsory sector on the outside of the formal sector and also now in the postgraduate space, what I note more than anything is the low participation we have in education. So I'll start by talking about the number of people in our country who go into postgraduate study at master's level is just 5%, which is one of the lowest in the developed world. We rely heavily on immigrants for our top jobs. We often talk about immigrants coming in to take on some of our low-skilled jobs, but you only need to look at the demographics and the statistics around the types of roles they take on, which are often at the top end of town. They're making the most strategic decisions on behalf of our country. So for me, when we go backwards to the source of where this comes from, first of all, as a small advanced economy, we have the biggest employer is the government. The second biggest employer is a sole trader. So we don't have the international investment that other nations have. You know, we run small businesses for a small economy. The competitive nature of education is not part of our DNA. We rely on international talent and capability in many parts of our labour workforce. And then we have to talk about why do we not value education? It goes all the way back into our schools. And our schools right now are seeing some challenges around record absenteeism, context and relevance challenges, and we're starting to see that in a way that we can only take it and extrapolate from that if we don't do something significant, that actually more and more people will opt out of participating fully in education, and then all of the compounded effects that we're already experiencing through demographic change will become even greater. I'll start by using an example of a library. If you think about a library as a place that we all spent time growing up, as a source, and in many cases the only source of factual information. We've seen how much they have had to pivot and recreate, reimagine what a library is today. And now they're often places where there is community participation, there are often technology that you can access, there's ways of collaborating. I went today and looked at the number of roles for a librarian in New Zealand right now. 7. And one of those is for a toy library. I looked at data management, which is fundamentally what we're talking about with libraries, and we have over 600 jobs. And so libraries have moved on a long way, and they're looking at context and relevance all the time, and yet for some reason in education we hold on as though we have the problem with the school, and instead of saying schools under the microscope, I'd like to put out there students under the microscope. Because if we took a user-centric, customer-focused design for the education system, we'd look at young people today and say, what would make school relevant to them, still keeping the focus on quality of literacy, numeracy, digital fluency, but making sure they understand where it's taking them. In a world that today, more than ever, we understand the impact of technologies such as artificial intelligence and automation. And so if we don't take a student-centric design, we will continue to argue the relevance of schools. And schools are merely, in my world, buildings that house people to do amazing things. So I'll pass over to Owen, and just to leave it on that note, but I really want to think about what does a student today need so that when they hit 30, 50, 80, and then 100, that they continue to learn and education continues to be relevant, fit for purpose for the time that they live.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this working? I'm one of those lucky people that consider that I've never worked a day in my life because I fell into teaching and have loved every moment of it. The importance of it, I think, is graphically illustrated even in my family. My mother was born in 1934 into a home with 11 siblings in a state house in Aramaho, Wanganui. I never met my birth father, but my father-in-law, who passed away a few years ago, he spent 6 years of his young life in Holland under Nazi oppression. When we think about children standing on the shoulders of their parents, those two, if they were still alive, could look now and see 3 of their grandchildren through my family. One is a fabulous chemical engineer at Regeneron in Albany, New York State. One is a degree qualified firefighter, although I might say if you own a home in Remuera, I'd think about shifting. And one, a daughter who is about to complete her PhD. And I was going to ask Matt, really, about an honorary PhD for myself. I had a conversation with Ben Stokes on Monday night, and on the basis of that made some investments on Tuesday morning, and I've got enough money to make a fair donation to the management school. A couple of anecdotes in terms of teaching and what makes it interesting and keeps me in it. One day I had Rodney Hyde in my office as the Minister or Assistant Minister of Education, and of course children didn't think of him as a politician, they thought of him as a dancer. And so while we're sitting in the office, a young man called Alex, who now works for an organisation called Will and Able, heavily autistic, and he's out sweeping the path, and he looks through the window and he sees Rodney, and he puts down the broom, and I say to Rodney, I'm not responsible for what this boy says. And so I see Alex stump around, come through the front door, across the foyer, looks Rodney up and down and says, "You're Rodney Hyde." And Rodney graciously acknowledged that fact, and Alex says, "You're a lot fatter than you look on TV," and turned around and walked out. I had to apologise, but Rodney was a good sport. I've taught a lot of quirky kids, and I love them, and they have to find their place in our New Zealand education system. Remember, another little boy called Harry was sitting at one of the front desks, and I looked over and he's eating a glue stick. And I said, "Harry, don't eat the glue stick, you'll make yourself sick." And he says, "Mr. Paul, it says here non-toxic." And I said, well, okay, but if you eat too much of it, it'll go right through your digestive system and stick your butt cheeks together. And he says, no, when I sit down, I just pull those butt cheeks apart and I'm fine. And these kids are everywhere in our system. But in fact, of the 815,000 kids in our system, they're all different and they needed to be treated differently. I had the privilege of teaching my own children. I think one of the huge solutions in our system is that teachers teach as if every child is theirs and bring the same standards to the table. There is no doubt that our education system is in trouble. There are 2 reports that I released earlier this week and are on your tables. And they add to the body of evidence. Successive governments, our Ministry of Education, and other interventions are utterly failing. You can look at this from the perspective of ethnicity or socioeconomics or the growing divergence between the achievement of girls as opposed to boys. But in each case, we need to understand that the whole of society suffers. We've often looked at education from the point that, well, my kids are all right, 75% of kids are all right. It's less than that now. But in fact, the impact on those children is massive. A lot of them will never rent a good home. They will never save to buy. They'll never take an OE. They won't grow up to support their own family. It is a massive societal problem. There are great schools, so in one of the reports I've highlighted some of them. O for awesome, orange. And just one example, St. Paul's in Ponsonby. 4 years ago, their university entrance for leavers was 54%. They're a school that is 95% Māori and Pacifica, and through the leadership of Kieran Fui, in 4 years they took their UE to leavers for right up to 84%, an exceptional effort. To me, though, the glaring solution is parenting. That is not to blame parents for every issue, but that's to say that we now know, through neuroscience and all sorts of advances, exactly what should happen during the time a child develops within the womb, exactly what should happen in the first 0 to 3, then 3 to 5 years, but we don't apply it, and many of our families don't know it. So the heaviest thing that I'm advocating for, and hearing good responses on, is that we need a Crown entity for parenting, not one that tells people what to do and enforces it, but one that spreads the information about what good parenting practices are. I have never met a parent in my 30 years of education that doesn't love their child and want good things for their child. But I've met thousands who don't know how, and it's no longer an excuse. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Susan?
Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. Yes, I am Susan Hassel, and thank you very, very much for having me this afternoon. Alan made the typical teacher's mistake of handing out the reading material while he spoke, so I can ask you now as a typical teacher to put your reading material down and listen very carefully to me for the next 2.5 minutes that Alan has left me to speak in my allotted 5 minutes. So thank you very much, Alan. I will speak quickly, because I come to this perspective this afternoon as a practitioner, as a person who has invested 40 years in a school. I've been headmaster for 23 years, so I've seen iterations of the educational journey where many initiatives have occurred, and I've lived through them, seen the impact of them on our young men. So it's a real pleasure to have this opportunity to speak with two people who have looked at it through a different lens or a different microscope, if you like, but do have a lot of wisdom in what they're offering. But I'm coming to it from a pragmatic perspective of what matters most to our young people in education at the moment. And I acknowledge there is a genuine problem in our education system. It's not the problem that you might see reflected in that data, because my first point really is that data is easily manipulated and it doesn't necessarily show the reality. But there is a genuine problem that both of the people up here with me this afternoon have highlighted, and those problems have been exacerbated by COVID, but really just highlighted by COVID. They've been growing problems in our secondary school sector for some time, and a person who loves these boys, and they are boys in my case, you see the impact of it, and it really is a point that New Zealand has reached in terms of its economic future from your perspective, but in terms of our social future, that we have to stop and look and see what else we can do, what we can do better and what we can do differently. But when I say that, I also believe very, very strongly that things aren't broken, that there is so much good in our education system. There are so many schools doing a wonderful job. You'll see some of those in the data, but you'll also see schools out there who are just doing things well for our young men and young women. And what I do want, the point I do want to make to you today as a practitioner of 40 years is that young people are absolutely wonderful. They're on our side. They want to be with us as we make those differences to their lives. It's not a problem that we need to start from scratch. It's a problem that we need to do like the repair shop does and take a very tatty old chair and turn it into something wonderful. We can do that with our education system as long as we all work together. And the need is in the state system of education in New Zealand. And the problem is in where the money is put. And where the money is put in education, this is my first tangent, but my only one, is into ministry officials. And where the money isn't put is into the schools. And that's my little moment of having a political moment here, in case there's anybody who can make a difference. But the real question is, how can we turn it around? How can we turn it around? And it comes back, I think, to the question, and it is almost rhetorical, of what is the key purpose of education in a New Zealand secondary school in the 21st century post-COVID? What's our key purpose? And there's a pendulum in education. It swings from one side to the other. And at one side it's to prepare people for the workforce. And I'm sure many of you will think that that's the right side that it should be on. And at the other end of the pendulum, it's to prepare young people to become good citizens. And at Hamilton Boys High School, we're on that end of the pendulum. We really are. And there are many schools like Hamilton Boys High School. I'm not going to brag about our school, but the young men that we graduate are not young men who we're proud of as young men of 18, but that we're proud of the fact that when they're 40, they're going to be good citizens. And from that flows all of the other needs that New Zealand's facing at the moment. From that flows academic success, the will to try, the will to attend school, because they've got that sense of character. Character as a word that has reduced in our language by 800% over the last 10 years. We don't say the word character anymore, and yet it's one of the critical needs for us as educators to think about as our responsibility in the years ahead. As we come through post-COVID, as we enter a different world, I think the key question for the New Zealand educators, educational people who make a difference, and Mr. Bolger asked me at lunchtime, if you had power, what would you do? And I said, I think I'd look at the good schools. What do we need to look at under the microscope are the good schools, the schools that are succeeding. Owen said it too. Why are those schools succeeding? If you look at the data in Elwyn's booklet, don't look at the Boys High one because he's completely wrong on that one, but the other ones, many of them are Catholic schools. Why are Catholic schools succeeding? Because the parents of those young men come with a will for those young men to succeed, and secondly, because they have a vision for character and a good man. And our vision at Hamilton Boys High School is to craft good men. And that has to come before anything else. And when we realise that, then I think all of the other things will definitely fall into place. I absolutely believe that. I believe it after 40 years of being involved. I think that there is a deficit model that's very dangerous. If we keep talking about the below-the-line realities, we lose track of the above-the-line solutions. And it's so important that students don't buy into the below-the-line deficit and start believing in it. I don't tell boys at Boys High that boys in New Zealand are underachieving by 12% when they're compared to girls, because that would just make them think there was no hope. It would make them think that it was okay to fail. Boys are wonderful at only doing the limit that they have to do to pass. So if they get a merit, they think that was a bit of waste of energy because they've done too much to just pass. And they're wonderful in that sense, but we have to be very, very aware of how much they are hopeful and they remain optimistic, and they are the people that are going to be leading this country in 2050, and we have to get it right. And that's my one point this afternoon, I think, to a group of people who can make a change and make a difference. This is our one chance post-COVID to get it right. We have to have the courage. The government has to have the courage to say, let's stop, reset, and relook at it. And the two people who are here with me this afternoon are both absolutely correct as well. But in the end, when people ask me, why is Hamilton Boys High School a successful school, why are your young men successful, I say it's because we love them so much, and they love us so much. It's a really, really simple formula. It's not what I came here to talk about this afternoon. It's not even in my notes. But it's all about the connection with our young people and working with them to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much to our speakers, and Alwyn may want to stick up for the men who who aim for more than a merit at some stage. As the only man sitting on the stage at the moment, you can mention.
Can I speak to that straight away?
You can briefly. Yep.
One of the most stunning moments in my whole teaching career as a practitioner for 32 years and a principal for 18 was sitting in a boys' school, not Hamilton Boys, but in a boys' school staff room when the academic results were being reviewed at the beginning of the year. And the head of science stood up and he said, well, you know, our academic results are ahead of the national average, and we're very proud of them, and the students have done well. And the head of maths stood up and said pretty much exactly the same thing. And the head of English stood up, and the head of English was a woman, and she said, well, our results are behind the national average, but you must remember we are teaching boys. I thought I was being punked. My jaw dropped open, and I thought if I was down the road at the matching girls' school, and I said our science results are below national average, but you've got to remember we're teaching girls, I would have been lynched. And that attitude, it's not at Hamilton Boys, but it is pervasive throughout our society, that boys don't read as much, they don't like reading. You couldn't believe that Tolkien and Lewis wrote great novels, or all sorts of others. I think we need to have incredibly high aspirations for boys academically.
So what I'd like to do is ask some questions. We will take questions from the floor shortly, but we're just sorting out some mic issues, so I'm going to take a few questions from Slido, but please do sort out those questions that you'd like to store up and ask us. I'd like to ask a question about future focus. I think it's something that came through in each of your preliminary comments or your initial remarks. The question is, what does future focus really mean? And then how can we achieve this in a practical sense in education? Rachel, if you just hold it a little higher, the receiver's on the bottom of the mic, so if you hold it a bit higher.
So look, I'll start with that, given it's all my body of work over the last 25 years, thinking about the future. And actually it's interesting, because we do talk about education as post-COVID world. I think we have to talk about just, this is the normal world. You know, for those who lived in Tamaki Makaurau or in Te Rāwhiti in Hawke's Bay right now, COVID is a long past, and they're thinking about the more emergent climate issues. Our students have dealt with more adversity in the last few years. Some of them haven't been to school for years and have missed a critical time in their schooling. I think we really have to understand that future fit means really being able to be highly adaptable to change. And the change is just starting. And for someone who trained as a technologist and then moved into education, the technology piece of it for me is still underpins all of my research. That we can't even imagine, if you take a business trip and you go into a comparative business of similar size offshore, you'll probably see automation and technology that you can't even imagine. And actually, if we want to be playing on the global stage, our students need to be thinking about technology in a completely different way, not as a kind of a core body of knowledge, but as a tool that is a necessity at any type of role. It doesn't matter if you're a personal trainer, a chef, or you're going into accountancy firm. Every one of those sectors now are all reliant on multiple different platforms, multiple different types of technologies. And one of the things that we see when we hire graduates from university, there's still a sort of an idea that technology sits as a side piece, that it's only for developers, it's only people who do comm science. When the reality is everything sits on platforms. Most businesses are now paperless and working digitally, remotely, with workforces that are distributed. And so we start to think about what that looks like going forward, and our students, how do they stay motivated if they're going into workforces where they're going to only be connecting potentially with clients, customers, colleagues in a digital world. And so we have to build those skills and capabilities so that they are core to their understanding. And there's still a big divide between what we're learning and teaching in the school environment, in the university environment. And it's really up to now the workforce. And of course it's a difficult when workforces are always hitting the ground running to take time out and bring people up to that skill set. So I would put a real play into, constantly putting technology of our time at the forefront. We're having all this debate. I cannot tell you how many conversations I've had with media in the last few weeks about ChatGPT. Everyone's suddenly jumping up and down. If I talk to the average, I've got 4 children who've just gone through the school system and the university system. They've been using AI for everything. You think of Grammarly, we've been using that for years. We use it across all of our production of anything from videos to audio to transcripts to language, dubbing, creation of digital art. These things have been around for a long time. Whole sectors have been massively disrupted. And so we just need to make sure that we are thinking about the types of jobs that are coming up, because it's not going to be technology. It's not going to be technology in its own sake. Everything is technology enabled and adjacent. And so we have to understand that's part of the kind of the foundations of the new world.
Just very briefly, for the next 5 years, from a practical stance for schools, the curriculum refresh should be completely thrown out. It will be a huge distraction for schools. They'll concentrate on that rather than the children in front of them. The curriculum needs to be simplified. There is so much put into our curriculum by ideologues that is really not relevant to children. We want our children to grow up free, creative, informed thinkers, not people who are conforming to some nefarious group of adults' view of the world. I think that's incredibly important. And then the second thing, practically for schools, I think particularly unless we change very strongly what's happening in year 7, 8, 9 and 10 for literacy and numeracy, that the new credits for literacy and numeracy that you cannot get level 1 without will have a massive impact on lower socioeconomic Māori and Pacifica students. That's not to say that the credits aren't important, but it's to say we must change our teaching practice for those 4 years leading up to it to enable those kids to pass.
And that leads nicely onto my point, which is I think our focus has to be right in the centre of developing resilience in our young people, because they've lived in a world for the last 3 years where university entrance has been much easier to get, and I'm on the University Council here, and you see the results of that students are coming in with the easier UE, and they're finding it much more difficult to finish their first year at university. So we need to expect our students to be well educated by the time they leave. That we need to train them not to expect easy options. Schools need to stop offering soft UE subjects so that students can get UE in an easy way. Because I could get 100% of our students through UE if I offered soft subjects. And we remain committed to sustaining academic focus in our classrooms, and that needs to happen. We need to allow students to fail more, and we need to allow them to learn from that failure. And because otherwise, when they get into the real world, it's going to be a very, very frightening place for them. And students are very protected in our schools, I think, and we have protected them through COVID. It's been a very challenging time, but what we can learn from that is that students can cope. You know, they can cope with sometimes not having life easy, and they've been amazing through COVID. They've just managed very, very well. Our attendance statistics didn't change at all through COVID, really, apart from those who had COVID, and half of our school had COVID. But students just kept on wanting to do the best they could. But I think we have, as a whole society in New Zealand, moved away from developing that sense of failure being a good thing and failure being a part of life, and that's what we need to focus on in the next 5 years, is have high expectations in our literacy and numeracy. The fact that over half of the students that did the literacy trial failed is something that is a testament to the fact that we need to expect more of our students right from year 7 onwards. and don't get us started on what the primary school's doing wrong, because, you know, we always blame the level below us. Universities blame the secondary schools too, so it's just exactly the same. So that is a really important part of it. Thank you.
And as Susan was talking there, I was thinking to a university course one of my own daughters thought about taking, which was called Learning to Fail. But she dropped the course because it turned out that the failure rate was really high in this paper, and part of the learning was to actually fail a lot of these students. So I was thinking about that. And we have to be very careful with the sort of incentives and arrangements that we set up. There were so many rich threads that came through that discussion, including on technology and AI, and of course in the university we're fascinated by this, and I can see questions coming through. There are questions on broader policy settings and so on. But I am going to invite, if there's anyone who's got questions from the room, okay, thanks.
Kia ora koutou, Naomi Pocock here again, sorry. I just wondered if you were talking about blaming the ones below you, but would you like to comment on the early years being the most formative towards the enthusiasm for curiosity and exploration and imagination, creativity, and the global trend towards drop and run daycare, if you wanted to comment on anything?
There's obviously in New Zealand, Nathan Wallace and Comet in Auckland and others have been doing some wonderful work about, they're calling it the first 1,000 days. I work a little bit with Nathan and with Comet, and I'm calling it Project 5.75, that we in New Zealand care for our, as I said before, our unborn in our first 5 years. And there are people like, I forget his first name, David Eagleman from Stanford University, probably the world's best communicative neuroscientist. Again, this is all well known, and we need to kind of get it out and pervasively into our community. But it moves on. I've been astounded at the current government's response to what is a crisis in attendance. And Susan's right, there are some schools where it hasn't dropped off at all. But to have a select committee where only 8 out of 2,500 schools submitted on the basis of no evidence at all, because they didn't go out into schools to find out why some schools children are attending, why some schools they aren't. They spent $84 million. They just spent another 74 on no further evidence, just to put 80 truancy officers out there. And on no single occasion have they mentioned teacher quality and school quality and making it really necessary that schools are worthwhile coming to. The best the Education Review Office could do was say, make it a bit more fun. You know, kids can have fun at home, and that's what they're doing. And I was very interested talking to a Decile 10 student recently from a private school in central Auckland, and he said during COVID we worked out that we didn't need many of our teachers. We could do it ourselves, sitting around a coffee table, and all of this sort of stuff. And so it's not just in the lower decile schools. So schools, and I think, you know, many of the ideas up here already this afternoon, schools need to become worthwhile places by tapping into all of the good things that are now available and having incredibly high aspirations.
Francis, did you?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a really interesting one, because when we think about in those early years, probably growing up, and maybe if you've got older children, there was a huge amount of active play. You know, there's a real focus on activity, collaboration, creativity, and innovation. And there is a downside of technology as well that's come in, where it's very easy to give an iPad to a child and to find some other ways of entertaining. And so I think we've got studies that are coming through right now where there is a direct correlation between the overuse in the very early years of technology, and instead of keeping that focus on creativity. And I would really call out Finland as an example of, you know, one of the best education systems in the world. You don't start school till you're 7, you stay with the same teacher as a cohort, and actually the focus is really on outdoor play, indoor play, and then that collaborative piece. I think there's a lot to learn, but we also have a country where, you know, we've talked today about productivity, where people are dropping at daycare because they have no other option. It really is, for many people, the only way you can get that support. And so it comes back to the first 1,000 days we know is critical that they learn, you know, that idea with words and colours and form, and so much of that comes from home. And as we distribute our families across the world, that gets harder, so we have to really seek it out and understand that. And so I think part of it is we're in an early phase of not knowing enough about the effects. I think we'll know a lot more, and we'll probably look back at this time and wonder what we did for some of this overuse and overstimulation. But I think also we do need to kind of catch ourselves, all of us, with our view across education, because a lot of the things we hold on to, we forget the good things about the past, and we should bring some of those through, and we also forget to adopt the good things in the future. And so we need that right across all parts of the sector.
You know, I think if you turn that question upside down, it's really important to retain that sense of awe and wonder that our young people have in those first 1,000 days right through to the end of year 13. And that's what it needs to be a goal, that our 18-year-olds have the same sense of awe and wonder that we should be cultivating in young people right from the start. And we did that, then I think we'd be quite a different society, quite a different world, and people would be so much happier, and that would bring all of the associated benefits with it.
And let's not stop at 18. Let's keep going. We have to have the these 18-year-olds when they move on to their next phase. If there's other questions in the room, please do hold up, raise your hand. Thanks.
Thank you. Jędrzej Białkowski, University of Canterbury. I first of all would like to thank panelists for a very stimulating discussion, but I would like to add and ask for a comments. I hear a lot about technology from the panelists, but you know, during last 100 to 200 years, each generation was living in a time of a new technology. Technology is no more than another tool. And I would like to heard from the panelists how the schools should address the problems which young people face on a social scene. How schools should build the attitudes. So let's not forget that attitude builds the altitude. And I have impression that, you know, we all probably can agree here that schools should teach how to remain a learner for most of your life, but how the school should contribute to the build of attitudes, which seems to be missing in this discussion. Thank you.
I'm sure, Susan, yes, I predicted the microphone might go to you first.
Well, it is a very important question, I think, and everybody will agree with me, it's about educating people to use the tools that we have well, just as we've been doing since the Stone Ages, really. I mean, we just have different tools, and they're just as powerful. If we're talking about AI, I have a fellow headmaster in another boys' school who uses GPT to write his assembly talks now. Yeah, so he thinks it's wonderful. And we do have to use that as a tool. We need to develop an understanding of how we can use it as a tool. But it comes back to that sense of crafting good citizens. I mean, I will sound repetitive because I think it's an important point, that we need to craft citizens who understand how to use the tool of their age. You know, and we have to also understand C.S. Lewis's notion of chronological snobbery, that we all in our own age think that our way is the best way. But sometimes we have to go back and we have to look at the best of the past. And the best of the past was to create a young man who had that sense of arete, of being the best he could be in all aspects of his life. One of the aspects is technology, but there are all the other things that matter so much as well. So it's about crafting from the age of 2. I have a 2-year-old grandson, and he's only happy when he watches Bluey, which is a ghastly little cartoon program that the rest of us can't stand anymore because we see so much of it. What are we doing wrong? We know we're doing wrong, but it's no different from having one of those little things on a crib that went round and round 25, 30 years ago. We're still doing, it's all about stimulus, it's all about using the tools that we have in a positive way and in a measured way. Does that answer the question? I'll pass on to Alwyn so he can answer the question properly.
I've got another question for you, Alwyn, so if you don't want to answer this one, you can pass to Francis.
I still like SpongeBob, but one thing that we haven't mentioned here is activity and sporting activity, physical activity every day for children. I do quite a lot of work with great New Zealander Rod Dixon. It's 40 years since he won the New York Marathon, and he's got a kids marathon program that we put out into primary schools, getting kids out and active every single day, competitive, losing sometimes, winning sometimes. I thought the English cricket team, as you know, keeping in mind I made a lot of money off them, I think that their response to losing on Tuesday was incredible. And you know, that sort of character from physically competing is really important too.
Just back to the technology question in terms of evolution of technology, I think what we need to be really mindful of is how fast it's changing. And I know it's easy to say we've always had technological advancement and we've gone through different eras in the industrial age and moving into the digital age. I'll just use the example we've talked about with ChatGPT. To get to 100 million users of a telephone, an analog telephone that sat in our desk that we dialed, took 75 years. So from the time it was first invented, you had to get lines and the telephones and the technology and the telephonists and the exchanges. To get to 100 million users on ChatGPT took 24 days. And of those 100 million, 25 million of it use it daily. Now, so this is how fast it's changing. If we think about something like Pokemon Go, which was the very first mainstream AR tool that came out a few years ago, and you may have had family members chasing Pikachus around the neighbourhood, the same thing happened. It happened with an immediate adoption because they already had the phone or the iPad, the technology existed, it was an overlay. And I think this is where the distribution of technology is so fast. So just this week has come out that now we have 3.4 devices per person on the planet. So just a few years ago it was less than one. And so the speed of which the internet is now overtaking what we can possibly do, the advances are going to be incredibly rapid. We cannot pretend that this stuff is not happening out there. The advances and the cognitive advances as we support ourselves with technology will change the future of our workplaces and our jobs and our careers. And if we start looking today, what I say with my graduate schools, we have professionals who study with us. We say, look at your job and now go to the Silicon Valley website and find the same title and see if you could look at the job description and if you could do that job. And everyone gets horrified because they realise what they're asking for the same role in a more advanced economy is fundamentally different. We have to look at other countries. We have to understand the speed of which this is going to change the way we operate as a country if we're going to stay globally competitive.
Thanks, Frances. I'm going to ask a question from Slido, but do keep waving out if you've got questions from the floor. Owen, I'll start with you on this one and the others may like to add to it. How can we best serve the needs of a wide range of children, including gifted and neurodiverse children? I think this is something you had an interest in.
Well, my master's degree was in teaching gifted and talented children, and I've thrown most of that theory out for a whole range of very good reasons. But the main one being that, first of all, two main ones. First of all, if you label 5% of your population or school population as being gifted, you're labelling 95% as being non-gifted. And I don't think that's acceptable. And then the second part of it is that there is no longer a strongly held view that human ability is a fixed construct. In fact, when children come into the two schools at South and West Auckland that are helped establish, and we did EASTL tests, and we would find on average they were 2 years behind, I would insist to my staff members that they regard that period of time that they need to catch up, that they would regard that they're behind because of environmental reasons, not because of internal ability reasons. The second thing, I mean, neurodiverse learners, I just love those anecdotes. I mean, I remember having another meeting and we were at that stage building character, and so we were talking to the students about what they do for their parents. And I said to them in the meeting this morning, Monday morning, anyone put your hand up, what did you do for your parents on the weekend that was just fantastic? And an 11-year-old girl put her hand up, Millie, and she said, I let my mum go out cougaring on Saturday night. And we all just looked and I said, okay, end of the meeting, off to class. But one of the neat things in that school environment was it wasn't one rule for all. Each person was seen individually. And sometimes in a classroom, there needs to be a different rule for a child who sees the world in a different way. And one of the great disappointments from a straight professional perspective, over 3 years, we asked the Labor government to allow us to establish a 480 student school near a transport hub in central Auckland for neurodiverse learners as a designated character school. And the Ministry of Education say no, and then try and work out the reasons why. And it's simply not acceptable, and those children need that kind of service.
Susan, if I can turn to Susan for a question, please. What's the role of vocational success alongside academic success?
Well, they're equally important. There are so many types of success which are important. I'm not sure what the question really means, other than for me to say that it's so obvious that they are. There used to be a system, those of us who've been around a long time remember the vocational schools, vocational pathways schools, and now schools are expected to be all things to all people, and so it is a very real challenge for us. We have students at Hamilton Boys High School doing level 3 music up here at university, and we have students who are really working very, very hard over 4 years to get level 1 through a vocational pathway. So it's the diversity of our learners that really is a key part of what we have to do when we're setting our goals, establishing our goals. Vocational pathways are a key aspect of ensuring that all students can have success, because that is their area of strength. First 15 rugby is an area which is a vocational pathway now. So the whole notion of vocational pathways has changed over the years, because people can make their careers in such a wide spectrum of ways, from a young man who's finishing his level 3 music at university because he did his letters when he was in year 9, to a young man who's going to work very, very hard to have the skills to be able to work on the roads when he leaves school when he's 17. The other thing about secondary schools is that they used to be like a triangle when I was at school. Year 13 was a small group, and now they're a rectangle. Students are staying at school longer. The needs of our students are changing, and I come back to my point at the very beginning that crafting good citizens is what it's all about, and ensuring that they can have a meaningful pathway all the way through. There are some wonderful programs run by the ministry, Gateway, trades academies. They're too small, they're underfunded, everything is underfunded. And that's the tragedy for these young women and young men. We've got 80 people on a Gateway program. We could have 150. We have a roll of 2,300, and it could easily be 150 to 200 young men in those programs. But we get what we're funded to get, and that's the end. And that's the end. We use some of our international student funding to ensure that more young men who need vocational pathways get them. The COVID has shown so dramatically that schools cannot exist without international students, and that's another aspect of the underfunding, which is really quite frightening for us, and we're looking in those futures, because the needs, as Owen says, it's not just your neurodiverse, it's just the broad range of young people's needs that we do need to meet in the future. And when I talk about stepping back and resetting what education is all about, then those are the things we need to consider, of what's the best way in which we, as a very small country, can work it out so that we're doing the very best we can for all of those diversities. Thank you.
We're almost out of time, but I'm going to ask one very brief question that you're allowed 10 seconds to respond to. If money were no problem, what would you do different? Susan, do you want to start with that one? Just a brief, if money were no problem. You just talked about money in your last...
Yeah, if money was no problem, I'd probably sack half of the people in ministry and divert that so there was even more money in schools. If money was no problem, I think we would need to really, really look at the good schools. We would have the courage to get rid of some of the schools that are really struggling. We would educate school principals in genuine leadership, and we would pay teachers what they deserve to be paid, so that we would get a stronger teaching workforce. And if we had a stronger teaching workforce, we'd have a stronger economy. And it's as simple as that in the end. Teachers work very, very hard, whatever you may think about us, that we get 14 weeks holiday a year, that we go home at 3:15. It is genuinely not true. Teachers work very, very hard, and they deserve to be paid a living wage. And that's the trouble when you've got first-year teachers still earning $56,000 and they've taken 4 or 5 years to get their degree. It's not good enough.
Thanks, Susan. And Alwyn, you can see Susan's got a bit of a shopping list there, including some things she'd get rid of. But a brief, what would you do? Money's no object. 10 seconds, because we're over time.
I'm prepared to become the Secretary for Education. I'm a man of simple tastes, so I'll save the education system $284,000 by doing it at half the price of the current employee, and that's a start.
And I would make sure that all policymakers are really well informed about the big shifts that are happening in the world, starting with the demographics here and what the impact will be into the future.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, we've had wonderful presentations from Francis, from Alwyn and from Susan, hugely rich insights during the discussion that followed. So thanks very much to our panellists for wonderful presentations and panel. And with that, we're going to be moving to a break. We've got a break from till 3 p.m. So we can be back at 3 p.m. We've got a great session coming up at 3. Afternoon, everyone. Sorry, don't mean to startle you, but we'd like to get a start on this next session. We've got a couple of really fantastic sessions coming up here. We are allowed to go, we want to get the full time for each of these sessions, so we will go just slightly later than in the programme, so hopefully that will be okay with people. Hope you had some good coffee. There was so much discussion before the break. I'm sure your brains were feeling quite full after all of that information and thought processing. But where we're moving to now is public sector, and of course a robust and well-functioning public sector is something that often we don't notice it when things are going well. And I think it's when things go wrong that we really notice the importance of this robust and transparent public sector. So this session is going to be taking a look at the public sector in New Zealand, including the extent to which we are still world class. We've got three great panellists who all know each other and have been having lots of conversations, so we'll direct those conversations to our audience now. Our first panellist will be Sir Martin Weavers, delighted to have him along here, former New Zealand diplomat and senior public servant, bringing a wealth of experience from those roles. Then we have Graham Scott, former Secretary to the Treasury, former New Zealand Productivity Commissioner, and Anne Tolley, Commissioner for Tauranga City Council, former MP and Government Minister. So all names that are known quite well to many of us. So with that, please.
Thank you, Anna. Kia ora tātou. Great pleasure to be here and to share the platform with Graham and Anne. I found it all a bit depressing so far, so when I mentioned that to Anna, she said, are you going to liven it up and make it more positive? I said, well, no, but you know, when lots of problems are put in front of you, you know, the natural solution is to say, well, the natural question is to say, well, how can these be fixed? And that's a really, really good question to ask. The session is a robust public sector. Are we still world class? The inference that it seems to me we are being invited to draw, of course, at some stage in the past, we did have a world class public sector. I don't think personally, I don't know what the others think, that was ever true. Certainly not across the board. But there were certain periods in our past, and as I was saying to Graham, if you go back to the 1890s with labour market and then 1930s with welfare state, there were areas where New Zealand was really innovative and earned a reputation and delivered on significant social or economic reforms that then were emulated and have been bedded in and have been very successful. The question is, are we still in that sort of space or not? What I'd like to say is it's quite important here to distinguish between our democratic systems and our public sector, although they're closely linked, because it's certainly true that in New Zealand we enjoy one of the most stable and long-standing open and unchallenged democracies globally. And that's something to be really, really grateful for. Our national institutions are broadly stable. They run by the rule of law. We have an independent judiciary. By and large, we have a very trusted police force, which is true in very few places in the world. And we have regular and uninterrupted and peaceful transfers of democratic power. So, you know, a lot of people would give everything to get that sort of package if they could. And some areas we work very well. I think of the Office of the Auditor General, which is a very robust and long-standing office. And as chair, I think, of Transparency International in New Zealand, I think this year we're second in the world. We have been first for a number of years. That's independently done, and there are a number of other measures like that about trust in government and government institutions are very high compared internationally. And it's also true that apparently a lot of the democracies at the moment are under pressure, and trust in government has diminished quite sharply over the COVID period around democracies. I think it's probably a little too early to say what the score is with trust in government in New Zealand because the data is probably not out. But certainly there are a lot of positives in our system. But it seems to me that the organisers in posing this question suggest that they're worried about the nature and the quality of advice that's going from officials, of which Graham and I were both long-standing officials, given to ministers and in cabinet processes, or perhaps the nature and the quality and the direction of decisions being taken by ministers and the executive, or agency chief executives of the boards of state-owned enterprise or Crown entities. I think it's really important also to distinguish between the robust institutions I've talked about, which I think they're by and large good. They can all be improved, whether at the board level or, you'll have ministers who are better than others and chief executives who are better than others and all that sort of stuff. But taking that all out of the wash, the systems operate reasonably strongly. But the question is, what can we do to improve that, and how do you do that? Now, the peak bodies for dealing with our public sector and guiding it, of course, are the national institution is the national institution of the Parliament, and from the Parliament, the team that becomes the Cabinet, because they enjoy the confidence of the House. They are charged with trying to coordinate all of the aspects of the state in this country, which is the broad term of the public sector. So, and that's literally hundreds of organisations. I mean, we all know we've got 2,500 secondary schools or schools, but there are organisations, ministries, departments, departmental agencies, a range of diverse service providers locally. We've got local government, of course. We've got regulatory agencies and essential democratic and judicial institutions. Finding alignment, cohesion, and as Karen Sewell-Lafora, Secretary of the Ministry of Education, used to say, her job in the Education Department is to keep the herd moving roughly west. And I always rather like that expression because it's not quite like herding cats, but it's not far off it. And that's really, I'm sure, the role that Jim Bolger and others of his colleagues had when they were sitting at the cabinet table. This is a behemoth, and it's really quite difficult and extremely daunting to work out what to address and when. So it seems to me, from the time that I've spent working just over 10 years in the Beehive and seeing and advising ministers and prime ministers at very close quarters, and as Graham, I'm sure, will attest, that focusing on some key planks and doing them well and consistently over years really pays dividends. The taxation reforms of the 80s, the state-owned enterprise reforms, the whole liberation of agriculture from the regulations that they had to make them responsive and live on their own wits, and where they've become a very important and improved part of our economic life. And that really devolved from a decision strategically to look at agriculture completely differently. So those sorts of big things are big multipliers. So thinking of the conversation we've had today, if somehow through the agencies that have responsibility for the education system, the immigration system, and the fiscal system, which are conversations that have come up already today, if we could get those humming, a lot of other things would fall into place naturally. So the challenge for the leaders in the public sector, which are essentially the cabinet, are how to work out which of those issues to pick and what advice they should receive, and then what decisions they should make. And there's a big difference between provision of policy advice, which was our domain, and making the decisions, which were the domain that Jim and Anne were in, and they often get conflated in the public mind. I'd make the point that the way in which the Westminster system operates in New Zealand, I think it's now quite different from the way it originally started in the UK, and certainly the way it runs now. I think Jim Bolger would be horrified at the way they run the British cabinet system. And as we saw, the Prime Minister of Australia recently, in secret, appointed himself to several portfolios without telling anybody. I don't know how the Cabinet Secretary there could sleep at night, or any others, and the Canadians have a very strange view of the way these things run. So it's pretty tight. The New Zealand Cabinet runs with only Cabinet Ministers in the room when it's meeting in full, with one official, who was somebody who worked in the department I used to head, the Cabinet Secretary, and that's there to act as a sort of as a corporate secretary for the process. But it's politicians alone who are making the decisions. That's quite unusual in the Westminster system. Bringing officials into those conversations all the time changes the dynamic and changes the responsibility for taking the tough calls. That's a great strength of our system. But the issues are hard. It's not an easy job. In fact, it's an extremely difficult job being the Prime Minister, even of this country. Most of the issues that we have are the same that bigger countries with bigger resources also have to grapple with. We don't have the military heft or the economic heft or the scientific heft that others have because of our scale, and we have wonderful attributes because of the place we live in, but there are also, as we know, things from the tyranny of distance. So the challenges are real, and they bubble up, and then things happen, like cyclones, like earthquakes, like recessions. And they all put pressure on the institutions, and they divert the public sector from what they thought was their day job into responding to a crisis. So in terms of are we still world class, as I've said, I don't think we ever were across the system. There are some areas where we did really well, but then we go off the boil a bit. So it's time to get things back on the boil. The question would be which. For my mind, I think there's been a reduction of focus. I think the butter has been spread too thinly, that there's been a lack of focus on the things that really matter, the ones that would have big multiplier effects. And I think, again, education and immigration are two that have already come up today. I think there's a lack of urgency in the way in which a lot of the public sector agencies respond to changes of circumstances. I was at DPMC when we had the Canterbury earthquake, so I was leading the emergency response in the Beehive bunker, literally for days on end, and hearing Rob talk today about the inability, or the growing inability of the health system to listen to and respond to offers which were well-grounded, of enormous goodwill from the community and the business community to try and help with the COVID response, I found deeply disheartening. I think there's a general issue that openness to external voices is not as strong as it should be in the system that is providing advice, and that can be improved. I think we have far too many portfolios, far too many public service organisations in the state sector. I think in the local government area we still have too many small councils, numerous councils with only 10,000 ratepayers, and critical mass is really lacking. There is, of course, a legitimate political economy discussion about the level of representation between over-centralisation in one hand and too many small entities on the other, and that's a really difficult thing. But I remember the time before the 1986, I think it was, local government reforms, when we had 300 local councils in New Zealand. I come from the Wairarapa. There were separate councils for Greytown, for Martinborough, for Featherston, and for Marston. Now they're down to 3, but it's only 1 down, and they should probably only have 1. So we're not as bad as we used to be, but we certainly have great scope for improving further. So I think I'll just leave it there. There were a lot of things that came to mind in those discussions. The role in the public sector often is to deal with strange combinations of, I would say, mundane, but I don't want to devalue them, regular day-to-day services which support the lives of citizens, whether it's about paying taxes or providing regular services for everything that everybody does all the time, including infrastructure, electricity, all that sort of stuff. Things that we just expect to happen, and generally in this country they do happen. Then there are all the pressures for when there are crises, and I think we've seen again in Hawke's Bay and certainly in Canterbury and other occasions when this community still does have a lot of social capital and it can pull together. And then we see a lot of people who are employed in the public sector at local or central level going well above and beyond and delivering to their communities as we all expect them to do, and that's something for which we're all eternally grateful. But making sure that those entities are designed appropriately and resourced appropriately to handle both the regular stuff and continuous improvement and new technology and all that sort of stuff, and being ready for when the big wave comes across, which is normally unexpected and it doesn't happen where you think, is a really tricky balance. And of course the whole thing, which I haven't even mentioned, comes with cost, and then the really big question about value for money. And I think there's a real question to be asked now about how much value are we getting for a lot of the services that are being undertaken in our name. Where does the balance lie between policy advice, the Crown entities, the ministers, and how proposals for improvement are made and how decisions are taken? I mean, we could have several more sessions on that, but it's not easy.
Let's leave with that rhetorical question.
And we'll pass that over.
Let's pass it over to Graham
Okay.
and see how Graham comes up with solutions.
Well, look, thank you. I agree with Martin that there's a lot to be pleased about with the New Zealand public sector by comparison with its peers, but frankly, that's not saying much these days. There is a lot, and you can see a recitation of this in the work that the Public Service Commission published in December, which recites a lot of positive things about the public service, but this topic sets a higher bar than that. Are we world class? And I would agree with Martin that we have been in some places at some times, which means are we there today in the places we ought to be? And I'll resist the temptation to make wild generalizations because I only look at the public sector from the outside these days. So I'll talk about three things I know something about and see if there is a generalization from that. Well, my three topics are policy capability, fiscal institutions, and the use of data. On policy capability, I suggest we lack deep, continuing and productive policy analysis on some of the major problems that New Zealand faces. There's a risk of groupthink, which I see some of around the public service. There seems to be a lack of creative tension. People are so busy being polite to each other, they don't argue much anymore, it seems. Whereas the public service I remember was actually a pretty hard school, and that had its downsides, but you didn't go into a meeting if you hadn't done your homework, or if you did, you didn't say anything. There's been a loss of a kind of skepticism. Something I loved about the old public sector was there was a bit of a sort of prison camp ethic. You all were out trying to persuade politicians to do what you thought the right thing. You'd come back with half marks and get together and have a bit of a session with your friends in the department and say things that you would never say in front of ministers to get it off your chest. And I sort of miss that. I wonder if there is this sort of sense there any longer. Besides the missing or inadequate policy advice that I can see, there's a lack of careful institution analysis about how to deliver services, which has been crippling for the present government, in my view. Because there's a natural bias in the central government towards centralisation. It's in the incentives. Some people say that's politicisation. For me, as an economist, I say, well, if people are employed by the public sector and they're working for ministers who are ambitious to improve their careers and so on, there's a tendency for this whole thing to get bigger and bigger because every solution looks like another opportunity to accrete something, which is exactly what you've heard from Martin. I think the centralisation has gone far too far in education and in the public service as well, and is damaging some very successful collaborations in health. And the curious thing in the health reform is being done with a thick rhetoric about empowerment of local people, empowering local voice and so on. But when you stand back and look at it, it's a gigantic Crown entity with something like 82,000 employees, probably the biggest sort of organisation in that sense in New Zealand. And working with the Kapiti District Council to try and put together a locality health network, you find you're talking to somebody on the working for the fourth level of management inside this giant, and the answer is don't call us, we'll call you. We're not ready to talk to you yet. So there's a kind of, I think, non-cognitive dissonance in there about working with communities, supporting people, but when it gets to the practical reality, there's still a lot of traditional bureaucratic behaviour, and you shouldn't expect a big bureaucracy to behave as if it's not. So in some ways, talking about agile bureaucracies is an oxymoron. There's a mistrust of sector specialists in the culture today. I don't know how widespread it is, but it seems to me that the engineers got kicked out of planning years ago and they should come back. When I listen to really difficult debates about monetary policy today, it troubles me that if you want to have an opinion on monetary policy, which is well-founded, you'd better have studied monetary theory at graduate level, worked in the area for a few years and maybe done some research. It's the same with the regulation of a lot of industries. This isn't for amateurs. You've got to be good at this stuff or you make really damaging mistakes. So I wonder if there's been a downgrading of technical skill. Almost 10 years ago, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet started a framework for training public policy analysts, which is world-class and is used in other countries and is mentioned in the Public Services Commission report. But my sense overall is that it's lying in the shadow a bit these days. It's a brilliant tool and needs to be resuscitated and used much more aggressively than it is. Secondly, on fiscal institutions, and what I mean by that are the rules of the game, the practices, the culture, the flows of data, the decision rights that sit in the fiscal system, not the particular decisions. Well, the New Zealand financial reporting system is still the best in the world because it's the most integrated in the world, and it's something to be very pleased about. But I think there's been a steady erosion of the teeth it once had, so we're now at a point where you've got government agencies with multi-category, multi-year appropriations. In other words, it's a bucket of money. And how you work out what that's been spent on and what you've got for it can be a problem. The government largely ignored the requirements in the Public Finance Act for fiscal responsibility when COVID hit, and I can understand that in practical sense. God knows, it must have been awful being in the Treasury at that time. But these clauses were simply ignored, and they need to be worked on further to bring them back to a sense of bipartisan agreement and have the Parliament taking them seriously, which it's not been doing. It troubles me that the long-term fiscal outlook, which Jim Bolger talked about earlier, we've been looking at that demographic fiscal bomb since the mid-90s, and we still don't have a coherent and well-put-together framework for what options you might use to do something about it. And I think while the cost-benefit analysis systems in the Treasury have been tuned up by the Living Standards framework, I've got to say I'm sceptical of the value of large dashboards covered in well-being indications when I don't know what you do with them to make decisions. And a report from Simon Upton, Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, recently is quite blistering in that regard and says MPs can't see any longer what they spent money on and what they got for it. And I think it's high time to have a good look and see if all of that's producing what you wanted. I'm also troubled that monetary and fiscal policy has got blurred again, with the consequence that the Reserve Bank lost $9 billion over the COVID monetary policy, and people of my age remember that the reason we separated in the first place was because Sir Robert Muldoon got the Reserve Bank to lose an amount of money which would be several billion today, intervening in the foreign exchange markets. And so I think that's a mistake that's been made that needs sorting out. Look, there's a lot more to be said about that, but that's my second thing. Let's tune up the fiscal institutions. Finally, on data. I don't think the public sector is on the frontiers of data science in areas I'm familiar with, and there's a lot that can be done, particularly if social investment comes back in as a government policy. There's a lot that can be used there. People are obviously aware that the so-called Web 3.0 wave of innovations is hitting all over the world at the moment. It'll be 10 years for it to mature. But for us to take advantage of this, there are 4 things that have to happen: data sovereignty, data standards, data interoperability, and trusted storage. Now, if these developments can take place, and we're doing some things with them, but if they pushed much harder, then I would hope we'd get an explosion of impact investment, doing all sorts of innovative things in social policy, environmental policy, regenerative agriculture, and so on, which simply can't happen at the moment without free-flowing data running across the system. And I think the public sector has to get used to the idea that it won't be in control of all of this. It will be a player in it, but it'll no longer run it. The IDI will be becoming a smaller portion of the total. So let me leave it there. If there's a theme for me, it's that we've got too many centralised solutions and that we lack real skill in the institutional analysis, which is very painstaking work to be able to unpick these delivery systems and make the best use of modern data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, I almost want to rewrite what I was going to say, but however, kia ora tātou, ngā mihi nui, and good afternoon everyone. Look, I've worked in the public sector in both local and central government for more years than I care to remember, so that's where I'm going to focus today. And my first question on the comment on the question is, have we ever been world class? And in my view, the answer is no, and in many respects, I think we're probably going backwards. So I think our public sector is justifiably held in high regard, as Martin referred to. I am chair of Transparency International, and for probity and transparency, we are world class. I do have some doubts about the growing power of the executive, but that's another topic for another day. But if we're talking about making a judgment on our overall standing in the world, we have to base that on the results, the outcomes that we achieve. And I think that there, all too often, we fall very short of world class. The relationship between local government and central government is fraught with conflict and frustration. And there's a huge disconnect between governance, policy, and implementation responsibilities, which causes that conflict and endless processes. Talk about bureaucracy, that's where it is at its best. The public sector has a huge focus on planning, which is appropriate. It's something we do need to do, but it all seems to fall to pieces when it comes to the delivery. The source of ongoing frustration is the lack of joined-up decision-making between government departments, and ministers have to take responsibility for that, and between our 78 authorities, territorial authorities, particularly as it refers to infrastructure funding and delivery. And the funding is often available, lots of it, but it sometimes feels like the various government funding pots available are designed more to apply oil to the squeaky wheel, or as has already been referred to, announcements by ministers, than to ensure sound urban growth, economic growth and prosperity, and system-wide infrastructure. And the result is that in local government, we have parts of funding stacks required to make any sort of progress, but not in the time frame that we need it, and with contributions that are contingent on funding agreements from other arms of government. And the example of that I would give is Waka Kotahi, who, it's a hypothecated fund, so it only ever can fund what it can afford, not what is needed. It can only commit to funding for 3 years, and yet local government is required to do infrastructure planning and financial planning over 10 years. And those two are not even aligned, so that when local government comes to do its 10-year plan, it knows what the 3-year funding commitment from Waka Kotahi is. How on earth can you plan infrastructure with that sort of, that's where the conflict and the frustration comes. However, I have to say that in a crisis, somehow we manage to pull it all together. And all the Crown agencies come to the table with their dollars. We get tangata whenua sitting at the table, often with their dollars, and we get local government sitting there with their dollars. And the examples of that are all too recent. So if you look at what happened in Christchurch following the earthquake, we got thousands of hectares of land opened up for building. And yet you try and do that today, you're talking a 10-year process that might end up in the courts. We got the Crown committing to major infrastructure building in the CBD in order to give confidence to the private sector to reinvest. And then if you look at that magnificent Kaikoura to Christchurch highway that was built following the Kaikoura earthquakes, built in half the time, on budget, planned in 1/10 of the time that it takes nowadays to get a highway. What we have is magnificent. That is truly world class. We have amenity values for both commuters and for visitors. We have good environmental outcomes, and we have mana whenua co-design. That is looking at world class public service. So I'm absolutely positive when we look at cyclone-ravaged areas like Tairāwhiti and Hawke's Bay, that the dollars on the table and the clear expectations as to what is to be achieved, I have no doubt that will all work. My question is, why can't it always be like that? Because that would certainly be world class. Kia ora tātou.
Well, thank you very much to our panellists for really getting us to think through these issues and link them back to a lot of the discussions that have been going on earlier this morning, and the encouragement also to have very frank conversations I think we should take on board. If there are questions from the floor, please do wave out and we'll get a microphone over to you. Otherwise, I think I'm going to make a start on a question. you all made this comment that we maybe used to be world class or maybe are world class in some areas, but there are certainly other areas where we're far from world class. How would we go about getting world class? Would we look to other countries? Are there particular other countries that we would look to? Where would we look to inform this moving towards world class? It's actually for all of you, so you may decide who.
Look, in the areas that I spoke about, it's clear that the outer edges of the use of data is in the United States. They're so far ahead. I mean, the fact that there's all sorts of bad things going on there as well, there's also a lot of very good things. And I'm presently working for one of the blockchain foundations in the United States. And I'm just astonished, really, at the skills that are in the generation of New Zealanders who have all these contacts deep into Silicon Valley and so on, what they're able to bring here. But they're all frustrated that they can't get things done. I mean, take something really simple like the anti-money laundering requirements if you're going to launch what they call a digital autonomous organisation, which muddles up the role of being a shareholder or a director or a manager. Of course, our regulatory systems are all based on the idea it's a company with a shareholder and directors, you're somebody to hold accountable. Well, with a digital autonomous organisation, that's all a blur. And so, what we're trying to work on is how would you have a regulatory system, because these things are financial products, you're asking people to put money in. How do you adapt the regulatory system to allow this to happen? And I think, as I mentioned earlier, this could release a huge amount of energy to get this right. But where is the energy that's around saying, well, hang on, let's think about how we do regulate these kinds of things? So actually getting funded from another country to think about it.
Any other comments?
I think we could look very closely at experience of our own communities. It's not all offshore, but there is stuff offshore. I mean, my son is working in the energy sector in the UK. He says there are things they'd love to do with their energy firm in New Zealand, but the regulatory environment simply doesn't permit it. And this wonderful organisation, Kia, is filled with ambitious people who are making their lives offshore at the moment. A lot of whom want to come home or may want to assist in some way. I think part of that is just opening up some of those windows that Rob was talking about before to the private sector and others, expatriates or new migrants. I mean, the great thing about a liberal and open democracy with open information systems is that all voices can be heard. There's no magic holy grail to this thing, but if you look at world's best practice, there are any number of fora that enable world best practice to be shared, but we don't have a methodical system. And often in the policy design stage, I know it was different at your time, Graham, in the 80s, because there was a real crisis. You were well informed about what was going on offshore. I don't see that as a regular part of the policy process now, that people say, where is this being done really well? There's a reluctance, I think, to be open to that sort of not invented here type of thing. I think we're quite defensive about it. It has to be invented here, otherwise
Although you did say we should look in the local communities
but
as well,
do
so it's
both.
getting that balance,
It's not either or. You look at all of them and you test it and you throw it out there, and you do it with some speed and alacrity and don't take 3 or 4 years,
Anne?
So I think at the ministerial level, certainly you do look overseas, you do look to see where it's being done well, and before COVID you'd go and have a look, and I did that on a number of occasions. But you've always got to be careful that what you see in another country is not necessarily be able to be replicated in New Zealand. And the classic is probably, the most recent one is the Three Waters, based on what happened in Scotland. Now, there's certain advantages in the systems, but you've got to put it into the local situation, and you've got to put it into the local population. You've got to make sure it's going to work in New Zealand, and that's often where I think we fail, is that we try and pick up something from overseas and put it into New Zealand without that different lens on it. And I agree with Martin. Within our communities, there's enormous resourcefulness and that willingness to do things just to get it done, and that's the character of New Zealanders, isn't it? We're the number 8 wire type people. But we're stifled by regulation. We're just making it so difficult for ourselves. And if you talk to anyone in infrastructure at the moment in construction, prices are going through the roof at sort of 20 to 30% increases. And then when you drive along a road where there's roadworks happening, we're down to 1 lane and we're 50 metres away from where a digger might be. Sometimes I try hard to find where a person on that digger is, but, and we don't work 24 hours. If you go to Japan and they're putting in infrastructure, they're working 24 hours. They have to get it done. We don't do that. It's hugely costly. So we just pile regulation and bureaucracy on top of it until it just all takes so long, it's so hard, and our innovative people end up going overseas, finding somewhere else where it's a bit easier. I'm sorry.
We need some more solutions happening here, don't we? Can we take a question from the floor, please?
The theme earlier today is sort of a thread through all the conversation so far has been about the central and local government as a provider of service to our community, companies, businesses, social and economic organisations, and the hurdles that government sometimes can provide. I wanted to just pick up on the theme with data and metrics and outcomes and ask the panel whether you can see parallels from the economic regulation of other monopoly providers of services in New Zealand, whether it's electricity, airports, telco, and are there any lessons we should take from that which might start to focus the government agencies on the right outcomes? Because in my experience, there's nothing more powerful than the sunlight of information to cause those who are accountable for those things to change behaviour and do something about it.
I mentioned data. I think if they bring back in some version some of the techniques that were used in social investment, there's still a cadre of data analysts around the ministries, but they don't seem to have access to leadership positions or decision making. But they would be able to do exactly what you're talking about. Just to give you simple examples, the analysis has been done that knows what you potentially save by kids who are taken into the state care one way or another, and the condition that they're in at the time they arrive, having used historical data, and then saying the probability of people who arrive like this having a certain life outcome with obviously a distribution of things around that, and not only the cost of that, the lives that these people have, is simply enormous. And we've known that. Those experiments started in 2005, and I think you had something to do with them. But somehow or other, that still hasn't become embedded as a core decision-making tool right in the places it ought to be. And I think you could bring it all back in about 6 months, frankly.
And you get into a bit of politics on that. So, sorry, picking up on that, because I tried to do a lot of work with those vulnerable children, but the politics, why would we call them vulnerable? We got rid of the word vulnerable. Actually, they are the most vulnerable in our communities. They should be top of it, but they still have to go through all the different hoops of all the different criteria that all the different government departments have. And that's mirrored in infrastructure, which you and I were just talking about earlier. That waka kotahi, when it is deciding on whether to build a particular road, is only looking at the benefits of transport. It doesn't take into account what's happening on either side of that transport and whether there's any housing that's released or commercial activity that's released that would account for the value. So when we come to those individual government departments, and we tried hard as ministers, and I know there's efforts to try and amalgamate some of that so that you look at things in the whole, and all fall short. I don't understand why, but maybe it's something in our structure that we all go back into our departments, and all of you go back into your departments, and the ministers all go back into theirs, and get on with that individual piece of work. It just seems hard to bring that all together, whether it's in social welfare or whether it's in infrastructure.
I think just to add in support of that last comment of Anne's, you know, we do have a vertical structure between ministers with portfolio responsibilities which are legislated for. One of the things I forgot to mention is we are, you know, quite unusual in being pretty good about operating within the rule of law in New Zealand, and that is a really valuable thing. And I remember talking to both of the Prime Ministers I work closely with, saying, you know, if any ministers think it's good to cut corners, you go and have a look at the record of judicial review against ministers' decisions, and it's the court's 100, ministers 1, you know, so it's not a path they want to go down. But the collaboration stuff is really hard, and it takes time, and there's a lot of inertia, and sometimes you can sort it out occasionally quite well at officials level, and then it gets to the cabinet level and it gets unpicked a bit, or, you know, then you've got legislation through the House and there's more unpicking. So there are, you know, there are a lot of voices that are willing to be raised about why things shouldn't be done, you know, and that's really quite grinding both for ministers and for officials, and sometimes you can find yourselves a year later back in the same position. So that's really frustrating. So, you know, it needs a bit of a shake-up. I mean, that's the sort of thing, rejuvenation.
We've got a question down the back.
Is that working? Yeah. Kia ora, Anna Woods from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Just maybe a comment more than a question, but there was a reference to, you know, the importance of New Zealand learning from overseas. And just a little bit of a good news story. I run a couple of streams in the Economic Division. One of them is Policy Insights, where we task our posts overseas. We work with domestic agencies on policies that they're interested in bringing in New Zealand or changing. So a recent one was we worked with the Ministry for the Environment on New Zealand's nationally determined contribution strategy, and they went out to our posts around the network, went out and spoke to experts and partner governments who had worked on NDC strategies and learned about what went well, you know, what were challenges, with the intention of bringing that back to help with New Zealand's strategy that we're working on. Another one is the Small Advanced Economies Initiative. So that's an initiative New Zealand leads with fellow small advanced economies of Singapore, Switzerland, Ireland, Denmark, Finland, Israel. And again, it's an opportunity for officials to get together, learn from each other about what policies have worked, which haven't, to do that really key information sharing. And so we're not just tinkering away in the garage in New Zealand, we're learning from what has been, you know, world class overseas. And of course, there's our work in the OECD, which again is those policy leads getting together and really working on best practice. So it is happening.
Well, it's nice to have a positive story. If you've got any, it was more of a comment, but if you wanted to respond, you may. Could we have a mic up to this table, please?
So picking up on that, and going back to the previous session on education, and we were always, I think for the last 20, 30 years have been looking at Finland and the education system in Finland, who always beat us at in the international results. But we know what is good about the Finnish system, and that is that they train their teachers well, extremely well, right through to master's level, and then they pay them extremely well, and they're highly regarded in their community. I think in New Zealand our teachers are highly regarded, but I don't think we train them to that level. And of course there's always the question that Susan raised of how much we paid them. So we attract the very best people. Why would a young scientist go into teaching and earn half the money that they could if they went into industry? So, you know, we might know what's best practice internationally, but we're not always willing to pay the price of that best practice.
Thanks.
Yes, I also want to talk about learning from overseas, but almost to reverse it. I actually worked overseas for 20 years as a central banker, both as an active one and as an advisor. Throughout most of that period, the IMF and most other advisors in the area were using New Zealand as a role model for best practice. And not just in targets, but in things like governance, accountability, all those nitty-gritty issues of central banking. But at the same time, as New Zealand was being used as a role model almost everywhere I worked, New Zealand was reviewing what they were doing. We seemed to lose confidence in our own ability where we were regarded as a world leader by almost everybody else.
I'll comment on that. Peter, I mean, your experience with this has been astonishing, really, what you've done with your career. But I see it this way. What happened was that because of the crisis in the 80s, it called for bold measures. They were developed and implemented. And like any such thing, some of it works better than others. You get left with having left behind a wake of other second-round effects that you've triggered off. And things were happening in the bit you weren't focusing on while you were concentrating on the crisis. So nothing lasts forever. There's in a democracy, it's always being adjusted. Now, what happened in New Zealand, in my view, is instead of the policies that were introduced at that time being comprehensively and intelligently critiqued to the point of saying, here is a well-defined better idea to apply to this or that or the other thing, what you got was a cacophony of academics who don't publish much in refereed international journals, if you see what I mean. Just with a mantra saying, well, this is all about outputs, we've got to do outcomes. It's, bumper stickers like that, which have a strong grain of truth in them, but they never said, well, actually, if we did want to do outcomes better, how would we do it? Now, the consequence of that is that you've now had 35 years of steady erosion at the margins. It's not that you've gone from a system that was designed to deal with a particular situation and now you've got another one, so you do it again. It's just you keep filing the edges off the one that you inherited. And I think that's what's happened, which has ended up with me and a few others thinking it's time to have another review of our fiscal opportunities and institutions. You might not want to go back to those, something new. In fact, I'd argue seriously it should be new, but it's got to have teeth. And we've kind of lost the teeth. It's just turned to mush,
Was there a question? Sorry, I thought there was a question at the back. Okay, let me go with one of the online questions that we've got then. That's come through, and we've got this very sort of big beast, I think is a term I heard Martin use at one stage, of different parts of the public sector. How do we succeed in optimising it and getting these different outcomes? It's such a big problem. Now, a short answer would be good, and I know you're better at identifying the problems and the solutions, but I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, what do we do with this big beast, Martin? How do we make progress?
When we were doing prep for this last week, I said that Helen Clark used to say to me several times a year, trouble with officials, Martin, is that officials are really good at pointing out the problems and not so good at offering the answers. So I think you've come back to haunt me on that.
I've come back to haunt you. You're not a public official anymore.
Well, I think optimising the public sector, I think, is an unattainable nirvana. To get it all right, you've got to have good data. You start from that. So good situational awareness, then good analysis, which requires people who are well skilled and trained and got good experience and are going to apply their intellect to interpreting what they see, and then coming up with some options for policy choices, then being able to well present them persuasively and get ministers to understand and getting collaboration from other agencies. That's really powerful around the cabinet table. And then you've got to go have the right decision made, and timeliness is always important. And then, of course, there's the whole question of implementation that Anne talked about, and then evaluation to see what works. So that process is a really long thing. It may be, normally quite a number of years before you really see stuff, but those elements should appear in everything. But the question is, where do you apply it? Because the sector is so enormous. I don't think we'd agree. We don't need to have, I'm sure there are improvements that can be made to the judicial system, but upending the legal system and the courts now is probably not the biggest priority. So I think selecting some of the really big elements that are going to have bigger downstream effects, as I mentioned before about the agricultural reforms in the 80s, is similarly with the tax reforms. Really strong, bold positions and the fiscal and monetary policy settings. Once those were right, lots of other things started to fall into place. So I think some attention to, as a step towards optimisation, which I don't think you could ever achieve, is to have a sense about what are the really critical few areas where we need to embark on a journey of refreshing and reinvigorating, and as mentioned earlier today, making sure that we're competitive, and also I think the attractive to a migrant thing. I mean, I think that's been one of the casualties of the COVID thing, is that, as someone said earlier, that where the others are putting the welcome mat up, we're putting up a hand up saying no, thank you very much. That can be devastating in the medium and long term, and I think there are some areas like that which really would be useful to look at in quite an intense and wide way, straight away, get a cluster of really big issues that you think are going to make a difference, and try and start moving the dial on those. You can't do everything at once. It's a bit like local government. You can't, taking on the whole of local government at once is a bit tricky, but if you do bite-sized chunks, you might get some change.
And I
It's
guess
hard.
I'd like to
It's
turn
really
to you, Anne,
hard.
and ask you about these linkages between the local and central government. You know, the dysfunctions, and how do we improve those dysfunctions that might exist between those different layers?
I think the first thing we should do is go to a 4-year term for both of them, because that would allow much better analysis and give better time for implementation and seeing what works. So I think that's the first thing. 3 years turnover. And you think of the last, we've had literally two different governments in the last of the three years. And so you start all over again. Your public service changes, your ministers change, and so your policies change. The relationship between, it's trying to align, well, first of all, there has to be a trust between the two. So all too often central government doesn't trust local government to do the job, so they put more rules and regulations on them. They also put over to local government the jobs they don't really want to tackle or can't tackle politically. And you look at things like local alcohol policies and gambling, all of that's been put out to local government in order to get local decision making, which is good, but they are difficult issues to deal with at the political level. But no funding comes with that, no support comes with that. So all it does is make local government, it just affects that relationship between the two. And that's really at the core of it, is how those two essential parts of our public service actually work together, understand one another, and work to create a good place for people, for New Zealanders to live in, and a great country. And I mean, I've got lots of suggestions, but we haven't got time.
If there are questions from the floor, please wave out for a microphone. Otherwise, I'm going to turn to a comment that Rob Fife made this morning. And he talked about it was much easier to get decisions through if you've got a small number of people making those decisions. And I'm curious about your views on this. We've talked about how we might find solutions. Is one solution to move to much smaller groups of people making decisions, and what are the implications for democracy when we do these sorts of things? So I'm curious about your views on whether that's a way forward or a way backwards.
I have one comment on it. It's the question of collaboration. I mean, Jenny Shipley made a very important speech in 1997 when she was Minister of State Services, and she said, we've done what we're going to do with all that economy stuff. The new agenda is social policy, and the rules have got to be different because all of these things interact, and you need collaborative processes, and ministers are sick of hearing public servants arguing with each other in the cabinet. And she was right, because these social policy problems inherently need integrated solutions, and they're much harder to get. But I've got a thought I'll express. It's a bit risky, but I think collaboration is expensive. It leads to interdepartmental committee meetings with 30 people at them, and
if you're lucky.
and a bit more attention. Do we need to collaborate about this? Can't we just say, look, this is your issue, go fix it? Because if you look at some of the most heroic things that's happened in New Zealand, like maybe the management of the Second World War, history says it was done by a small handful of people who actually did a very good job. They didn't set up an interdepartmental coordinating committee to figure out how to prosecute the war. So I think a lot more care about where you need to get complex and expensive collaborations, and when you can just delegate the job to somebody and tell them to go and do it.
I agree. Well, I'm a commissioner with 4 commissioners in place from a council of, I think it was 12 12 councillors and a mayor. And you do have to be careful that you are getting a diversity of thought around the table, because I mean, when I first started in local government in the Napier City Council, and I think there were 12 councillors, and if we all agreed on something, I'd often think, have we asked enough questions? And this isn't right if the community never all agrees on something. So you do need to make sure that you get a variety of skills and a variety of views around your decision-making tables. I get really worried when we start saying we need to have diversity, and actually we're not talking diversity of skills or thought. We're talking diversity about different groups of people, whether it's from different backgrounds, from different ethnicities, from different genders, etc. And the key to decision making is having, I think, a reasonable number of people well versed in the topic, having done their homework, and prepared to make a decision, because in the end, governance requires decisions. And all too often, both at central and local levels, we see governance that is not prepared to make the hard decisions. It is tough to go out, it's going to be tough to go out and say to some communities, I'm sorry, but we're not going to rebuild in that place ever again. That's going to be a really tough decision that we're going to have to be saying right across the country. I'm sorry, but we're not going to allow you to rebuild or to build in that place because it is not safe. So you know, really strong decision makers have those skills that I've just outlined. What the numbers are, I don't know. I don't think 4 is enough to run the 5th largest city in New Zealand. I think you do need more than that to get that diversity of thought particularly. But I agree. I mean, I went to meetings where there would be an army of officials and sat with my cabinet colleagues, and you were dying to get some really good, hard-hitting advice. I always said, you know, I wanted the good, the bad and the ugly. But you can't when there's sort of 40-odd people sitting in a room. No one's going to put their head above the water to do it then. So too much collaboration is overwhelming and doesn't produce good results. But you do need to be working across some of those portfolios and working together as a group of ministers and a group of officials. And then I'm with Graham. Then just get on, delegate it to someone to get on and deliver it and trust them.
So the right numbers of people, the right types of people, and that willingness to make decisions as part of the governance is a strong message that came through. And I think that's part of the solution, isn't it? We're certainly ending up with a solution. Martin, any last comment from...
Well, I was just thinking of what Anne was saying there. You know, I think our cabinet system with the committees actually works pretty well. I've sat in hundreds of those cabinet committee meetings, and there are, you know, most cabinet committees are 10 or 12 people, and there's a, you know, sitting from the foot of the table, as I always was, there's the PM and the senior ministers who've, you know, got a bit more grey hair and experience, a few stab marks on their back, and then there are ones who are learning the ropes a bit more. But when they come together, it's very powerful and pretty impressive to see. And the clarity of thinking and the willingness to take a decision, and the fact that you don't have hundreds of officials in those rooms or all of the backbenchers or the whole of the caucus is a really, really good thing. And that's, I think, one of the enduring benefits of the way New Zealand Prime Ministers have always continued to run our cabinet system, which is that it's ministers only. And long may that last. I was advised by some of my central agency colleagues when a certain government came into power that we should make a strong bid that the head of the Prime Minister's department should also sit in the cabinet office, in the cabinet meeting. And I said, I'm not going to do that, and I will not propose it, and that's it. It's a ministerial and political space, and they need to have the full authority, and they need to take responsibility for it, and they take the advice and stuff. So that works well, but, you know, concentrating the decision-making in that sort of way, I think, is really beneficial.
And I think ending on that authority and responsibility is actually quite a nice way to end the government's on, isn't it? We're out of time now. Our next panel coming up is infrastructure, housing and development, so Matt will be taking over. So you can see there are strong linkages between all of these panels, but what a wonderful set of insights we've had from our three speakers today. I thank them all very much for their insights, and sometimes from a little bit of distance that you've had from decisions that you were involved with in the past. They were able to really bring a wealth of experience and insights to us. So thank you very much to all of you.
I see a sliver of natural light entering the back of the room, but we're going to keep you in here for a little bit longer until just after 5 o'clock. So thank you for sticking with us. I am reflecting back on a couple of the other economics forums we've run, and I was particularly interested in that session because when we're talking about this, we're often talking about issues of policy. And so the way that our public sector is set up at a central and a local government level, the interaction between the political and the officials, the political elements and the officials and advice is so fundamental to the way that everything else we're talking about works. So now coming out from how the system works to one part of it, next session on infrastructure, housing and development. Like many of our topics, it's potentially never been so topical, and we have an excellent panel. So I'll welcome the panellists onto the stage. Make our ways past the screen. It's tight when we've got four. Good to see you, Simon. All right. So we have with us Simon Bridges, a well-known face to everybody in New Zealand, now leading the Auckland Business Chamber, and who has recently, along with his co-chairs of the Chambers of Waikato and Bay of Plenty, who are both in the room, Matt Cowley and Don Good, launched an infrastructure forum for the top of the North Island. We also have Chris Meehan, CEO and Chair of Winton Property Group, one of New Zealand's largest property development groups. We have Tanya Tapsell, the Mayor of Rotorua Lakes, and also with a background in resource planning. And we have Brad Olsen, the CEO, Principal Economist of Infometrics. So a fantastic panel with a broad range of views. I will hand over to you. I'm going to start on this side, Simon. I'm going to set the time warning 3 to 5 minutes, otherwise I give a conspicuous cough, and we're in your hands.
Hey, well, thanks very much, Matt. Can you hear me? And thank you for what you do and your leadership here at Waikato, and look, also putting on things like this, which is hugely important. I mean, I think the first thing to say is when we think infrastructure, obviously am an enthusiastic amateur when it comes to transport, really more than some of the other areas. And things have absolutely changed, I think, as a result of what's happened in the last month or so, the floods and the cyclone, and we have a situation at the moment that you know as well as I do, where key communities, the North, Gisborne, Tairāwhiti, the Hawke's Bay, Coromandel, are cut off, and the key routes in and out, that both for the communities, but also their freight and supply chain are cut off. I mean, I've been thinking about this. It seems to me what's really important is both the short term and the long term around this. And what can happen is that different groups can make the mistake of focusing only on one. Politicians obviously sometimes focus on the short term, but I think what's also true is think tanks and groups that are in this space often focus on the long term at the expense of the short term. The short term is really important, and I know you've got Adrian Orr here, Matt, tomorrow. He said, well, you know, because of the inflation effect, really, either we have to tax more or spend less. The logic of that is there. I certainly don't want to see more taxes. I think we've got an economic environment where that would be fraught. When it comes to spending less, look, obviously it's about priorities. But what I would say here is it's not as if in investing in our infrastructure, in our roading networks, we're wasting money. We are investing in our future and in generational investments. So it seems to me at a level it has to happen. I also think in reality we're talking about an environment that's got low public debt in New Zealand relative to other countries. And so in the end, as I say, we've sort of got to get on and do it. I was interested in what Anne was saying at the last one. I think what's really important here in rebuilding these networks is pace. I was involved in the Kaikoura earthquakes and the rebuild there. And what happened there was Parliament came together. It almost unanimously, not entirely unanimously, but it passed a law to do it with pace, and that was important. Prioritisation is also really important. And I think government should be really quickly identifying which routes need to be done first and getting on with those and having those second tier ones there, for later in a sense. I think the other thing that's really interesting in all of this is the level of service that New Zealanders expect. And the reality is, if you're central Auckland, the level of service you get in transport will always be higher than Jim's older electorate gets in some of the back blocks. But I think we have to be really careful that when we're talking about managed retreat, we accept that actually communities oftentimes, even if it is at a gravel road level, do require a level of service and be cautious about sort of saying, well, no, we're not going to do that anymore because of this, that and the other thing. Clearly, when we build back better, things will change and there'll be different routes and the like. But actually, that shouldn't be excused for actually a bit of ambition around what we need to do in New Zealand over the next year or so. It's probably enough of a soapbox from me. But thank you.
I was feeling a tickle, but I'm all good. So thank you, Simon. Tanya.
Look, I think it's a really interesting discussion and flows on really nicely from the previous panel. I really come to this panel with the perspective of localism, the perspective of the local voice. And whether that's as the new mayor of Rotorua, of which I spent 9 years as the local councillor as well, or my time on the New Zealand Community Board. So you've heard already there's 78 councils across New Zealand. There's 110 community boards across the country. And when you take that in a perspective, we are the people that are also looking after our provincial and our rural areas, of which New Zealand is predominantly made up of. So I know in these discussions we tend to focus on the big cities, on Auckland, on Wellington, in a way on Hamilton as well, but we can't forget that New Zealand, Aotearoa, when we think about it, there are many, many communities out there. So how do we make sure that we keep that local voice in infrastructure? That is our job as councils. Infrastructure is one of biggest expenditure items, but you've heard today as well that centralisation and this country are actually quite... Sorry, I'll just keep talking and hopefully you can hear me, that we are a very centralised country. Now you put that in a perspective and all the public expenditure that we spend in New Zealand, 90% of that is spent from government, 90%. Water, the 3 waters currently, hopefully to continue. When you consider we're dealing with roads and public facilities and infrastructure, it becomes really difficult for us then to say, are we serving our local communities well if the decision making cannot be local? Now to put that 90% into perspective, if we look at what other countries do, Korea, 40%, USA, 50%, Australia, 60%. So why is New Zealand so centralised at 90% of public expenditure being made by decision makers in government and parliament? So is the future for us on unlocking infrastructure, providing quality infrastructure, but also remembering that that unlocks the housing and development that we need, will we be better served by further centralising, and I'm going to say it, the 3 waters, and other key decision-making abilities when it's our local communities in New Zealand that need to make sure that they not only keep their local voice, but are able to continue to be thriving in a way that best suits them as well. I know we've seen across the country some criticisms of council. I know we've had things like commissioners come into place, but remember, it is your role and your opportunity every 3 years to vote. So the big question that I always put out is, why is voter turnout so low as well? Why is only 4 out of 10 people voting for councils? So when we put that into perspective, those are the facts and figures. That's what we're dealing with. Infrastructure is a really crucial part, but I wanted to touch briefly because we do have a solution as well. And I want to give an example of how we help to unlock housing. Now, in Rotorua, we did partner between our local council, the government, and also local iwi to create a housing accord. So we have infrastructure in place, we know where we need it, but we need to unlock housing, and we also need to stop, which unfortunately you probably have heard of, the emergency housing motels in Rotorua and actually across the country as well. That was only a symptom of a failed investment in infrastructure to unlock the housing and unlock affordable housing across the country. So the solution that we came up with, and believe it or not, we are working together in good faith and we're getting good progress with the government as well. So we signed a housing accord shortly after being elected. What that does is we've got a few shared outcomes, but we actually share resources as well. So I know there's a lot of doom and gloom, these are all the things that are wrong, but we have already seen such great progress through that housing accord that those emergency housing motels have not only halved, but we have gone from about 350 families to now 152 families in there, because they are also progressing into the houses that are now there because we fast-tracked that development and that growth as well. So that's probably my comments for now, but happy to contribute later as well.
I was itching to go, but thank you, Tanya, and it's great to have for the session some of the positives as well. Kia ora. Chris.
Thanks, Matt. So I guess I come from this discussion from the perspective of a bloke that goes to work every day with a super talented team of people and a fair bit of resource. And all we want to do is build more and more and more houses. And you would think, when you Google the words housing crisis in New Zealand and you get about 100,000 articles come up in your face, you would think that's a fairly straightforward proposition. But unfortunately, the reality for us is we spend most of our time and most of our resource battling bureaucracy to get it done. Now, you take a wider view and you say, okay, here's this great country of New Zealand that we all love so much, and you look at the urban land content of New Zealand, the urban land constitutes less than 1% of our land mass. So you say to yourself, well, why is there a housing crisis? We're not short of land, we're not short of resource, we're not short of smart people to build them. Why are we short of houses? So, you know, when we break it down in cost terms, it's purely a problem of our own making. The regulatory environment that we operate in, mostly under the RMA, is such that we've put this artificial constraint on the supply of houses in New Zealand. And that, make no mistake, that is what has caused the housing crisis. So we battle our way through this regulation every day of our lives. And some of you might find this remarkable, but we genuinely do spend more money on bureaucracy and legal cases and just general regulatory navigation than we do on physically building a section. And that is ridiculous. It's not good for anyone. So you then look at the sort of the social costs of this shortage of houses and the regulatory cost that the consumer, the house owner, ends up paying. And the social costs are enormous. You're seeing, you know, kids that are transferred from school to school and your truancy rates are high because they never get settled, and you're seeing people living in garages and cars and all the health problems and the social problems and the crime that comes out the back of it, and it's a huge social cost. And one that I think that New Zealand's going to bear the brunt of for many, many years. So why do we do this to ourselves? I mean, if you've made an analogy, and bear with me on this a little bit, but if you made an analogy with the housing market and the RMA regulatory reform and the health of New Zealanders, you wouldn't find the government putting some sort of additive in the water to make us all sick and then spend billions of dollars making us better again. Yet in housing, the government regulates that we can't have any houses, then spends billions of dollars dealing with the problem, and that's just not on. So I guess where I see it is we've just got into this regulatory mire that's very tough to get out of, and we're not moving forward. I mean, I'm sorry to say the new RMA is diabolical, and there are many, many very practiced practitioners, very experienced practitioners who are just leaving the industry because they can't bear the thought of dealing with it for another 10 years. And then you've got the UDA, which is not a secret that we're battling with the government to get access to that. But, you know, you've got all this regulatory stuff coming down the pipeline that honestly, from a practitioner's point of view, from someone that just, as I said, wants to get out of bed and go and build some houses, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. So when you Google the words housing crisis 10 years from now, instead of 100,000 hits, you're going to see 1 million hits. And that's a really sad thing for New Zealand. And I think the solution, which we should address, is really you need a big stick from government. Somewhere you've got to break the cycle, and you've got to have somewhere from government say, okay, you know what, rather than spend half the money of a section's cost on paperwork and the other half on building it, let's take that half and let the developer go and do their own infrastructure, because we can do it cheaper than most. And we can open up huge, big swathes of land, but just give us the go-ahead to do it. Stop saying no. Let's become a country that wants to address this housing crisis by starting to say yes a bit more often.
Kia ora, Chris. Thank you. And to Brad.
Well, I feel like, let's see if I can get the mic to work, will be the first one. Is that working yet? No, I don't think it is. I'll grab that one. I think, I mean, you've invited an economist to the economics forum, and, you know, as the dismal science, I think that's always dangerous. But I'll sort of go with where Tanya went as well in terms of more of a bouquet than a brickbat, and that's to note that despite all the challenges, and gosh, I'm looking forward to talking about them, there are some good things that have been going on. At the end of last year, or end of September rather, the amount of other construction going on in the country, so network infrastructure, was at its highest proportion of the economy since 2010, 3.62%. If you strip out mining, it's the highest since the 70s. So we are starting to move in a better place. There's still hundreds of billions of dollars worth of infrastructure still to be deployed, but I think it's worthwhile highlighting that we're starting to at least move in a better direction. The two things that get me, and again, this is an economics forum as well as all the other conversations we've been having. The first one is around incentives, and I really don't think that we've got them very well aligned. And importantly, I don't think that they function or are at any point being discussed when we talk about the big issues. If we think of water, for example, which as a Wellingtonian, I'm quite keen to get some pipes that will bring me water at the right time, not in a puddle out in the street, and will take the water that I don't want away from my house without it ending up also on the street, is that when we think about the incentives, if I'm a council, if I'm, you know, Anne over in Tauranga, if I'm Tanya down in Rotorua, if I want to build a road, I get 50% on that from NZTA. If I want to build a pipe, I'm paying for that fully myself. And so it's pretty clear that over time, and more importantly, you can see the road and people talk about it and like it, the pipe's underground and no one sees it until it breaks. So I feel like the incentives are a bit warped financially. And we've got to think about addressing that. You know, where is the conversation about the National Land Transport Fund but for water? Where's the conversation around some of the water metering and charges that we might be doing better because we don't fund it properly? The same when it comes to housing. I mean, we just, you heard from Chris how difficult it is when he has to deal with all of the, you know, the council planning rules and similar. If I go into a council building and say I want to build a house, I reckon you should get a bottle of champagne these days. You're doing a good job. But correct me if I'm wrong, but if you do that at the moment, they're going, gosh, that's more work that I now have to fund from somewhere. And so I think the difficulty again is that where's the incentive? If I'm a council, I've got to do more work and I get less money for it. I've got to figure out in my LTP where I put the next amount of infrastructure, how many DCs I charge and every other acronym under the sun, but I don't get paid anything. So where is that thought around actually where that revenue comes from so that it can support the right incentives? It's not just about the money itself, it's about putting the right conditions economically for people to go, yeah, I like that, that does well for me because I get paid to do it. The second bit, and a wider point that is going to come into sharp relief with what's happened with the cyclone recently, is prioritisation. We do not have the materials, we do not have the people to do everything we want to do right here and now. And we're seeing that all the time. And for everyone who says, oh yeah, but we managed to get away with it, well, given how crumbling some of our infrastructure seems to be, I'd submit that probably not might be the case. I'm a Northlander. At the moment, the Brendurwins are stuffed. That is the major transport network into the entire Northland region, the fastest growing population zone in the country. And we've said, you know what, guys, sorry, your holiday highway means that you can get cut off. That's disgusting. And I would suggest that we need to have a much better conversation around what are the priorities. Now, that's a difficult discussion, but when it comes to infrastructure, I am worried that we seem to think that we can do everything all the time, no matter what it is, and the simple fact of the matter is we can't. If we're going to get serious about the sort of infrastructure that we want to build in this country, we are going to have to make tough decisions about not only what gets funded, but also what doesn't, and what we are willing and able to put on the back burner, because there has to be stuff that comes first. If you don't, the market works very well at telling you that the stuff you already started happens, and the stuff that you didn't start but really desperately wanted to, well, it goes and goes and goes further and further down the line. So I think we do have to have a really serious conversation about that prioritisation, what that looks like across the country, but also how we integrate that, because increasingly we're not doing the sort of linked up infrastructure that we need to. Every single acronym under the sun in Wellington has a different idea of where the next bit of infrastructure needs to go, which means that you've got people in the construction sector running around like mad cats trying to get to the next site because we're never joined up. So I think we've got a lot of work to do around prioritisation. We've got to set the right incentives and the right funding to get into a better position, but I am at least grateful that we are building more infrastructure now than we have done before.
Brilliant.
No cough either.
And we will come back to prioritisation a little bit later. Look, there's a lot of that, lot in that, and there are some good questions coming through. I'm actually going to start one with you, Chris, and you don't all need to comment on every issue. There'll be different things that that spark your interest more. So there's huge amounts of bureaucracy, as you've said. There's the cost of that. It's costing more to get through that side than to actually put up the house. If we were at a different forum, one of the discussions would probably be about, might be about RMA or its replacements, saying, but it hasn't worked for the other reasons. Maybe we need more because obviously some of the environmental outcomes haven't been what we've wanted. How do we get that mix right between what the regulation is trying to achieve, make things simpler, easier, but also get to good outcomes, without it costing more than it actually costs to do the work? And I'm really interested in your view on that. And this is something, of course, others might have a view. And Simon, of course, you've been on the other side of some of those ministerial roles around Ministry of Transport and so on as well. But Chris, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's a multifaceted answer. But I think, you know, as I said, the default position from most councils and ironically from government, generally to more housing supply, their default position is no. And often the no is because they don't want to pay for the infrastructure. And then I go and spend more money fighting against that no than I would have otherwise spent in doing the infrastructure myself, which is ridiculous. So I think, how do you fix it? I think the first thing is you need to break the cycle. So I think if we're, and Brad might argue the pitch and toss, but any economist seems to put the number currently at somewhere between 50 and 100,000 houses that we're short today, you might argue. Anyway, I think it's in that region.
There's a lot.
There's a lot, yeah. But I think if you're going to just break the cycle quickly and then deal with the regulatory reform, which will no doubt take some time, I think you need a big stick from the government that says, okay, Mr. Developer, whoever it might be, we'll give you this patch of land. You get off and do the infrastructure yourself. We won't bog you down in regulation. You build 5,000 or 10,000 houses over there and we'll leave you to it. And I think that would break the cycle while you then figure out how to get the RMA back into check. I think one of the balancing things the RMA set out to do was to balance the urban outcome with the environmental outcome. But as I said, we occupy 1% of the landmass. If we occupied 1.1% of the landmass, this problem goes away. So I think we surely can figure a way to do that and not offend the environmental outcomes that the RMA seeks to preserve.
Mm. Great. Did anybody else want to jump in on that, or otherwise I've got a lot here.
I mean, just to the point around funding, how do I hold this so it works? Is I think that exact point around, you've also, like I say, you've got to give the different options, right? I mean, we talked, any good panel has a briefing beforehand. We talked about the likes of PPPs as well and sort of getting the ability for the private sector to get more involved. I think there is a big part in that. But a lot of the time, I think we talk a lot about, you know, where does the money come from? And actually, there's huge amounts of money out there if only we're willing to do it. There is, I think, a nervousness sometimes to get the infrastructure done. I would perfectly submit that both sides of the coin, public and private sector, have done bad things before and things have gone wrong. if that's the case for both, then sort of no one is blameless, and I feel like we've got to find a better way forward rather than saying, well, you can't do it, well, you can't either, so therefore it doesn't get done. That is an awful place for us to get to as a country, given how much we need to do.
All right. Brad, earlier, and to pre-warn, this is a question coming to you, Tanya, but it's something that's been sparked by your comments, Brad. The incentives. You know, somebody wants to build a house, wants to build a road, all of those things. From where you sit, you've talked about some really good things happening. What's either working with the incentives that you've got in play now, or how could those incentives be improved so that some of the things that seem obvious can actually start happening?
I think to answer that question, and something that's been on the back of my mind now stepping into this role as mayor, is we get so focused on making change when actually we just need to make it count. So when we only have a limited time and limited money available, and by us we're very limited because our only income is rates, how do we ensure that any dollar that we are spending will get the return on investment, but also tangible, practical outcomes for our community where they can have confidence. So I think it goes back to being really clear right from the start, what are we trying to achieve? And then actually setting that direction clearly, because I think where we get a lot of the round in circles and a lot of the delays is we as politicians set, this is our 10-year plan, this is our annual plan, this is what we want to do, but we don't give clear direction on how, when and why. And the how actually becomes really important when it comes to delivering, which is why I'm so passionate about localism, because we can say, yes, we want to save money here, yes, we want to build more, but how do we make that practical in terms of, do we actually have the skills and resources in this district to be able to do it? When we bring the skilled people in, where are they going to live, where are they going to stay? And then how do we make, and I think actually Anne Tolley touched on this really well as well in terms of when you see roading projects, and are we doing it efficiently enough? So I think to answer that question, it's not necessarily about the change that's needed. It is just making that limited resource that we have count and holding ourselves as politicians and decision makers to account more than just continuously blaming it on the people who are only there, and this is a lot of our staff, they're delivering on what we asked them to do in the first place.
Great, thank you. Simon, I'm going to come to you. There was a very direct question, and I don't know if this is placing you in a position, but I know you're well skilled at that. But
I'll answer the question I want, so don't worry.
That's right. That's right. Can you hear me? So, light rail, Auckland, getting a lot of media now.
Yeah.
I think there's a big discussion here that we're going to spend a bit more time on around prioritisation. What do you think should happen? What is happening?
Yeah, I mean, look, now I'm out of politics, I try and be a little bit careful about particular projects. The truth of the light rail one is, I've always been deeply sceptical. I know some of the people on the board and lightrail.co.nz, I've got a great deal of time for them. I think, if any of them can anyone can deliver it, they could. And they present quite a compelling case around what it means in terms of city shaping and urban transformation and all these wonderful things. I think you still have to come back to the fact, though, when you're thinking about light rail, it is such a big project. It quite literally is the funding for everything else and more. And so it comes to that question of prioritisation. I think if they were to put forward the case for one discrete portion of it, with the benefit and cost of that laid out, that there is a case to be made for that, and there could be a debate on that. But I think the overall thing is so big that's a real issue, and it will be susceptible. And I put no blame kind of on anyone. It will be susceptible to political change and the squabbles with that. Given that this is a 20, 30 thing, a 30-year thing, if not longer.
Thank you. Anybody else on light rail while we're here?
Here
we go.
The question I wanted you to ask me, was really following on the things that I think all of the panelists said, and that is around funding. I sort of tried to make it fall throated kind of case in my opening remarks that actually funding isn't the real issue. That's not to be glib about it. Money matters, borrowing matters, all of these things. That's not to suggest either that the public model isn't broken. Our National Land Transport Fund at the moment is being asked to fund rail, ever-growing public transport subsidy, and the roads maintenance and improvement. Now, all of those things are good things, but it's doing more than it ever kind of could. The biggest issue, though, in infrastructure today, and I think Brad touched on this, I hope he'd agree, but it's capacity and capability, namely the firms and the workers to do it. And I'm sure we'll talk a bit about that as we go on.
Let's go there right now, and we've got people in the room on this. Let's say we can. Money's unlimited. 18 months ago that felt like it was true. We do have relatively low public debt. We can go out and source funds if we want. We've already had discussions on immigration a bit earlier in the day and lots of different views, but let's say we had the money, we went big. Can we actually deliver with the skills that we've got here now? Because this isn't just people digging holes, or not just. There's a hell of a lot of geotechnical work, there's a hell of a lot of project management. Do we actually have the skills in the country to deliver what we want? I'm going to start with you, Chris.
100%. I mean, if you look at all of the big civil projects in the Middle East and some in Europe, I mean, the Kiwi engineer, the Kiwi planner, the Kiwi construction manager is the most widely sought after on the planet. We 100% definitely have the skills, and I think that's not going to go away anytime soon.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I just totally disagree. It's an interesting point.
We're back in the house.
Here's the reality of it. I mean, right now, on a variety of kind of boards and things I'm on, you've got a waste management sector that is rubbish. They need several thousand workers. So their workers are working overtime. It's just not remotely sustainable. The same is true in the national road carriers forum on and the many hundreds of truck drivers they need, not tomorrow, not in 6 months' time, right now, but they don't have. So the system is just not sustainable. You add to that the fact that we've got a rebuild to do that's going to require hundreds, if not thousands, of workers, and it's a really big issue. What the government said is good, and I give them a tick. They've announced a recovery visa, but the issue with the recovery visa is it is explicitly short term. And I don't know if you saw where Australia was at just last week, but their Labor Party Home Office, I think they call it, Minister Claire O'Neill, I think her name is, she said quite clearly they're going more pro-business. There is no short term. Every immigrant that comes to New Zealand will shortly have a pathway to residence. And the problem with immigration is good isn't good enough, it has to be better. In our case, if Australia has a better pathway to residency, that's where the Filipino truck driver or the Indian contractor will go. So, look, at a level I take Chris's point that there are skills that could come back, but in raw physical terms, we're going to need a whole lot more migrants, and that's not to downplay the issues around housing that they'll have and so on, and they're just not here at the moment.
And sorry, I'll differentiate the two things. We have the skill set and the brain power. We don't have the manpower, which I think are two distinct things which we probably...
understand. Good, thank you. Brad?
I think as well, I mean, you look at all of the large infrastructure projects that we're currently doing and ask if we can even do... I know that I said that infrastructure levels are as high as they've ever been, which is true, but I'm worried that they won't go a whole lot further. How's Dunedin Hospital going at the moment? How's the Manawatu Gorge replacement going? That's, nearly 10 years so far. I'm not convinced that we have the ability to deliver the large projects that we've currently got on the cards at the moment. I was at Whangarei Hospital last year as my grandfather passed away and the windows were falling out of the goddamn place. No, I don't think that we've got the planning, the people or the resources to necessarily do this sort of stuff at the moment. More importantly, the panel earlier, a few of the panels earlier, we heard about education, we heard about the likes of immigration. I know that in some parts of the country there are 3 times as many people leaving the workforce in the next 10 years as there are coming in. That's going to make it even more difficult. We don't have enough water technicians at the moment. You've got government departments that are paying over the tops to find building control officers and stealing them from councils. I feel like we're playing a little bit of musical chairs at the moment. So I'm not convinced that we have the skills, the people, the resources. Simon's point is right around the money, in a sense, that yes, we could go out tomorrow and the government could borrow hundreds of billions of dollars. What are we going to do with it? Who's going to spend it? We're going to spend it on even more expensive stuff and probably deliver less for it. So I'm not convinced, and I know that's pessimistic, but I feel like in a sense it's also realistic. It says that we do need to get back to basics, but we've got to have a pretty clear plan. What are we trying to do with the resources that we've got? We know that water is broken. We know that our healthcare system needs more investment. We know that parts of education need the same thing. There is no plan in this country that says what we're going to do next on infrastructure. Councils have got half of the solution. They've got where some of the network infrastructure is, and after that we leave it to every individual department and government to come up with what they're doing next. There is no integrated asset management plan. Everyone was surprised the other year when there was poo running down the walls at Middlemore and there was mould in a classroom in Upper Hutt, or in the Hutt I think it was. Why were we surprised? No one had ever thought about ensuring that those assets were renewed. We just hope that they go over, and then when they fall over we go, oh damn, it'll be 10 years before we get to that again. If we're so bad at actually planning the past and the present, I'm a little bit worried about the future.
I'll pass to Tanya and then a question here.
Thank you, and that's too right, but I think this is where that making it count's really important, because yes, we do have the skill set, and yes, we don't have enough people. So what do? The solution is actually making those tough decisions. Now, there are a lot of councils going through our annual plan process right at the moment. What politicians have never been good at is actually delivering on their promises of stopping the spend. So now we have to get really real, really serious, because our people are not getting paid any more money to be paying any more rates for all of that additional infrastructure that we need, and we have a really critical crisis where a lot of our engineers in councils, if not already our retirement age, are approaching retirement age, and we do not have a succession plan of them coming through. Now that's pretty serious when you think about waters and infrastructure as well. So again, what can we do with what we have? Make the most of it, make those hard decisions, prioritise so that the people that we do have on the ground can actually deliver.
I mean, two really brief comments, and then I'm going to be well behaved. But I just, I'm not suggesting that there is a bottomless pit of money. No one's suggesting that. But what worries me is I don't want to see the funding issue become an excuse when you take State Highway 1 to Northland, for example, for doing a proper job. Because the reality of that road is pretty simple. The first part, that's 4 lanes, stood up perfectly, no issues whatsoever fundamentally. But the rest that hadn't had the resiliency factors built in is a shambles, and we still can't use it properly. So we do need to do those, and there's plenty of funding ways, whether PPPs or loans intergenerationally to make that happen, that we could sort of do that. So I think that's a pretty important point.
Thank you, Simon. One question from Adrian.
Sort of a question and a statement, having a bit of knowledge on large-scale infrastructure development. I wanted to endorse the comments about the lack of capacity in the country. It is really real, and the reason for that is that almost every developed economy around the world is going through a 50 and 100-year replacement of civic and national assets of the same nature that we're trying to deal with. So the skills for those kind of projects are in sharp demand everywhere. So that's number one. Number two is that the large-scale companies, the Vinci's, all those big companies you know of, the Spanish, the French, etc., even the Aussies, will always still rely on the local capacity to deliver those bits of infrastructure. So they'll fly in the big guys who'll come and tell you that they can do it. Then they'll turn around and call on the local capacity to build it. Now, I don't think we've got enough capacity to look after what we've got, let alone do the big jobs that need to be done. So I think we've got to be real about that. It comes back to the immigration story again. And so I think one of the most important things we can do, and this is something that Simon and I sort of worked on a while ago or years ago, was we need to get in behind the Infrastructure Commission 30-year pipeline, and we need to look across both New Zealand and Australia and try to build scale across those things. And I'll give you some examples. Airports is one, but tunnel boring is a great example. So Watercare has the tunnel boring machine drilling the tunnel through Auckland. We need to have the next tunnels lined up right behind it so that team of specialists can stay in the country, can continue on to the next tunnel and the one after that and one after that. We need to have that 30-year plan with triggers against each of those projects in a bipartisan way that says we know what needs to happen and we know what the triggers will be for each of those projects, and give that signal to the market so the market can start to scale up, get the skills in the country and start to plan and predict when those projects will get underway. And to me, that is one of the most critical things that collectively all of us should get in behind for the next 50 years of infrastructure development. And then immigration and everything else needs to follow behind that as well. There are answers, and we know what the answers are, we've just got to do it.
Can I just, I mean, you're absolutely right, but just one thing to respond with that. I think we can come up with all the pipelines in the world and the 30-year plans and so on, but if they're not integrated, I am worried that they don't go any further. I mean, put it this way, I've literally gone through over the last decade every long-term plan from all, 78 councils across the country and pulled out their infrastructure spend. I've done the same for all of the other major providers. If it's a big Excel list of all of these are all the things we want to do, that's one thing. But I do wonder if actually we need to give Infracom more powers to be more directional. Instead of saying, hey, you know, look, if you're a government department, send me a plan about what you want to do and I'll chuck it in a spreadsheet, which that's not to denigrate what Infracom does, but I think they actually needed a bit of an ability to say, actually, look, no, we've got the Taranaki hospital rebuild coming up. We need to put these other services alongside it. There's going to be a new housing development in this area. It needs some sort of social provision coming in as well. We need to make sure that there's good electricity connections and similar into the region. I don't think we've got that level of integration at the moment. I think that's, even if we solve all the other issues, you effectively have what you have in a number of parts of the country where you go from a 4-lane highway to a 2-lane road and all of a sudden everyone wonders why there's roadblocks and similar. We don't seem to sequence stuff properly. It's the same as the tunnel boring example. I'm sure there are some tunnel boring machines that New Zealand has bought and then sold and then rebought again because we needed it 5 years later. So that has to come with not only the money, the resources of people, but actually a bit more of a directional function, not the old town planning, if you will, of yesteryear, but an ability to say, no, not your individual view counts, but actually here's a collective view of how we're going to integrate infrastructure and get everything going at once, because at the moment it seems to be hugely haphazard.
I'm going to shift to housing now. There are 2 or 3 questions that have come through, and there's sort of the nature of housing that is being built. So there are questions about whether we have a genuine housing shortage or whether we have a shortage of affordable homes. Do we expect much for what we can afford to pay? Are we building too bigger homes in some places? Are we gold plating everything? Chris, I'm going to start again with you, but others please jump in.
Okay, well, the most cost-effective housing you can build, and I think this goes for the infrastructure that goes with it, is greenfield, small lot, single-storey, single-dwelling homes. And I think you have a lot of politicians who look at the planning regime and say, oh, no, let's not do that. Let's densify or intensify the areas that are already urbanised. And the problem there is the infrastructure can't cope. The pipes don't cope with what's there now, and we've seen that pretty wholeheartedly in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And to upgrade the infrastructure in those areas means digging up the old pipes and putting new ones in, which is at least double the cost of building greenfield. And then just the sheer cost of building up and in a condensed area is about almost double or more than double the cost of building single-storey greenfield homes. So if you really want to make it affordable, unfortunately, people don't always like this, but the fact of the matter is you have to build greenfield and you have to build single-storey and you have to build smallish lots with smallish houses on them. I think, we got very used to big houses and big backyards in New Zealand, but the whole thing just got too unaffordable. So if you're really going to make it affordable to everybody, you'd be surprised what you can accomplish in a 120 square metre house. And if you put some good central parks and central recreation infrastructure in, you'd be surprised how happy a family can be on a lot that's only 200 or 300 square metres in size.
Tanya?
And I think to give some more practical examples of how this housing accord is working really well for us, is we now have the aspirations of iwi who are significant landowners. You couple that with the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund from the government that helps to support the council's infrastructure, and all of a sudden we're all working together. So instead of it just being a hope and a dream of private investors or iwi to build homes, we're actually saying, okay, what's the infrastructure that council has planned for, needs to plan for, can and can't afford, and then government, please come to the table because we are ready and waiting. We just don't quite have enough money. And we're already seeing the progress on that. And another example is some of the land that council may have that is severely underutilised and actually costs a lot to maintain. How do we use that better as well? So if it's not appropriate for a playground or a reserve, then is it appropriate to look at for helping with housing as well? So I think if you put together, again, making it count, all of the shared aspirations, and actually what we're about to do in Rotorua as well as a future development strategy, which we have 30-year infrastructure strategies, but then how do we couple that with infrastructure, with housing, and then with general community growth? Where are the new schools and hospitals or even cemeteries going to go in future? And I think that by working together, because we've heard it for years and years and years, and we hear it with government agencies, we all work in silos and we don't talk with each other. Now, the housing accord in Rotorua has been a perfect example where we're breaking through those barriers. We're saying we don't have an option anymore, we need to, and we're actually starting to see a ripple effect through council agencies, but also government too.
I'm seeing a guest lecture on the housing accord for Rotorua coming at the Waikato Management School very soon. Brad?
I think it's important not to write off the level of attached dwellings though in the country, because if you discount them, then apparently half of the new builds in this country aren't happening, and that's just not true. So attached dwellings are very important. The literature is quite clear on how much the densification is contributing across the country. So I think it's important to have that on record. I think, in terms of part of the question, I think, Matt, was, what is the actual shortage? Well, you only have to go as far as to seeing the social housing waitlist to get a clear example of the absolute bare minimum, if you will, across the country. But one thing that does come through in this that I think is worthwhile noting for the future, because part of this is about the future considerations that we have, is what do we do in the future when we have by 2068 another million over 65-year-olds, but only 600,000 odd 15 to 64-year-olds. We know that people as they age require housing in a different way. I don't have any particular answers of this, but I think one question we need to grapple with as a country, probably globally, needs to be how does our housing evolve over time to go from bigger houses to smaller houses? Because increasingly we're building, we've got a lot of houses across the country, but increasingly I don't know if we're building the right stuff in the right places. That's probably more the question that comes forward. In the future, how do you transform a 4-bedroom home into a 1-bedroom? Is that possible? And because increasingly we are going to see that people are living in different ways, they're living longer, they're going to require a different level of service. So there's a question over not only what we're building right now and do we have enough, but do we have the right sort of housing stock for the future is an open question that I'm not going to answer here, but I think it is something we've got to grapple with.
Thank you.
So I just want to add a small point which is really valuable, because I think we've been talking big scale, but if you actually look at little scale, mum and dad or first home buyer, and what we can do to help assist them as well. And the medium density changes that actually came in enabled us for people who have the traditional Kiwi big house on a really big section that can actually use the limited assets that they do have, that land, to either subdivide and put on up to 3 dwellings on that one section now, or actually what we're seeing, many of the consents coming through Rotorua Council at the moment, are people are now putting a minor dwelling on for their child or for their parents so that they can actually afford to have an affordable home as well. So I think we need to be smart about how our families practically do it, but how we can support those people with limited investment and assets to actually make the most of it.
Question, Jim.
On housing, why don't we invest in modular housing in New Zealand? The Scandinavian countries who top the list of everything that happens in the world, just about 80% of their houses are modular homes. We insist on building every house separately and more expensively. Why is it that the industry hasn't moved to what is a cheaper option, but a perfectly equal option in terms of a home? And it just absolutely surprises me on that. But the other point I just want to support Brad on, we just are not still, it goes back to my earlier point, we're not looking at the future of society and what the housing needs of tomorrow's society, and tomorrow's society is not that far away, that we will need. And I think that, Brad, keep it up because that needs to be done. But go back to modular houses, why not?
All right, I think, Chris, I can't believe that you won't have considered this question, so...
We've considered it long enough. The short answer is we don't have enough scale here in New Zealand to build it efficiently, and they are, but they can have factories that can deliver all over Europe cost effectively. We don't have a market beyond our own, and I think many people have tried, and we've certainly tried. The transport costs are very high here. The transport difficulties are high, just the logistics of getting these things around the place. But moreover, I think the foreign companies, and some of them have been Scandinavian that have come here, have tried, but they sort of end up going back home and saying, well, there's just not an export market. The local market isn't big enough and there's no export market to tap into, so it just doesn't quite support the infrastructure you need to make it work, which I think is a great shame, because ultimately, when I've been up there, and I have done it a couple of times, and looked at the way these factories work and the efficiency with which they build houses, and then you come back home and you see the bloke in the back of the ute and his dog in a nail bag and a few blokes puffing on a cigarette and drinking a coffee. It's like a 2 out of 10 versus a 9.5, and it's a real shame. But I'd love to think that Fletchers are trying it, and I'd love to think they could make it work. But I've seen others try and go back with their tails between their legs. It just doesn't seem.
And Chris does have a Scandinavian wife, so he has spent a lot of time.
Yeah. I have done it a few times.
I've done the research. All right, I'm going to go
Can I answer very...
Oh, please.
I think we need to remember as well that we need to think what's the big picture, where's the supply chain? And when we are surrounded by forests here in New Zealand, I know Rotorua, we've got plenty in the central North Island, but then we go and cut down that wood, send it all the way overseas, get it back once it's processed at a really expensive price. We need to look at wood processing plants just as much as we need to be looking at the people who will then build it. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more, yeah.
All right, we have just come through horrendous weather events, and obviously Hawke's Bay, it's up through Auckland, it's Northland, it's West Coast. There's been enormous impact. There are questions here about managed retreat. Nicola Willis touched on that earlier, the questions about green cities, but what changes now? What changes post the cyclone, and what changes as we go into an expectation of greater extreme weather events? What do we need to do differently that maybe wasn't on our radar even a few weeks ago around the durability and resilience of our infrastructure?
I think we have a couple of goes. I think one thing that's Brad's facts were interesting ones about the infrastructure investment, and that we're at a high. I'm sure that at a level is absolutely right in terms of the dollars being spent, but I think, let's be a little bit cynical in as much as a whole lot of that would have gone on the likes of public transport subsidy, on consultancy and so on, not the actual bitumen and tar and so on that we... So you take our transport investment in New Zealand, the reality of it is, yes, it's increased year on year. For a long time, we spend as much or more as we ever had, but what we're spending physically isn't quite as much. So I just sort of think that's important context. I think around your question, I certainly accept, as much as it's a nice catchphrase, but I think there is something behind this Build Back Better. I think the vast majority of us, one or two of Nicola's colleagues accept that there's a climate change thing, and there's these various other issues that are going on that are contributing to this, and so there will be changed routes, there will be different designs, but I think in the end it doesn't mean, certainly a transport perspective, radical change from what best practice was. I've already given you the example of State Highway 1 to the north. Look, actually, if you build them well at best sort of practice today, they will hold up very well to changing weather patterns. It's the old dungers that we knew were old dungers that haven't. And so I think it kind of just takes us back to that position where, I think we've got to think long term build these roads really well for 100 years, albeit we know that now 100 years comes much more quickly than it used to.
And I think going back to my point around that public expenditure, the reality is the people that will be cleaning up the impacts of the cyclone are the local councils and the local communities. So when we are at the whim of central government hoping that they'll bail us out for critical infrastructure to get our roads open, to get our water working again, I think that that's where we get to a really risky situation in New Zealand, where again, we prioritise usually based on population. So what are our rural and provincial areas like Tairāwhiti in the East Coast or like Far North? How can we guarantee that they'll be better off? We can do that by making sure that councils are funded to do the job with the people that we already have.
Can I just add, I mean, I think I was interested after the cyclone came through, some photos that one of the team showed me of I think it was the Esk Valley back in 1939 or 38 or similar, very similar scenes in a sense. So I guess I think a lot to the Kapiti Coast where, you know, there were conversations around putting details on limbs so that we know about what's going to happen, and that was ruled illegal, and there was all sorts of money being spent and similar. I'm worried that unless the government makes a very swift and decisive call on what the framework and parameters are around, you know, managed retreat, even at a small scale there, we're just going to be destined to sort of everyone doing their own thing and having no sort of coordination. That's very difficult because it sort of means that at some point people will go back and do things again and again. I mean, if you look even at how people choose housing at the moment, they will look more at where their school zone is than what their flood zone is in. That sort of information isn't well utilised, it isn't well understood, and it's certainly not put out there proactively. It's probably the most difficult thing that people can find. So unless we have a decision made on it, now I get the risks of doing that quickly, trust me I do, but I think that there are greater risks of just letting everyone do their own thing. There are people's lives at stake at the moment and livelihoods who are going, do I actually start the rebuild or not? They are in limbo until those decisions are made. If they make the wrong call now and government changes the rules on them tomorrow, they are in a very difficult place. So that has to be quick, and I think it does have to come down to the frameworks that government puts in place.
I mean, on 4 or 5 of the key routes in those regions we talk about, there is simply no excuse for not moving very quickly. The government has to move quickly because the reality is there are communities that have practical purposes, yet they have very long circuitous back routes they can take, but for practical purposes those communities are cut off and their freight and supply chain is practically speaking, if not cut off, certainly very much diminished. And so yeah, I think what I'm saying is it's short term, long term, but there is a real case for urgency on this, like now.
That goes to the prioritisation, right? Like State Highway 1 through the Brenderwins, that should be absolutely the top of the priority list. That should be drop tools on other stuff that might be maintenance, but that one needs to be repaired. The Northland is cut off, you know, and you imagine if we did the same to other regions similar. So I think that has to be, someone has to draw up a list, and it does have to include, by picking winners there, you will have to pick losers. But if we've only got X amount of resource, of time and money in a year to do something, we've got to be pretty strict at the moment with this has to happen first, and unfortunately that means that other things have to go on the back burner. That's the whole point of economics, is the trade-offs of scarcity. This stuff is scarce, and we have to make a decision. If we don't, the decision will be and is being made for us.
All right, we're going to wrap up with a quick fire round. And it does actually come to the core of what you've touched on there. This is an economics forum. We're looking at trade-offs, and I said I'd come back to prioritisation. From your point of view, and I'll start at your end, Simon, and move across, what would be your priority, and then in 2 lenses? One, what would be the project you would most like to see go ahead, be it infrastructure, energy, housing, and also what would be the system change priority you would most like to see go ahead for a longer term?
I'll try to be really quick. Look, in energy and communications, actually I think the free market in New Zealand works incredibly well. Government sets the setting, there's more than enough capital, they get on and do it. I'm not worried about those sectors. And by the way, they'll produce the right environmental and so on outcomes if they're left to it and they're not interfered with too much. In the end, housing, I'll let these guys deal with that. That's a big one, obviously important. And transport, I think right now there's literally 5 state highways that need to be fixed in the upper North Island. The government needs to get on with that. And then outside of that, look, there'll be a scarcity prioritisation process that needs to be gone through. I would hope that actually the political class and the likes of the Infrastructure Commission could kind of get together and not have come by but kind of get on and do that.
Great, thank you. Tanya.
Mine's quite simple. It will be stormwater. I think we've seen the impacts with flooding, and not only the impacts of the cyclone, but stormwater is actually crucial for ensuring that we can develop those new homes. So despite the increased weather events that we do know are occurring, to unlock our greenfield development for the more housing for our growing population, we do need stormwater. Councils cannot do that alone. If we were expected to fund that, which we always criticise for not funding it, it would be things like your public facilities, your pools, your roads that would have to cut off just to put those pipes to the ground that you can't even see. So stormwater, please.
Thank you. Chris?
I think the one thing we've all agreed on is there's not enough people here to do the infrastructure work itself. So from my perspective, and I deal with it every day, until you build more houses, you can't get the people here to fix the infrastructure. So it's a very circular argument. So I would say, you know, let us get rid of some of the bureaucracy. Let us spend some of that 150 grand a block that we waste on paperwork to do our own infrastructure and build some more houses. Then you can immigrate enough people to actually get on and fix the trunk infrastructure that's so desperately needed to be done. But until you can house them, you're still going nowhere.
Thank you, Chris. Brad?
All of that. My three, if I had unlimited power. One, give Infracom more directive powers so that they can make those prioritisation decisions and start to put things forward. Two, have proper asset management plans across all of our major infrastructure so that it's not a surprise when they break. And three, where's the national skills plan so that we've got enough water technicians, we've got enough building control officers, we've got those sort of people. I mean, I can't tell you at the moment how many nurses we're down, but I know it's lots. I can't tell you how many water technicians we're down, but I know it's lots. And use that information to then fund places. Pay people to go and become water technicians because, trust me, if you'd told me when I went to university that I could pay my own way and become an economist or get paid to become a water technician, I would have chosen the second option. I might not have been any good at it, but I would have chosen the second option. Incentives matter here, and if you put people down that path, you will get the results that you want. If you let people do whatever they want without that direction, without the incentives, you will get a smorgasbord that might not be the exact mix that you need.
I suspect that all the water technicians watching the live stream will be contacting Infometrics about job swaps. All right, I'll bring this panel to a close. Let's just put our hands together for a fantastic discussion. That's great. Thanks for that. Hey, thank you. Oh, you're still tethered. Yeah, either way. Hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks for that. It's good fun. Thank you. All right. Still on? Am I? Yep, I'm still microphone. All right. One last, a last comment from me as people start shuffling out of the room. First of all, again, an enormous thanks to all of our speakers today. We've covered a wide range of topics, and it's in some ways pleasing and in some ways unsettling to see the threads and the themes repeating across them. A little bit of practical stuff. Some of you are joining us for dinner tonight. That will be out the door to the right. I think we'll have canapes from about 5:45. There will be a drink at the bar there just out to the left right now for those that want to stay, whether you're here for dinner or not. Some of you might be going back to hotels and then coming back in. We start tomorrow early, bright and early. Check the program there. Kick-off breakfast, and then Adrian Orr into monetary policy. Have some fascinating discussions then about democracy in a digital age. How do all of these decisions come together before a deeper dive into monetary policy and on through the morning? So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks again for fantastic questions and engagement today, and I look forward to continuing the discussion over dinner. Cheers.
Tapatapatu ki te rangi whakaea kauana. Kei runga te koti pū, kei raro te koti hono. Ki kona koutou mihi mai ai tangi mai ai ka mau te hono. Whiti tū, whiti ara rānea te rangi e tū nei au ake, rānea te papa e takoto nei au ake. Whakahonoretia ki ngi tū hei tia pōtatau te whero te tuawhitu nau mai ki te whare wānanga o Waikato.
In the heart of its Hamilton campus, the University of Waikato is building an innovative and versatile new facility. Designed to transform the on-campus experience for students and the community, the PA will be an all-seasons hub for everyone. In a prime location on the campus, the PA provides a new gateway to the university. Across an expansive marae atea, the face of a new university wharenui will provide the shape and inspiration for the broader complex of the PA. The wharenui will embrace the history, heritage and mana of Waikato, Tainui and the Kingitanga. This will be a premier space for teaching and learning and a place of mana and pride for the university. Along the northern face of the PA, the central campus walkway leads from the marae to the student hub. With spaces tailored for socialising, resting and recharging, the hub will be the year-round home of campus life. A generous central atrium incorporates a selection of food retailers, breakout spaces, social spaces and meeting rooms throughout, extending to the Faculty of Māori and Indigenous Studies and senior leadership space on the upper level. A large stage will host performances and events including student welcomes, graduations, celebrations and other university and community activities. The lift tower and bridge will connect the upper and lower levels of the campus, improving accessibility and mobility across the university. The PA is the largest capital project in the history of the university. It represents our commitment to students and student learning, to innovation, distinctiveness and to a transformative campus experience. With its diverse spaces and multiple functions, the PA will be an all-seasons campus destination for students, staff and the wider community. The PA, it's for you, for me, for all of us. Māku, mau, mā tātou katoa.